Well, hold on. Before we go into
No,
the
but you talking.
LGBTQIA politics, I
Yeah.
want to
Yeah,
invite.
we don't need to dabble in that. That's
Yeah, I want to go back to the video, but Miss Joy, I want to welcome Miss Joy to the panel, and I'm also
Welcome, welcome, Joy.
Good morning.
good morning, Miss Joy.
Good morning.
So Miss Joy, what are your topics? Do you believe that white women are more submissive than you?
No, I do not.
Can you elaborate why you don't believe that, Mrs. Joy?
Well, I truly believe that the black woman is just naturally that way. And I'm not saying that white women are not. I'm just not very familiar with white women, but I am familiar with myself and the other black women that are around me. And I know for myself, I was bred to be submissive. My grandmother instilled submissiveness in me and my sisters and my mother and my cousins. So I'm quite shocked at Mr. Wilson.
Mr. Wilson, would
Well,
you like to
it's funny
respond?
that only over and over the past years with the internet, we do hear women say over and over that these women exist, but don't nobody see them on video.
Yeah, we exist. We
But like
exist.
I said, we don't see this on video. All we see on video is the brawls. All we see on video is I didn't get my food on time, so now I'm fighting for food that I didn't get on time, and I'm throwing the food on the ground.
Damn.
Now, you talk about hurt. I remember a time, see, this is how I know the black women today
Oh, Mr.
are not
Wilson.
the black women yesterday. Grandma would have never threw no food on the ground, especially after going through the depression.
No, you're definitely right about that. Now, Miss Joy, before I'd like you to respond to Mr. Wilson, I'm gonna play a few minutes more of this video, and then we can get back into the topic.
I still have them to this day.
That
So-
proof I made earlier. Go ahead.
What you say?
Yeah. So when it comes to like contacts, job opportunities, when it comes to, getting invited to like to a golf outing, you know what I'm saying? Like that's something that I've never really experienced before. So I just think that it doesn't boil down to race. It really boils down to, I think, shared values, which ultimately come from the family unit.
Well, wait.
Okay, so he's talking about having accessibility to certain opportunities or events or facilities that he's never experienced. But you also just told me you've never dated black women. So what are you comparing these white women to?
He did start off by saying that he
yeah.
specifically only dates white women, and they give him access to stuff that now he's
Right.
saying stuff like golf events. Which I mean, my father literally remember I brought my golf clubs here. We went golfing
Yes.
all the time. So I think that maybe if he had a father like the one that 100 Watts had, or maybe a father like Mr. Wilson, then maybe he would have been raised by a black man who actually care about him and family. And those environments are important. Would you agree, 100 Watts?
I think, whether he had his father in his life or not, I think that most people have enough. I ain't gonna say that. I'm not gonna say that. I'm gonna say that people choose to not be involved with their family, because whether your father is in your life or not, it takes more than just your mom and your dad in order for you to have all of this access to resources and all that shit that he's talking about. You gotta have more than just your parents. So that only carries but so much weight.
I agree. My wife want to say something. I'm gonna go back to Mr. Wilson and then Joy, and then if TD want to say something, I know he says a good part, and I want to get to that part. But I'm gonna let everybody get their chance to speak. Wife, you said you want to go.
But what I will say is that he's talking about having access to like facilities. He's acted as if these places that these white people are taking, he's acted as if he's like with the top, what's the word, echelon of white women. He's not dating that white woman. You're not dating the Top Shop girls. You're not dating her. When I say the Top Shop girl, I'm talking about the people who own Top Shop brand. His daughter, what's her name, Sophia something. He's not on that level with those women. He's dating average white women. Going to a golf course, that's not hard. The memberships are not that much. And let's talk about it. There's so many activities out here that I've taken my kids to in different restaurants. It's
Yeah.
almost as if he thinks that Black people are not cultured to go into like sushi restaurants or Italian restaurants.
Yeah, like if we
or like taking
invited,
archery or golf or miniature
yeah,
golf or going to like Six Flags Great America, Disney World, Disneyland. Like, what are you talking
we
about?
do all
We
those
have access
things.
to all these things. And there are people who do these things. I like
Yeah,
archery. I go to painting clubs. Like, what are you talking
we
about?
go hiking.
We go hiking. Like, what are you talking about? You don't even date Black women. So what are you comparing these white women to? Each other? Because you just told us you've never dated a Black woman. You've only participated in interracial dating.
Well, let me pose this question to Mrs. Joy, and I'm gonna do the same thing to TD and Mr. Wilson also, and they maybe, but I think Honey Watts maybe I think he got a woman or something. So, Mrs. Joy, would you ever date a white man just to have access to his resources?
Okay, so I have dated a white man just for his resources in my younger days. Today, I would not.
I beg your pardon. I beg your pardon.
Today, I would not.
Okay,
I am done with them. I you know, like, yeah,
you
yeah,
put the snow bunnies behind you,
yeah, way behind me.
Mr. Wilson. Would you ever date a white woman for her resources?
Yeah, sure.
I beg your pardon. I beg your pardon.
I love it.
Okay, I mean, so TD, would you ever date a white woman for her resources?
Nah, I can't do it. I can't do it. If that's the only reason I'm there, it's not gonna work. It is not gonna work. I can't.
We got one, Coach. We got one. Shout out to Anton and the crew, man. If you guys want to go watch this video, it's on Anton Daniels' channel, Anton Daniels After Hours, and the Anton Daniels Morning Millionaire Show. But let's go.
Hey, but that's a good thing though, that a woman can be an asset to you and help you in many ways. I don't see that as a negative thing. Janae, you're muted, by the way. But you have big feedback. But I don't think that's. I've never really hear a lot of men saying, Black men, like, oh yeah, I'm going after this white woman because of resources. I've never heard that. Maybe I'm wrong.
I think something else that we're not talking about either is I really do think that when it comes to like, you know, interracial dating, I do think that white women do stick it out. Like, I think what they do is when they go to college, they're finding a husband, they're finding a long-term relationship, and they're really smart at identifying, you know, who's gonna.
Where is it at?
Stop the cap. Stop the cap right now. Stop the cap. No bullshit, bro.
Mr. Wilson. Matter of fact, have you been to college, Mr. Wilson?
Sort of, kind of, sort of, yeah.
In your experiences, have white women only look for husbands, or have you experienced them being sluts as well?
I could say, see there again, being an old person and looking through all of it, I can say both, but I've mostly experienced the sluts because of my poverty. See, there again, there is an economic thing to it. But now, real fast, like I ask, how can I date a woman, even if I'm a rich man? Let's say I'm a Black man and I'm in church and we're going, joy, this is mine, and we're doing the flippity floppity flea and all of that stuff. And I turn to the woman to shake her hand and say, God bless her. And she won't even shake my hand and say, God bless me. Now, how can I date that woman? And it's
that
been
is
like
a problem, sir. But to Brandon's point,
for over 40 years. You can't blame white women. So how can I date you and you don't even smile at me? There's even a video of, may he rest in peace, Mr. Kevin Samuels, where he asked the lady, How come we can't even get you to smile at us? Now, if we've been saying this for over 40 years, then there's definitely a problem that has nothing to do with white women, Asian women, or any woman. I gotta ask you another question. Black
God damn it! You can't make this shit up.
black women go to, and I'll land my plane here. Black women go to Thailand and get mad at black men for dating Thai women. Now, can you tell me what part of feminism, the freedom right, 1965 welfare, or anything got to do with that?
Mr. Wilson, I will say this. You and no other male on this planet is entitled for a black woman to smile at you.
You don't have to smile.
Exactly.
But we don't have to protect you
You don't
either.
have to smile.
No smile, no protection.
Look your way. You guys are not entitled to our facial expressions.
And you're not entitled to our protection.
No, we don't have to. You're absolutely correct. And all black men are not out here protecting all black women. That's not happening.
And all black women
The
are
men who are
smiling.
protecting women is because they want them to give up their autonomy for protection. Personally, I would never, ever give up on my autonomy for protection. So no, that's just not happening.
Same
You guys are
here.
not in control. Control yourself, and every woman is not obligated, or you're definitely not entitled to my smiles or my facial expressions. Absolutely not.
I know they want to go. I just want to throw some stats into the conversation, and then I'm gonna let everybody finish up. We're gonna do let's do 60 seconds apiece. But I want to throw this out here, Mr. Wilson, because I don't believe that black men are universally defending black women. But I'm also, Mr. Wilson, open to the possibility that I'm wrong. So I'm going to turn to my AI friends. Gemini, are black women being assaulted or sexually assaulted in the United States of America? It's coming, guys.
Yes, black women in the United States experience assault and sexual assault at concerningly high rates, often disproportionately compared to other racial groups.
Damn.
Data from various studies and organizations consistently shows that violence, including physical and sexual assault, is a significant issue impacting the black female community.
Damn.
Here are some key statistics and points based on available data. High lifetime prevalence. More than 40% of black women report experiencing physical violence from an intimate partner during their lifetimes. Additionally, over 20% of black women are survivors of rape in their lifetimes, a higher share than women overall.
Damn.
Intimate partner violence. Black women experience significantly higher rates of psychological abuse and physical violence from intimate partners compared to women overall. Sadly, more than half of homicides of black adult women are related to intimate partner violence. Black women are also 2.5 to 6 times more likely to be murdered by men than white women. With
Damn.
the vast majority of these killings committed by someone the victim knew, often a current or former intimate partner.
Damn.
Sexual violence. Research indicates
I don't think I got to go through the whole thing. I think you guys get the point that like black women are being assaulted at a higher rate than any other race.
Any other race.
So that, what do you say, TD? Tell them.
Well, first thing I want to say is, of course, that's just terrible. Of course, whenever we hear about that. But what I want to say is this, like what the brother was saying, about the women not smiling. I think what I'm seeing really is a lot of guys are so focused on their negative experiences with women and not the positive experiences. Because I can honestly say I've had a lot more women smile at me than I've seen them frown.
Yeah, me too. Like when I walk around Chicago, for the most part, women are very polite. And I drive for Amazon, so I'm in Milwaukee a lot. I see a lot of
Mhm.
women. They always smiling. A lot of black women always smiling. That's just. I
Yeah.
mean, maybe because I'm the Amazon. Like, they see me with the Amazon guy. I'm bringing their packages to them.
Well, you are the daily Santa Claus, so I can understand why. But shoot, I smile when Amazon delivers my package too. So I don't think that's just with the women. We all like Amazon. What can I say?
Yeah, about to say if you guys ever in the Chicago area, we all went out. I feel like if we went out downtown somewhere like this, especially on the south side, we're gonna run into nothing but black people and black businesses. A lot of times they're very, 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 very nice. As a matter of fact, the only bad Did he have multiple baby mamas?
You know, he didn't mean to.
Had multiple. I'm done. I'm done with you.
I did
I
not.
ain't never
I'm
see.
done.
Look, that's crazy.
He didn't mean to
So
get
your
it.
papa was a Rolling Stone. Wherever he laid his hat was his home. Like, no, he didn't mean to. We don't just slip and fall into vagina.
Mr. Wilson, dad was getting
At any
coochie.
time, right?
He was getting
out
a lot
there.
of
He was
coochie.
out there, okay, enjoying himself with women.
Once again, proving Anton and Kevin Samuels wrong.
Right.
Well, no, now guys, wait a minute. Now, nobody is talking about the women who would drink whiskey with him. Okay, just like my.
I'm here to tell you right now, we don't care.
Let me tell you
We don't care.
Jerry.
That's cute there. Oh my.
Savagery.
We like it.
We on point over here, Mr. Wilson.
I know that's right.
Enjoy the show.
Well, no, I'm just saying, like, if my Uncle James, and now seriously, you all would love my Uncle James. That man was 5'4", always kept a smile on his face. The thing is, though, let's say like we're sitting around not doing nothing, you know, like you ladies, you're not doing nothing. My Uncle James, he'd be like, well, hey, you want to get a shot? You know, talking about a shot of whiskey or something like that. And if you get a shot with Uncle James.
Were you over the age of 21? Just out of curiosity.
No, this is when I was a kid back in the 60s. Like 1964 and 65 and all of
And
that.
you would have been what age at that time?
I was 4 and 5.
And you was taking shots?
No, I'm just saying. My Uncle James would come around the women, and like if the women weren't doing nothing, he'd say, hey, you want to get a shot? Let's have a shot. And see 2 to 3 shots in before 12 o'clock.
And you would witness this?
Well, yeah. I mean, you know, it was the time.
God damn it! You can't make this shit up.
Well, I'm just. You want me to tell you the truth, or you want me to tell you a lie?
Oh, we want you to tell you the truth all the time. But let's continue with the video, Mr. Wilson. Enjoy.
In terms of like you saying like you like the access, not just like the resources and access, but also just talking about like, sorry, I got people in the background. Just talking about like being able to be in those spaces, in those rooms, right? I think like just for saying kind of like to the points that we made earlier, it's not just about when you say it's not about race, even if it is or isn't about race, it's about access and resources, things that you know you can't have. There are people who look to people like you, like you said. I never met nobody that said I want to date a white woman because resources. I've met a lot of black men who say that it's black men all the time like, oh, her credit score is da 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 da. Like it's always a comment, it's always a funny joke, but there's always some truth behind every joke. But also, you also have to look at the fact that, like you just said, when you're talking about dating these women, like when they go to college, white women go to college and they're like, they're vetting these men and saying, I'm looking for a man that can sustain a family, things like that. Those things absolutely matter. Black women, we date based on love, feelings, emotions. So a lot of times we fluctuate in how we manage those relationships. So when it comes to the tolerance of things, my emotions are more important now. They get bigger. So it's like I can tolerate but so much, as opposed to what appears to be white women would say, I'm looking for a goal, the future, the ending of it all. So I can stick those feelings. Other things matter.
Your audio.
Okay.
Her audio's cutting out, but I agree with what she was trying to say. Let's go to 100 Watts. Do you agree with the young lady had to say, 100 Watts?
I'm thinking about the stance that I had earlier, and I can see how that's something somebody would say, like in terms of dating somebody for resources. That's not necessarily my goal, you know what I'm saying? Get to like resources is probably the last thing on my list that I'm looking at. But I mean, I see what she's saying. Like I can understand it. It's just not my get down. Like that's just not how I'm moving. So I can't relate. I can understand it. I just can't relate.
Yeah, I can't relate at all. And TD said he couldn't relate. Mr. Wilson was the only one that said he might give it a go, but I can't relate at all. Let's continue. I know, matter of fact, I want to watch this whole thing. Let's go.
Yeah. I think black women date off of
The
looks.
audio went out there.
Who
And I,
looks the coolest? Who has the most swag? Who's
Right.
the most papered up dope boy? We don't care about like we care too much about the appearance. Who gives us butterflies off the first look? All the dumbest reasons to pick a man. That's what us as
right.
black women do. A lot.
Do
Mrs.
you know how many women are out here dating tree monsters? Like, what are you talking about?
Saying
Black
that,
women date off only looks like they're that shallow.
yeah, that was a
Oh
very
my.
shallow.
But that
Only
could, but
smaller tree
Women
monsters.
do that though. You
We'll
only
go one
see
at a time.
four women
Let's go
dating
100 Watts,
ugly
and then
men.
let's go Mr. Wilson afterwards. Go ahead, 100 Watts.
well, it could work in the opposite way. You know what I'm saying? Because so two different ways that I'm thinking about what she said. I could have possibly had, had a type of I'm only gonna date pretty boys. They have to have long hair or light skin or something like that, and then you get burned. So now you turn to say I'm only gonna date the trees, the tree stumps. You know what I'm saying? It could work that way. The other way as well could just be knowing that these pretty boys are high maintenance. I could understand how a man would say that he's not going to date a 9 or 10 because he knows that might come with the possibility of high maintenance. So even though you are dating someone who is ugly, you're still dating for looks.
But don't we always date for looks though? Like
Beauty is
Like
subjective.
I feel like so I used to do this thing back in the day, Mr. Wilson, where I used to bring a young lady up, her picture up, and I knew she was unattractive. But I would ask the men, well, if looks don't matter, if she's submissive, she'd do all the things that Mr. Wilson was saying earlier. She'll bring a nice plate of food for you. What does it matter that she's fat? What does it matter that she's ugly? What does it matter that she doesn't have a body? So, Mr. Wilson, I ask you now, would you be with a woman who is completely unattracted to you physically, but she's a submissive, she cooks, she cleans, she folds your clothes, she rubs your feet when you need to? Would you accept that?
Yeah.
Good job, Mr. Wilson. What about you, TD? Would you accept that?
You said completely unattractive to me?
Well, Mr. Wilson, a little bit older. You might know who I'm talking about. I use Leslie Jones. Do you know Leslie Jones?
Oh yeah, I know. Well, I remember Leslie from back in the days of Comic View. Yeah, I remember Leslie.
So,
Yeah.
would you marry Leslie Jones if she was submissive?
No, I could not. I could not.
You could not? Could you explain to Mr. Wilson why you could not?
I could not because I don't find her attractive in any way.
Hold on, TD, but she has big titties.
Congratulations.
That don't matter.
Well, see, you guys got to get the big picture here. Now, that's where, as an old man, I would with Leslie Jones, but the reason I know me and Leslie Jones wouldn't work is because I couldn't satisfy her sexually. Now, you got to realize Leslie Jones wanted a really big penis.
Wait a minute. Wait, first of all, you're not going to speed past that like you didn't just say what you just said.
Can you elaborate on not pleasing her sexually, Mr. Wilson?
Well, there's another part of that, especially when you start talking about older black women. A lot of older black women got really big, loose vaginas. And really big penises. And that's fine and dandy because all of us ain't walking around like with no big penis like that. And don't feel good.
So you're saying, in retrospect, that you don't have enough girth to fill up these women?
No, I don't. And I'm not going to get an operation or nothing either.
Oh Lord!
I have to respect your candor.
I need the science on this. What happens when they get older than Wade?
Mrs. Joy?
Mr. Wilson, don't go outside. Don't go outside today, okay? Because
That's a wild boy right there.
lightning gonna
This
strike
is a wild boy.
lightning gonna
Well,
strike.
no. A woman's pussy don't get overused after a while.
No.
A 40, 50-year-old woman ain't fucked about 1,000 guys.
What?
Come on, lady.
Good morning, Simp Nation.
That is insane. That is
I'm not mad. I'm not mad. You fucked 1,000 men, you fucked 1,000 men. I'm not mad.
Sir,
did you say 42? Because I'm 44, and sir, It's very unfortunate at your age that you think that something that can push out a baby can be stretched out by something the size of a penis.
Come on now.
After about
At your
10,000
age,
years,
you really believe that. And it also indicates that you might be on the lower end of the totem pole of the BBCs.
yeah, yeah. But there's a lot of us who will tell you the truth. There's certain women vaginas so deep a submarine can implode in it.
I don't believe that, sir. If a baby can come
space.
out and
So
it still
space
snap back, there's no way that a small penis is going to stretch out a vagina.
Not at all. Y'all penis ain't doing nothing.
No way, shape, or fashion. No.
And you're too old to be spreading this misinformation, sir.
I'm telling you my experiences.
Well, I'm 42 and I got hella snapback, baby.
And I'm 40 right now, and I'm pregnant with
know
my
you.
child.
And I like
yeah.
some big strong.
But I know the women I've been with, some of these women got space vaginas.
Okay, and so what you working with? We need to know the length, the girth, all that. What you working with?
Space vagina has galaxies.
Okay, go get a tape measure. You're old enough. I know you got one, sir. Go get you a tape measure.
Still doesn't
And
say
we want
out.
to know the length and the girth.
Hold on.
It don't matter what you got. If you got a space vagina, elephant.
Mr.
He has
Wilson.
some good intergalactic.
Hey, hold on, wait. Mr. Wilson.
Where was he sent
I
from?
definitely want Black Dog. Give me a second, sweetie. Give me a second, Miss Joy. Mr. Wilson, we have to let everyone finish their thoughts, so that way you can respond back appropriately, because I
Okay.
want to hear your response, and I'm pretty sure she does too. So go ahead,
Okay.
Black Dahlia. We'll let you finish, and then Mr. Wilson, he can do his response.
Black Dahlia, are you ready?
Go ahead, back there.
Oh, my bad. My cousin was venting because she just heard what this old man just said.
Black Dahlia, I'm gonna put on a timer, so while you're speaking, everybody has 60 seconds starting now. You got it.
No, I just think that Mr. Wilson needs to go and heal and stop saying this ridiculousness, especially as an elder, because young men are gonna hear him talking like that, and then they not gonna get smiled at just like him. And I'm done.
All right, she can see the rest of her time. Let's bring it back down, Mr. Wilson. You have an opportunity to respond, sir. Do you have a response prepared?
Yes.
You may continue.
Okay. I just want to say in the future, you're going to see old used sexual male robots complaining about how unfriendly and how hard it is to be around a Black woman. That's all I have to say.
Okay. Okay. Does anybody have anything to say about what Black Dahlia and Mr. Wilson just debated about?
I mean, I feel that Black Dahlia is definitely telling the truth, and I feel that Mr. Wilson is just way too old to have this such narrow point of view. It literally shows that you're stuck. You haven't learned anything over the past however many years, when there's so much information and technology out here to where you can pick up and learn about the woman's body. And because if that's the case, if we have babies coming out, I wouldn't have a husband then. I would be, what do they call it, incognitive? When your body lets out the urine and
Well, first of all, thank you for being pregnant, babe, and thank you for having my son.
And I'm 40 right now, and I have other children, and I've snapped back. It is not a problem. I don't want to hear men talking about women's vaginas, because you guys don't want us to start talking about your penises, because we can really go there. And most women are not even satisfied. Most men can't even give a woman an orgasm at this point.
Well, in all fairness, Mr. Wilson has admitted that he's
talking about
already
his experience.
Yes,
Right.
correct.
So I understand Mr. Wilson's experience. I just would like for you to clarify and say your experience, Mr. Wilson, because that's not the case out here that other men are having with vaginas. And vaginas don't work like that. It's a muscle. This is why it snaps back.
Before Mr. Wilson get a chance to respond, I know Honey Watts was about to speak. Honey Watts, you want to add something on this, sir? Yeah, okay. Mr. Wilson, until Honey Watts is on, well, Nay, it seems like you have something to say. Nay?
No, I want to hear about this intergalactic pussy that he keep talking about. He said we got spaced out. I said, so evidently you was still deep in space because you would know how wide it is, huh? You was in that black hole and you was loving it, wouldn't you? So I don't understand why men that don't have a clue about what the inside or the intricacies of a JJ is know how deep it is or how wide it is.
Exactly.
Stop it.
Can I
I'm like,
can I put
stop it.
Go ahead,
I'm like
TD.
one thing I can say, I will always stay wet, but you don't always stay erect, now do you? And I'm gonna leave it at that.
Damn.
I know, right?
Yeah, I can say the last man that I dated was almost 20 years older than me. And when men suffer from erectile dysfunction, it turns them into grumpy butts.
It sure
Oh,
I'm gonna
oh.
let TD speak after that, but I have pushback. I'm on Mr. Wilson's side on this one, but go ahead, TD.
Now I want to say this, like as far as the woman's vagina and the space and everything, y'all do realize that when a woman is turned on by you, it naturally opens to receive. I'm starting to notice a lot of guys just be getting off on
This a
friction
man
when
with
they
that
all
grumpy
hype,
JJ.
when they talk about, it got to be so tight, baby. If it's tight, she don't really want you in there.
Damn. So
Damn.
can
Go
we
ahead,
say,
explain it.
Mr. Wilson, are you able to buy honey packs, sir?
Don't need no honey packs. You just need a good-looking woman with a great vagina. Just like every man don't have no 3-foot penis, every woman don't have no great vagina. And we're human, and some of us are imperfect.
I bet.
And that's all it is to it.
Before I press play, Mr. Wilson, I want to maybe you can look him up in your spare time. It's a young man named Jalen Green. He's dating a woman that has a son the same age as him. Her son is 25 and he's 25. And he seems pretty happy. He says it's the best woman he ever had and the best vagina he ever had. Would you see that he should date someone younger?
Some women got it, some women don't. Just like some men have it, some men don't. I have a small penis. Okay, I raised my hand, I got a small penis.
Damn.
But yeah, I've been with some white women 50 and 60 years old, pussy so tight it was turtle pussy, waterproof.
Have mercy.
Okay?
Did he say turtle?
So
he did say turtle. I heard him say
So is
turtle.
that why you talk
this
bad
one-
about black women not smiling at you? Because the
No,
white woman had the tight pussy?
ma'am. I did not make the statue in New York City. The guy made the statue, and the reason he made the statue because that's the image of black women today. You're mean, you're grumpy, you're evil. That
No,
has
but
nothing
you are
to do
saying
with
this.
me.
The statute didn't
Yeah,
say that. You, sir, you're saying all these irrational things about black women and
Go to
how
any church
you're
today.
treated.
Go to any church today
I don't go
where
to
it's an
church.
all black
I don't
church.
go to
I
church.
know a lot of us
Hold
stop
on.
going to church
Let's take a
because
break
there's
because we don't
there's
want to
no
look like we're
credibility
arguing
in
on
it.
the panel. So we did get one more person up here. Ray, like I invited Ray, like I said I would.
Hey Ray,
He popped
how
up.
you been?
What's up? I'm at work.
What's up, Reckless?
Y'all are wild.
Reckless. Golly.
Now Ray doesn't like when
This
I
is
say it, but he predominantly dates white women.
Have mercy.
And they love Ray because he makes a lot of money. What you like 6'3", Ray?
2. I don't need the inch, bro. I'm 6'2".
Yeah, he's 6'2". But the whole point is, I think Ray chooses. I don't think he discriminates. That's why he used to go against the manosphere a lot, because he can get white women or black women, right, Mr. Wilson? He doesn't like this boy Brandon. He's saying I only want to date bunnies. But a lot of men who have access to women like myself, like Ray does, you can date whoever you want to date. You don't have to really be on some Ray shit. That makes sense, right?
Right. I mean, I think the issue is the it's a vitriol. Like this is like the living embodiment of who hurt you. Like, in my opinion, because it's like if you're gonna date who you want to date. Oh, sorry, I got bad signal out here. Can you hear me now?
Yeah.
Yeah, we hear you. Go ahead.
Okay. So the issue is the issue that I see with this entire conversation is if you're gonna date with who you want to date, and you're actually dating who you want to date, You don't have to chastise or talk bad about who you're not dating, unless that's what you want, and what you want didn't want you. Like, there's no reason for it. Like, can we talk about, like, from a cultural standpoint, how things could be better, how these could be perceived as issues? Sure, but unless you've dated every single black woman in America, we can't say that they're all like that. And to your comment that you made earlier, which I did find completely disgusting, as a fucking conservative black man who got flown out for the inauguration, who voted for Trump, who's politically active. What we're seeing, every clip that you see online is not reality. If you believe that that is reality, then you have a distorted view, or you're seeing something that's replicating where you're at because you're poor. So that's just the reality. Because, like, if you're around trash people, you're gonna see trash. Like, the believing of every little clip that we see. Like, does it happen? Absolutely. Is it a problem? Definitely. But does that mean that every single black woman does that? Like, no, that is not true. In any form or fashion. Like,
And Ray, just to bring that point home, the Lululemon clip that has been circulating recently of African American women, having fun and following that trend on TikTok about the Lululemon song. Based on your statement, you would say that clip doesn't define all black women. Would you agree?
100%. I mean, do people go outside? Like, if you look around and you see all black women doing that, then, like, you are poor and you live in the hood. Like, that's all I can say is, like, that's just not. No, it's not reflective at all.
I agree 100%. Who here disagrees with what Brother Ray is saying?
The question I ask, how come we're not seeing more clips of women being the opposite of the Lululemon clips? We're seeing more Lululemon clips than we're seeing the opposite of it.
Well, then if we're gonna go that route, then why don't you see every stupid thing that happens in poor white trash areas? Because people don't post it. People post stuff, and then people share stuff. And this is how I know that these people who get on these panels don't actually have access to white people. Like, you're not around white people like that. Because if you were, you would know that they have the exact same shit going on in every single fucking trailer park, in every single adjacent poor area that's adjacent to the hood, because they put them in the same areas. You're not having an honest conversation. I understand that's because people get on YouTube and like to play characters when they're on here, because you act like it's not real. But the stuff that you're saying, people are actually listening to. People are hearing it, and people are being influenced by it. What you say matters, and you guys should start carrying yourselves as such. It's pathetic that people get on here and want to play a role. It's not only pathetic, you have mental issues. Like, that is actually a mental health issue. You're LARPing reality online.
Just
so, yeah, it is an issue.
Before you respond, I have to ask Ray one more question before I continue on with the video, and then I'll come right back to Mr. Wilson and let everybody else speak. Ray, as somebody who has more experience with white women than I do, have you ever experienced one that has attitude, or are they all submissive?
Bruh, everything that affects our culture eventually affects their culture. It just hits us first and worse. They're having the same problem. Bro, I could give you a rundown of chicks that are in my DMs that are single white baby mamas right now.
Damn.
They're having the same issue. The same problem. With their own people.
It's happening in every race. They're upcoming demographic of single baby mamas.
100%.
Or white girls are more likely to be getting abortions because their parents had the money to pay for it. Because in high school, it was all white girls that was having abortions. And when I say abortions, I know one girl that's had like 10 of them.
Dang, wait, 10?
Damn.
At that point, in the ghost house?
Yes, ma'am. Yeah. I am not bullshitting. It was a white girl, and her parents didn't like that she liked black men. And I think the first time she got pregnant, she was like 13 or 14. So yeah, during high school, she had about 10 abortions because her parents did not want her to bring a little niglet into this world.
Damn. With that being said, let's continue, child.
Molly, you know how many black women date men who look like Christian Love? Come on now.
Ooh, where they
Yeah,
at?
but
Because
he
I always hear a
stop
woman
it.
talk about looks. Oh,
Stop
he ain't
it.
tall
Yeah, but
enough.
even if-
Oh, he ain't cute
even if
enough.
he-
Oh, this, and that. It's always something. It's
Yeah,
never
women out
about
here with men
like.
who look like left feet now.
That's not true. Jay Prince got 3 baby mamas by 3 different women. Y'all gotta relax.
Y'all gotta stop.
That's all I'm gonna say.
I got two.
Yeah, but some women would find you to be attractive, honey. Why? Talking about Tree Monster looking niggas, Flavor Flav looking niggas.
I said he came out with his locks and stuff. And he was like, oh, okay, you trying to flex for
I done
the
seen Tree Monster looking men with women. So
I
black
know
women
that's
are women to date. Black women date unattractive men all the time.
All
Fat
the time.
man. Look at Anton and his wife. Child.
the
Let's keep
time.
going. I didn't want to even go there.
Monster and
I'm a different man today.
Child,
We gotta
Milky
stop.
Milky.
Anton
I
and his
got
wife
baby.
are
I
story
got
men.
babies that one.
Ooh, damn.
Anton probably come up to like Ray waist.
Bruh, dude. Why, bro?
Have mercy.
Hey,
Attractiveness is subjective, bro. It's subjective. So, like, maybe that's just what these chicks like. Some chicks like tree stumps, bro. Let them have what they want.
That's
I
true.
agree.
That's true.
Let's go.
That. And that,
Where?
but even when they do date ugly
Because
men,
the white girls
this
are
is
picking them
always-
ones.
always
The white
that-
girls are picking
rid
the
of
ones
white.
that we don't pick. They're picking what's his name, Travis Hunter. They're picking the ones that we would look at and be like, he ain't cute enough. He
Corny.
don't have enough swag.
Right.
Yeah, he's corny. Like, let's be honest. We don't want the man that's not a felon. Like, let's come
I think also too, like you gotta. I think you have to.
I'm sorry to keep pausing it. I'm the good wife, but I do think it's disingenuous. Travis Hunter is a Heisman winner. I think he undoubtedly could have found a black woman to date him. He chose to date who he chose, and we found out that she was a thought. You got it, wife.
So you think that in high school he was attractive, that he was able to date black women when he was in high school? Like he was the type of females that high school high school female, black high school women, he was their type.
I'm gonna tell you why right now,
Yeah.
right? And you froze up, honey. Watch, you froze up a little bit, but I heard what you said. Yes, I do think so, right? Because it is. He's over 6 feet. He's in shape. He comes from a good family dynamic. He was the #1 football player at his high school, and some will argue in college he was better than Prime Son. He won the Heisman. I definitely think with his success, with him being in shape, with him being a focused student, a lot of women that are African American would find him to be attractive. I do think that. I mean, I meet black women like Nay that watch anime and shit. Trust me, they're out here.
Mm-hmm.
I just think he chose. Yeah,
straight
bro, he
nerd.
chose to be with that. I think she was Mexican. I can't remember shorty name, but I do remember everybody on the internet giving him a hard time because they basically said she was a thought. Then I asked myself, if you was going to go through this with black women, allegedly, I mean, why choose a white woman? Come on, my nigga.
Indeed. I think they be reaching for something that, that they really can't have. Folks don't be dating on their level. They be reaching too far up.
I'm gonna stick to what I said. They focus too heavy on the ones that don't like them instead of really looking around and noticing that there's others that are checking them out. But they so focused on who don't want them.
That's true. I mean, my God.
What level is above Travis Hunter? That's an honest question.
Well,
Do you really think the chick that he's dating is above him? She's lighter complected, but she broke. He's her come up. She needs him.
Yeah, but to him, he's looking at the outer. He ain't paying attention to what she can bring. He just looking at the outer part. Like,
100%.
A toy. He's playing with her. You know what I'm saying? That's what
I can see that. That's unfortunate that as a culture, that's where it stops. I mean, I have no qualms with somebody dating somebody that they're attracted to, because you should be. Like, if you don't want to, honestly, if you don't want to fuck me, I don't want to date you. Like,
yeah,
like, why would you do that? But you're correct about the other stuff that has to fill in. Like, you do want to find somebody that you want to procreate with that has character. I can agree with that.
Like, pause for a second, you guys. Okay. We do not mind if you having opinions in the chat. We will not insult the host or the people on this channel. So, Noble Mayan, whoever you are, you can either remove yourself or be removed. We're not going to insult the host. Okay? Y'all can continue.
Thank you, Nay. That was his only warning. Let's continue.
Emotions. Our emotions are tied up in a man's looks. Like, it's the dumbest reason.
Yeah.
We don't care if he can't read. We don't care if he's not a good dad. Does he look good? And
That's
he'll make
right.
us butterflies.
Are you kidding me? Where have black women said that they don't care that
No, that's
they're not a good dad? Oh my
She
God.
said can't read too.
Can't read. Oh wow.
And before that, she said that we like felons.
Like what are you talking about?
Insane.
So imagine
I
a woman-
told y'all it gets worse as it goes on. I told you.
TD did warn us that it get worse and worse.
You did say that.
He did. I don't think if a woman approached Hunter Watts and he said, "Hey man, I don't have no felonies. I never committed no crime," she gonna say, "Well, nigga, I'm not interested."
God Almighty! I get so sick of hearing that black women like bad boys. We do not.
I know.
We do not.
Like,
and
Can we-
that is such a misconception. That
It
is
is.
crazy.
And
can-
not all
I
black
will
men
say-
live in
I-
the
can I
hood
say-
or ghetto. Like I'm sick and tired of. They think black people we all reside in one area. I have 3 sons. About to have a 4th son. Are any of my children growing up in hoods?
No,
they
they-
never lived in a hood.
No, they super spoiled.
This is what I'm saying. Like all black people don't live in the hood or the ghettos and
Right.
deal with gun violence and robbery and burglary. No, my kids have never experienced any of that. I didn't grow up like that. I grew up in a suburb. Like what? And I had 2 parents. I come from a 2-parent household. So this whole thing about I don't like that she's saying that all black men are criminals. Women who are dating black men, they're felons, they're criminals, they can't read, they're bad fathers. That's a bad look. Like she's really speaking poorly of black men, making it seem like something's wrong with black women. Like no.
She just co-signing stereotypes.
Yeah,
And that's what's
that's
ridiculous. That's all she's doing. She's co-signing. Like everything she said was a stereotype. There are plenty of black women who do not rock with those type of dudes.
Most black women. It's
Most
not
women
most.
don't.
It's
Most black women
most.
don't.
It's
Yeah.
most.
That is
Yeah, I
not
think that it's insulting that I would assume
It's
the only way
insulting to
Mr.
my
Wilson can get a woman is if he was a deadbeat dad and a felon and he sold crack rock.
Yeah.
That's ridiculous. Go ahead, Ray. Go ahead, Ray. Oh my bad. Watts, Ray, whichever.
I
Get it, Warren.
do want to say that in my personal experience, okay, that there are a large group of females that I have interacted with that tell me that they like me because they feel like I'm some reformed thug, like I'm a hood nigga that got sense. Like I've heard that quite often. So that's not a far-fetched thought process.
They just don't know how to put what they're trying to say in words. That's all it is. What they're saying is that you are a good guy that looks like that you can protect them.
Yep.
And
That's what I was
their-
about to say.
That's what it is.
all they're
Yeah,
saying. They're not
That's what
but-
it is.
that they
but
want
the,
you to be you're a thug. No, that's not what she's saying. You know, most people who use that type of verbiage, they're just immature in the way that they speak. That's all. That's all. We do not like bad boys. What happens is that folks that grow up in the hood, who are subjected to, all those types of things, they date who are lateral to them. And that's who the media and all this, that's who pretty much is promoted, shown for the mass of us. They go to the low levels of us and put that for the forefront, and it's just not true. It's just
can
not
I
true.
jump in on that?
Sure.
Okay, so I think this is the inverse to what Mr. Wilson was doing. Like it's the what black person insulted you. It's literally the inverse. Like they go, okay, so go ahead.
Oh, sorry. Go ahead, Ray. Go ahead.
Can anybody remember?
Hold on, Mr. Wilson. Hold on, Mr. Wilson. Let's let Ray finish his point, then we go straight to you, sir. Sorry, sir.
Yeah. Oh, okay. So yeah, it's if you're going to paint a stereotype, one of the things that we can't look at logically though is we do have culturally survivor's guilt exists. You have people who get removed from those environments and will be in a whole totally different retrospect in life and still go back to that environment even though they don't have to, versus bringing the people out of that environment to where they're at. We do that. I see that in my family. People, we have news reports. Remember that lawyer that got off down in Texas? Messing around with thugs. People do not leave. That's actually more or less the problem of the culture, is like, we will default back to that. We got that politician right now that's going viral. The black woman that we know can talk, that puts on hood vernacular to get black people hyped up. And she's educated and never lived in the hood, but she'll play that role. Like, that's an actual problem. Like,
You talking about Jasmine Crockett?
Yeah, Jasmine Crockett. I have seen interviews of her speaking to white people with good vocabulary. Like, she doesn't talk slang, no ebonics, none of that shit. And she never lived in the hood. She's been in private school her entire life.
I said, okay, I think all black people who are in presence of a certain demographic of people speak properly, especially when they're having a conversation, or especially if they're in an interview. But when you're amongst your people, you speak amongst your people.
Yep, that's true.
So I don't want to hear anything about she puts on hood vernacular. No, she's amongst her people, so she speaks the way we all speak. I'm like, just because you pronounce all your words doesn't make you less.
You're a politician. You are a politician.
No,
I'm gonna leave it at that. Like, that's not the job. You at work. You are a politician. You represent this country.
Exactly. That means you you represent whatever vernacular they speak. You have to speak in the same vernacular as them. They need to understand you as their politician, or they wouldn't have voted for you.
She's not speaking to them. She's just speaking.
So
she's not speaking. She's not. I would understand if she was like in the hood and she's like, yo.
We're not going to talk about her, but at the end of the day, any politician speaks for their constituents in the way that their constituents speak for them. So you speak to them. So we're not going to sit up and bash this girl about how she speaks to anybody, because all of them. If you could say that, if you want to say that, people can sit up and look at you as a black man, even though you pronounce and announce all your words, and say, but you still a hood nigga.
Oh, that's totally fine. The thing is, I don't care about the words, but the issue is I'm not going to be perceived as perpetuating a stereotype that gets hood niggas killed. You ain't gonna say that about me.
It wouldn't matter. You can speak properly.
It does matter though. That's where you're messed up. Is it does matter, because you can't say that. You can't be like, oh, based on the way that I talked, I heard him talk over the phone. That's a hood nigga. Like, you would never guess. You're not gonna perpetuate a stereotype based on how I.
But who was perpetuating the stereotype, you or them?
I want to go into Mr. Wilson now and let him get a chance to speak before we continue the video. Whenever you guys are, have concluded.
No, go ahead, Mr. Wilson.
Oh, okay, real fast. I want to ask, can anybody remember what they were doing on Sunday, September 8th, 1974?
No, sir.
We wasn't even born.
Okay.
No,
the reason I asked, because it was brought up about being around white people. And the reason I brought that day up is because that's the day Evel Knievel jumped over Snake River Canyon. That's also the day in which I came in the state of Oregon. And in Ashland, Oregon, on that very day, there was a sign saying 40% of this restaurant is supported by the Ku Klux Klan. That I never will forget this. I walked up to that white woman. I said, ma'am, can I have change so I can use the telephone? Because back then the telephone was still a dime. That lady gave me change for a quarter, called me sir. And I went and used the phone to call my aunt, et cetera, et cetera. And I got a whole long story about being around white people, et cetera, before you guys were born. I said all of that to say this. I was in a restaurant where the people was 40% supported by the Ku Klux Klan. in 1974, and the white woman still smiled at me and treated me right better than a black woman in church today who won't smile at
Oh
me.
Lord
going,
Jesus.
Flippity floppity floopity. And I
Yes,
can
go
prove
ahead and sing
that.
us a hymnal too while you at it, bro. Come on now.
Are you sitting
Come
there
on
Now,
now.
no, I can prove everything I'm saying because of Matthew chapter 12, verse 36. I have to give an account of every idle word I say in front of Jesus Christ when he come back. So I know what I'm doing. Now, the one thing I want to say about Mr. Brown.
Go ahead.
True
Go ahead.
enough, wait, Mr. Brown, he doesn't talk like a thug or anything like that. And he don't do anything to get black people killed, except vote Republican. Because don't forget, Rick Snyder poisoned that water and 10 to 12 black people died. And not one black Republican said a word about it. Elon Musk just poisoned Memphis, and not one black Republican has said a word about it. So no, there's just because you don't call me nigger, don't mean you don't treat me like one.
Damn.
Okay. Well, I mean, I guess you can't vote for anybody because everyone hates you. That's fine. Live in that world. Enjoy it.
All right.
Like I don't know how that's supposed to affect me. Like I'm gonna wake up tomorrow, I'm gonna have money and do what I need to do. Like,
sir, you can have all the money you want, and you can go to hell too. And that's
100%. That's right.
Christ,
and I might have the best seat.
Not between me, but I just want people to know: just because a black man has money and talk well, don't mean he won't go to hell.
Fair
and
enough.
When Jesus Christ wiped the tears away from my eyes, if mama go to hell, it's not going to bother me. Because remember, once he wiped them tears away from your eyes, that's it. Now, the thing is,
okay,
I know Republicans don't believe in a heaven and hell, only when it's come to O.J. Simpson. Okay. Now, O.J. Simpson gonna go to hell, but Donald.
Shut up, silly woman.
That was a mistake, Mr. Wilson. That was a mistake. That was a mistake. Keep going, Mr. Wilson.
Damn.
I just want to say this. The one thing about it, some of us go up through different experiences, and then I'm gonna land my plane. Guys, to me, everybody, we all have our own way of surviving in the times in which we live in today. And so, to give it a little 1975 jive, the game is a cold thing. And if I have to cheat to beat you, I'm still going to teach you. You let this knowledge I spit at you reach you.
Okay, my brother.
Okay.
Goodbye.
Before I press play, Mr. Wilson, did he leave?
I wanted to say something to Mr. Wilson.
Hey, bro, I gotta sit up here and go to hell by myself now, bro.
Golly, damn. He took you all the way to the pit. He took you to the pit, child.
I'm about to go get an old man drunk and see how much I can laugh listening to him talk.
See, Daryl, this is why I didn't want to come up here. You got me in the middle of my day, had an old black man with a small dick tell me I'm going to hell, bro. I gotta sit with that the rest of this day, bro.
Well, you're not going to hell. Absolutely not, Ray. You're not going to hell.
You going to hell? I got a wide pussy because I'm 44.
Like he came up.
So Daryl, I just want to point out outdated, and it seemed like he was a man during his time, his era, that wasn't successful with black women, with women. Period.
No, he
exactly. I was about to say women. Period.
Yeah.
He wasn't successful.
He was looking
with
to
women,
the left
period.
and looking to the right, and maybe
He's misogynistic, and he don't even.
I
know
mean,
it.
but bro told us he was sitting with the Klan.
That's what I'm saying.
Flirting with white women.
Bruh.
So
That was a real
Mr. Wilson, if ain't nobody told you today, I love you, Mr. Wilson, and you can send me your address so I can send you a hug, baby.
Nigga acting like Stacks and Smoke, child.
Oh my god.
Look, all the women on this panel were smiling at Mr. Wilson.
So
You would have let Mary inside the goddamn building. We ought to have been
Bro. You know what's sad though is like I think that he's got such a hatred in his heart that he can't see black women smiling at him. I honestly think that. Like, I think he
No,
sees
but
what
he
he
kept
wants
saying
to see.
he kept saying the church, and I'm like, okay, it's black women outside the church that smile. So
That's a
why you
fact.
keep
Right.
saying the church? Okay, who really want to smile in your face is they praising the Lord right about now.
If you can't find black
Dang.
women nowhere else, you can find them in church.
In the church,
That's a
child.
fact,
Facts.
especially here in Chicago.
That's what
That
he's
Oh my,
telling you. You
that
know
black
that.
I
women,
said
that
everybody smile.
yeah, see that black women should smile thing. That's one of them personal things. Like I personally don't have that problem moving around in the world. Maybe I
Because you're
don't pay
cute.
attention to the. I mean, but see, I don't. I think I'll receive that. Thank you. I'll receive that.
Because you're cute.
He said, "I'll take it.
Women
I'll
will
take
smile
it."
at you all the time.
you say
How?
because he cute,
I
Nay?
think,
That what you
Because
said?
he's a handsome
but
guy.
Wow.
Hello, Betty.
Bruh.
but I think a part of it too is I don't pay any attention to anybody that's not fucking with me. Like I'm just
Yes.
not.
And
That
I don't
part.
think
That's
Mr.
how you supposed
Wilson
to move.
understands that it's all about energy. Like black women, we pick up EMFs off of people. So me personally, I'm not nice. So I'm not smiling at everybody because my grandma taught me, baby, you can't show your teeth to every guy you meet. But if the spirit moves me when you walking past me and I feel that energy and it feels good, I'm tickled on the inside, I'm instantly gonna smile. So nigga, if they not smiling at you, maybe it's you. And that funk ass attitude and energy you carrying around you.
Amen.
And
Just saying.
I think that there's a certain superpower if you can get a mean black woman that isn't smiling and have a conversation with her and make her laugh. That is that's an ability
Exactly.
that needs to be
Exactly.
developed.
Well, I'm not necessarily mean. I'm just not nice.
I
Like
didn't
I'm
mean
a
it to be
kind and
disrespectful.
compassionate person. But I just don't and especially if I feel your energy and that shit is stank, fuck no, you ain't getting no smile. I'm mean mugging you and I'm growling at your ass.
So, honey, why? I was telling my wife about this young lady. Remember I told you about the 23-year-old that work at my job?
Yeah.
And all the niggas on her. And she was literally saying, I'm not in the mood to talk to nobody. What niggas kept telling, let me show you how to start your truck. Let me show you how to do the how to engage the parking brake. Nigga, she a grown ass woman.
Right. She said she's not in the mood.
You know what I'm saying? It wasn't until yesterday when she approached me and was asking. That's when I'm not about to talk to the girl. She clearly got an attitude. You know what I'm saying? She clearly in a fucked up mood. But because she's visually appealing, I told my wife, the girl was gorgeous. Niggas just couldn't not walk up to her, doing goofy shit, asking like if she want to hit the blunt on a break. What are you doing, dog? You know what I'm saying?
Bruh.
They trying to
Some
coerce some
professional ass
pussy out
niggas.
of her.
Okay.
Daryl, can I address one comment in the chat real quick?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, so KTV Radio says keep ignoring black women attitudes. And I say to you, Mr. Radio, you should ignore black women bad attitudes. You should.
Mm-hmm.
If you ignore them, guess what happens? The attitude goes away.
Yep.
You should ignore it. Don't feed into bad behavior.
Yep.
That's good advice.
But one can say that attitude is subjective.
That's what I'm saying. Please define.
I don't have a smile on my face. Doesn't mean
Definitely
I have an
subjective, but I knew what he
attitude.
was talking about. I knew what he was talking about.
Yeah, I get what you're saying. Like, yeah, I just feel like when I hear males say they got when I hear males say, "Oh, she has a bad attitude," attitude is something different to everyone. Also, attitude is also driven. I would say driven by the way you was raised and brought up in an environment that plays a role too. Perception is one thing and perspective is another. So you can think that you can perceive her to have an attitude, but she may just be walking into the store going to get what she needs to get and get up out of there, and she got to get back home. Like, women don't have to always be pleasant for men. Like, I don't smile at men when I go out. I look forward and I look straight. And my husband actually asked me this, like, why you're not as friendly? And what did I say to you? If I'm too friendly, or if I come out, because they're gonna take it as me being, my attitude is, I'm friendly. I'm too friendly.
Flirtatious.
What do I get? I get followed to my car. I get men trying to
Yeah.
purchase my groceries.
Yeah, nigga, Chicago crazy.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Like
They
you
do
can't.
too
Like,
much.
yeah, I get men trying to purchase my
Well, let me not say
groceries.
they crazy. They're bold with
They're
their.
very bold, and they
Yeah.
don't know
Yeah.
how to tell them. You can tell them I'm married. Well, that's cool, baby. I could just be
That
your
don't mean
friend.
nothing to
You ain't
me.
gotta know.
We can still
Like they
talk.
don't know how to
Yeah.
take no for an answer.
For an
And stop
answer.
bothering women while you're out. If you see someone you're interested, make it a respectful advance towards her. If you do not get the response you want, keep it pushing.
I would wonder that, Ray, when I was in Chicago, I would see like dudes get mad, you know what I'm saying, when a girl rejected them. But maybe because I was in Detroit and it's so destitute. Here in Illinois, bro, it's an abundance of women.
Bro,
Fighting
when
women.
I was up, we used to go up there I used to go up there once a year to meet up with my homie who's from Minnesota for his birthday. Chicago's different, bro. Like, it's so easy to pick chicks up
These
there.
homies,
I don't understand how they have the ability to get mad. Like,
No, I agree. Welcome back, TD Tellums. Let me make sure I get you a spot, man.
Look, smile at people who smile at you. Some men don't smile, some women don't smile. It doesn't mean they have an attitude problem. Please, once again, I want you to define a black woman's attitude.
Yeah, I don't
so
really get
I think
attitude.
it's a perception of attitude. It's a perception of attitude. And it's because people don't have grace. Like people have bad days. Like when I don't know if it's a class. And I don't know. Maybe it's a class thing. But like me personally, my life's pretty damn good. I don't smile when I'm out because I like the lady said earlier. I don't feel like I owe anybody a smile. Like I don't need to. I don't need to do that.
If I'm
But
focused on something,
when
why do I need to smile at you? Hey,
right,
hey,
but
I think
when I see any woman not smiling, I go, I hope. I just assume, I'm like, yo, she's probably having a bad day, a hard time, and doesn't have the life I have. Like, and I keep it pushing. I'm like, you know what? I have some grace for that person. I'm like, yo, like I might say a little prayer for you when I walk by, depending on how snarled up your face is. So I'm like, you going through something? Get that demon off that woman. Like, let her go. Like.
And then like they said, a lot of times it's not even something like that. It's just, she's just not smiling because she's just not smiling. It don't mean she got an attitude or she's having a bad day.
Or
It's
maybe
just,
she was thinking
smile
of
is
her
not her.
grocery list. She might be
100%.
thinking of her grocery
You-
list and not even paying no
Yeah.
attention to you.
Give grace. Well, I mean, I know people are. I go out of my way to not be paid attention to. So I get that, but I do observe faces. It's just like part of my training. I observe faces because like sometimes stuff pops off and like you need to be able to read a face to know what's about to go down. But so I'm constantly reading faces. Like I look at faces all the time. Like that's my thing. I'm not looking like, hey, you're looking at me. I'm like, I'll look at you and you not know I'm looking at you, but I'm reading your face.
But we don't live in a culture to where all races of women are walking around looking like Stanford wives with smiles on their face every day. You know who you smile at and talk to and you soften up with? When I approach the cashier, when I'm getting my order taken, when I'm trying to get by something in line. If I overhear someone talking about something in a grocery store with some meat, I'll say, hey, and we'll have a conversation back and forth a little bit about some eggs or this grade of meat. Like, when I go to the bank and I have to fill out stuff, hey, good morning, how are you? Like, I'm not walking around here trying to smile all day. Do you know a smile? That's a muscle. No one is holding that muscle up all day and every day. Like, get out of here. And the thing about it is, this question is never posed to men. Why are men not smiling? Why are you guys not smiling? I don't care why you're not smiling. It's not my business. I don't care. It doesn't bother me. But don't come up to me asking me why I'm not smiling. If a man asks me, don't get cursed out by me.
Let me.
Right, and we never complain that the only time that we get smiled at is when a nigga want to fuck on us.
Right, or when he's trying to get something from you, or when he wants your phone.
Oh no!
Side of the road, changing our tire. They're not gonna pull over and help us. But if he want to slide up in them cheeks, he gonna be all up in your face.
Nice.
See, Black Dahlia, let me tell you what happened to me yesterday before I go back to the video, right? I think TD had something he wanted to add in too. So
hey TD.
I was up in
hey guys.
I was north of Milwaukee in a little town or whatever. I was eating at an Italian place called Rosati's. And you know what I'm saying? The waitress, it was two Italian people. One was a man and one was a woman. Neither one of them spoke English, so we already had problems. And they wasn't nice at all. My wife, I had my Ray-Ban Metas on, so they didn't know I was on the phone talking through my glasses. She could hear everything. They ain't know nothing, babe. Remember they had to FaceTime the owner just to take my order and shit. And eventually he gave me my fries, no cheese on. I'm from Detroit. I need cheese on my fries. And they had an attitude the whole time. I had to go off on them. I'm not gonna listen, Ray. I was mean. I had to go back to my old self. But I said, this is why Trump trying to kick you out the fucking country.
he said, let me make this phone call to ICE real quick.
Yeah, bro, I swear to God, I was so upset because Amazon will give you 30 minutes for your break. So in that 30 minutes, I'm expecting to have my food in the first 10, eat the rest of the 20, smoke a little blunt or whatever. Bro, it took the whole 30 for them to give me my food. Only thing I ordered, Ray, was a sub and some cheese fries. So I was highly upset, you know what I'm saying? But I had to tell them, and I used Google Translate to make sure they understand me.
Oh my God.
Sending y'all back to your country. You know what I'm saying? You don't have good attitude.
But they allowing they allow white Afrikaners over here.
Hey, I ain't being nice to them neither because they ain't Americans.
No, but they said, but I haven't seen them deport a white person yet.
But this the kicker, though, right, Ray?
I digress.
It's the kicker. She had a black boyfriend, bro.
Damn.
I'm not surprised.
Bro, she didn't like my order, bro. I said cheese fries. What? Bro. So I'm asking myself, like, why you even with Shorty? But I knew why. When she turned around, I knew exactly why he was with her.
He said that booty, though.
That booty.
That's terrible. So the kids are still out here just dating appendages, huh? That sucks.
Bro, thank God. And you see that a lot here in Chicago because it's so interracial here. So many, you know what I'm saying? Like, this is a sanctuary state, so they can come here and have all the freedom as an American. So, you know what I'm saying? You see that a lot here where it's a woman that if she was black, they would call her fat, but if she was Dominican or Mexican, niggas call her thick and they rock. I'm somebody rocking with it heavy out here, bro. Next time you out
That's
here,
ridiculous. That is wild. Like, you got to keep your standard across the board. I hate that. Like, when people got more leniency for like another group of people over your own group, I'm like, if that's fat in your group, bro, that's fat for everybody. Like, you can't change the color and the size changes. Like, that's not how that works.
Unfortunately, that's how they thinking out here. Let's go to the part where TD was talking about. Let's keep going because I'm going to finish this video today. And shout out to everybody for pulling up. I really appreciate all of y'all for supporting my wife and myself. Like I said, she about to give birth in 6 days. So after that, gonna kind of slow down, but I appreciate y'all nevertheless.
Congratulations.
Literally, that's our
Thank you.
Thank you, Ray.
Thank you, Ray.
Well, I know plenty of black women who make sure that they not only are attracted to the men that they date, but also are with men who have something to lose, who have good careers, have a good head on their shoulders. Like the majority of the women that I know and that I'm around, they don't really, they no boys. I mean, maybe if you frequent the hood a lot and you do hood shit, you would know a lot about that. But
Cardi B is saying that rapping about how she won a felon, and these girls is following her. It's not just to the hood. But I forgot you are privileged, so go ahead. Speak from your privileged position, Jazz. I'm listening. Some of us are from the hood, though.
I don't want to.
Shout out to Jazz for completely ignoring Molly and not being baited into that conversation. Let's continue.
Speak
from your black privilege, girl.
And also, she's a mixed biracial woman, basically white, and she's the one with the attitude, not Jazz, who is fully black. Just want to point that out.
Listening.
Do y'all hear something? Is that me?
Come on.
Something is just like a little buzzing.
That's your microphone.
I don't know. Is it me? Is it my phone? Do y'all hear that too?
It's you, Jazz.
So like I was saying.
Again, I'm sorry to continue to pause it, but I really don't like Molly. And the one thing I don't like seeing is black women being called masculine and all the rest of this shit. But then we have a biracial white woman on the panel, literally doing that behavior. I don't see Brandon saying shit. Anton is going to always remain quiet because he's focused on a dollar, and RM not saying shit, which is why I have chosen to not respect y'all as black men. That's a fact. And any of y'all got a problem with it, just let me know. Just let it be known.
While that it may be certain women, a certain subset of women who entertain a certain subset of black men, is definitely not the majority. And I think if what Paul Pierce is saying, if that's his experience, that's his experience. If he hasn't had a good black woman to appreciate him or submit to him in any type of way, that's unfortunate. Because we all know it's not.
But before you go, I just want to give a little bit of context. So Paul Pierce, before that clip, said that he only date black women, and he said that he's previously divorced.
We know that's not true, Anton.
We know he just.
Oh my God! I already got the clip already loaded, Anton.
He used the service to rent a girlfriend.
Why do I even gotta do this?
To pay for a non-black woman.
Now I gotta big screen it.
So men have the option to choose what type of woman they want, and he still didn't choose a black woman. He chose to rent a white woman.
Yeah, Paul Pierce only date black women. He has said he only date black women. That's a lie. That's a bold-faced ass lie, child.
Wait, turn it up. You know what I'm saying? Hey, how you doing? Camille, nice to meet you.
It's a white woman.
Hey, how you doing?
You see her? It's a white woman. Yeah, look at her arm and follow it back to the face in the corner.
So
Right
he
here.
out here paying?
Yeah. Watch the clip.
Oh no! Oh
like
no! All his comments is null and void. Then.
Oh, you gonna like this one, TD?
Throw a wall in here and turn it up. You know what I'm saying? Kevin. Hey, how you doing? Camille, nice to meet you. That's Formula One everywhere, ain't it? Formula One everywhere.
This is my girlfriend for the day. They got a website that you can hire girlfriends for.
Formula One everywhere.
This is my girlfriend for the day. They got a website that you can hire girlfriends for the day.
Stop, man.
And so I got a girlfriend.
Stop, man. Stop.
You can hire girlfriends for the
Stop,
day.
man.
I went on the website and I hired a
Look
girlfriend
right
for the day.
Look.
But let Anton tell it. This black man only dates black women. You can't make this shit up. The gaslighting and the lies. Anton, you were saying?
Divorce from a black woman. That he can give a little bit of context. So Paul Pierce, before that clip, said that he only date black women, and he said that he's previously divorced from a black woman, and he said that he only dates black women. The question I was asked to him is why most NBA athletes prefer to date white women, and so he gave an assumption based off of what he's seen, but he personally said that he's never dated a white woman. So
then we know if you watch the clip where he said that, Anton, then he lied. He lied. Because we already have him on national TV talking about he hired a white woman off a website. And again, let's say if me and Honey Watts, hey, I'm about to go over Honey Watts' crib. Me and TD, we going over Honey Watts' cribs. And out of nowhere, I want me a white woman, but I can't go outside of Starbucks and get one. I'm gonna open my phone. How do you purchase one? Do you just put your credit card in? Like, do they accept prepaid cards like Cash App? Mark ass nigga.
Getting women off a website, ordering women off a website is diabolical. Oh my God.
Yeah, bro.
Think about the kind of bullshit that's going through your mind to even say that out of your mouth on a Showtime network.
I mean, you just let that thought fester in your mind, and nothing in your mind said we probably shouldn't say this.
Please remember, we are still talking about the same nigga that got fired from ESPN for having strippers in the background in his live. We are talking about the same.
Oh man,
this man has no credibility.
Yeah, man. Yeah, I'm sorry. Yeah, once I realized you paying for it, yo, be quiet. Be quiet.
Yeah, Paul Pierce can't talk to us about relationships. Now, basketball, you got it. You beat Kobe Bryant,
Right.
you got it. But this shit, no.
No, sir. No. Stay out of that. Just stay out of it.
I couldn't agree more. Well, let's get it.
Just give me.
Okay. Well, thank you for that. I didn't know.
I didn't know they did. You know what's funny though? There's a lot of. I think that regarding social media, I'm gonna mute you just because your feedback is crazy. But a lot of NBA players are married to black women. So I think that someone did a poll or something, and it's like most of the black men are married to black women. So it's like we pick these little white speckles of women, and they're like, "Oh, why is that black man?" But what about the white? What about the black women that date white men? What about the Serena Williams? Is there the big pushback for her? One of the best women tennis players? I don't think so. Like, but I don't know. I think
You don't think that Serena has gotten pushed back for her relationship? Are you out your fucking mind?
She has.
You don't think that Tommy and Angry Man and Anton and Kevin, when he was alive, all of them broke down those videos? You don't think that if I wanted to, I can spend a week breaking down their videos about why she chose a white man? Who, by the way, owns Reddit and is a billionaire. Just throw that out there.
Some would say it's diabolical to go walk in at a what's his name, Kendrick Lamar concert and go back to a white man. Yeah, she didn't call plenty of that.
That was my take on it. That's another reason why I didn't like it. You are living with a white man, but you're on stage crip walking. Interesting. Very interesting. Right? And also, VP Harris. What was part of the reason why my brother said he would never support her? I can't fuck with a black woman who got a white man, bro. And she's not even black.
She's not even black. Yeah.
Child.
It's just we over.
I think part of the difference is that sometimes I forgot who, it was just a recent interview. It was an athlete, and he said that he was basically talking about black women. I'm to the point where I don't care who you deal with, just don't put other people down in the process. And typically, whenever black women do date white men, they don't put down black men in the process. Because I follow like the WAGs page, I'm obsessed with it, and L'Oreal Sarkeesian WAGs, wives and girlfriends of like NFL players, and
Jerry, stop it. We already know that Cynthia G exists. We already know that these women exist. I've worked with these women personally. Please don't do it. There is a sector of women, and I'll use one for example. God rest her soul, Lauren Smith Fields. When she died, we as black men, specifically myself and my audience, we all supported her. However, there was problematic tweets that she put out saying that black man wasn't shit and she only dated white men. Coincidentally, she died allegedly at the hands of a white man named Matthew Fontaine, I believe his name was, in Bridgeport, Connecticut. After she met him allegedly on an app called Bumble. What we do know is she died. And some black men felt like she didn't deserve their protection because she had singled out the fact that she was a swirler, is the words that she would use specifically. So, I mean, no, there are a group of black women that do shit on black men. As a matter of fact, babe, remember that video you showed me a while ago when we were in the car that pissed me off?
Yeah.
My wife showed me a video, right, honey?
It
Watch.
made me mad too.
Black woman said, black men are not raised to be husbands. The white men are. Black men are not raised to be providers.
Mm-hmm.
White men are. Black men are not raised to not put their hands on women. White men are protect women. I said, this is the goofiest shit I've ever heard. Wife, turn this shit off. Made no fucking sense.
Tell me you don't know white people without saying you don't know white people.
Thank you.
What the fuck?
I wish I had the clip there.
Like that. No, shit like that is diabolical. To hear a black person say some shit like that is fucking diabolical. Like, what do you think when you look in the mirror? Like, when you look at yourself, what is it that you think for real? Like let's keep it a bean. Don't give the social media answer. Like, people that think like that, like, don't give us the social media answer. What do you really think when you look in the fucking mirror? Because there's no way that you say some shit like that out of your mouth and tell me that you love yourself or your people. Like, get the fuck out of here.
You still got that?
See, that's the mistake. You think they actually thinking.
Yeah, bro. She was standing in her conviction, and I like that part, but I don't like what she was saying because it was inaccurate from a historical standpoint or even a societal standpoint today. But nevertheless, I was just using that as an example to talk about why Jerry in the video. No, you can't say, well, when I see black women with white men, they don't do this. Child, don't even get me started going down that lane. I would hate to prove that wrong.
See, god damn it. You just bro. See, because now that just pissed me off. Because if you're gonna follow the stereotype, let's follow the stereotype all the way. If we're gonna follow the stereotype, most black men are raised by black women. So black men are putting their hands on black women because of black women. Is that the door that you about to open up? Let's play the fucking game.
Do you really want to open this Pandora box? I agree, and I'm glad you said that. Because that's an argument that I would take.
That's what I hear.
Oh, man. Black men are not good men, but 70% of them are raised by black women. You got it, sis.
It's like a whole page or whatever. But most of those women there are black. They're either black or Hispanic. all of them. So I think that it's just that whenever white women do tend to date, they always tend to date up for the most part, and it's more easily accessible. So they're dating the actors, they're dating the tycoons, they're dating the athletes, and it's easier for us to see that as opposed to the Black women. But
I think also we gotta mention too. I just think the big word, it's not submissive. I think more white women are intentional than Black women. And what I mean by intentional, meaning that like I see more white women shooting a shot.
Not so fast, Brandon. Mrs. Joy, are you there, ma'am?
I'm here.
Mrs. Joy, my mind seems to be wondering. I can't put his fucking logic together. Maybe you can help me. If the women were intentional, how did he have multiple white women that he fucked and he went through, met their families, and he's still not with them? Please help me.
I'm so confused with this young man.
That's what I'm saying. He just keeps digging.
I don't know. I think that he's just trying to give excuses to why, why he has chosen to, veer this way. And I don't know.
He's a goon.
He is. Oh, honey.
It's like I can't listen to anything he says, but it's the fact that you don't date Black women, so you don't have experiences with Black women.
Right.
You're just making up all of this in your head.
And I mean, he may have had maybe one probably bad experience, and
he was really young. So when you're a teenager, which brings up a whole nother conversation of Black males still being mad about stuff that happened when they were teenagers. That's a whole nother topic.
It is. That is true.
Like,
my husband still talk about a breakup he had when he was like 13.
Oh no, it's real. I have brothers. Yeah, it's real. It's real.
Yeah.
I wish I would be crying about a woman from fucking high school.
Right. Me crying about a boyfriend.
Yeah, I mean, not necessarily crime, but what I'm saying is it's still brought up, and he 50.
But this man doesn't even fit. He can't. This man doesn't even fit what he's talking about. You're talking about intentionality. You're talking about togetherness and family. But yet you have not chosen one of them white women, or they have not chosen you. You don't have the results that you're giving your opinion on. He doesn't have it.
No,
and then
you're literally born for women.
When he says intentionally, what does he mean by that? Like women aggressively going out here hunting for men, because that's not our place. That's not what we do anyway.
That's very masculine.
Very. So I'm
very masculine. Yeah. So y'all need to have a summit.
To be easy.
Y'all need to get on one accord. Are y'all hunters? Are y'all conquerors? Are y'all leaders? Or are y'all not?
Right.
Like, which one is it?
Pick a struggle. Like, seriously.
I can't keep following, but it's too confusing. He's giving me soft guy era. They're coming after him. He's basically saying these women are like coming after him.
Yeah. He wants it easy. He wants women, to just fall at his feet. Well, no, that's not what you're gonna get, sir.
No, he think being adjacent to whiteness is gonna help him out, but clearly I'm gonna need him to do better because he hasn't scored.
No, he ain't passing the test when they bring him home to meet mom and dad. They say, get this joker out of here.
And as Black women in the community do not take him back, I always say once they go over there, they can stay. They do not need to come back.
I want to ask something.
Unless they were very respectful and still defended their Black women.
I noticed that Ava and Molly, who seem to be the white woman cheerleaders, are not asking this man two questions that's very important to me. Did you have sex with these white girls, and did you marry them? Because if you had sex with them, now I'm asking myself, how much value do they really have to the next man then, based on your own principles? Because we're going to talk about Black women and body counts within this segment. We're going to talk about how they don't keep their legs closed and they open it up for niggas who are felons, which let's say that we concede right now. But where does that leave the white girl who took nut from you? Because, I mean, Miss Joy, correct me if I'm wrong, but is the semen of a felon and the semen of a non-felon different? I mean, You gotta just let me know. Maybe I missed some shit. Oh, she taking
pregnant is pregnant, goddammit.
no, she taking nut from you. She taking nut from the nigga who robbing niggas. It's the same thing. But you got it, Brandon. Let's get it, man.
Than black women. And like when they go after a guy, they don't care. They just shoot their shot and they just stay, you know, and they're persistent.
You don't perceive that as masculine?
Nah, all my girlfriends pursue.
Really?
I initiate conversation first.
And you're not
like that.
You weren't skeptical of that?
So weak.
Men think they're the prize.
Here, Molly.
Right.
Ooh, then I just said soft guy. The soft guyness is real. I called it. I told you he want to live a soft life. You said what you said it too. He want to live the soft life.
So stay over there. He don't want you no way.
You know what? He wants to be a lion, and I say that with all disrespect. He wants to be a lion, and I'm gonna say it again. I say that with all disrespect, because if you actually know and learn about lions, they're lazy. They are not knowledgeable at anything. This is why in Mufasa, when he got separated from his mother and his father, he had to go be with the lioness. What made him special is because he had the same set of skills as the lioness and actually became better and really great at it.
Hunting, et cetera, et cetera.
Yeah.
That's the only reason why the lioness have him around is for
exactly. He was. He had the same set of skills, but all the other lions who were just laying up with other male lions, they perished.
They got wiped out.
They got wiped out.
Mm-hmm.
So
I'm around all day, not checking in the defense. That other male lion,
really do.
the white lion, he had his lioness. They was.
His female lions.
His
was
female
going
lions
stupid.
went crazy.
They was looking like Black Widow.
But he wasn't lazy though. He wasn't a lazy leader. Whether you
leading
like
by
or not.
example.
Right.
Mm-hmm.
But no, not Taka Father. No, he was just lying around all day.
I think Watts want to get in because don't spoil it, but I mean, fuck it. That nigga Taka is Scar. Fuck it.
Yeah, go ahead.
We know.
I'm just saying.
We know.
I'm curious because I do understand how if you hear a man say I'm the prize, that sounds a little what the fuck. I do understand that. But I'm curious because I do think that there are different classes of men, and there are men that fall into the, hey, this is the kind of guy you need to be. Like, how should that be phrased? How does that work? Like, because I should not be compared to half of these niggas that's on the internet. You know what I'm saying? So to not put it in the phrase of I'm the prize, how should a man express something like that?
Ladies.
I feel like I don't think as women, I don't have a problem with you wanting to live in your soft guy era. Just don't get mad when we call it out. Like, own it, stand in it. If you are a man who likes to be catered to and women do that for you, okay, but don't get upset when you come across me and you want me and I'm gonna call you a lazy lion. I'm gonna be disrespectful, bro. It's not, I don't find it masculine for a man to be wanting to be taken care of by women. That, to me, that's not masculine. That's what children do. Children rely on women to take care of them.
I agree. I concur.
And I don't mind the word prize because I definitely think I'm a prize as well. So I want my man to be a prize and I want him to think of me as one.
I agree, Mrs. Joy. Let's continue. Shout out to Brandon. I can't really shame him for having his preferences. I don't know how he grew up, but it just seems like he's never really given a black woman an opportunity to really love him, and he keep running through white women. It seemed like
searching for something. He's looking for something.
He feels like a private school lacrosse playing kid.
Bro. Yeah, Tiger Woods type nigga.
Yeah, more so.
He don't even know how to shoot a jump shot type shit. Like that's what this feels like.
Yeah.
He a lacrosse player.
And then we go visit his cousins, that are probably, living in a different area. The women, and those surroundings, they like, we ain't checking for you, dude.
Yeah, I ain't seen a black kid had a Jones for white girls like this in a long time since Chaotic Truth.
It's running rampant for him. Like, geez.
Yeah, this is crazy.
What y'all doing, Snow Bunnies? Dr. Umar be disappointed in you niggas. 100 lashes.
Honey,
Can I ask you something, Brandon? If it
Oh,
was a
fair
black
use. Shout out to End Time. Fair use.
that if it was a black woman that ever approached you, would you be receptive to that? Or
Actually, I was very receptive, and that was actually within the last year. A woman approached me, and we started talking and chatting, and then we went out on a date. I think for me, it was the fact that she had a kid, and I just wasn't going to pursue it further.
What I will say about prizes, I don't approach males. I don't approach men because I feel like I am such a prize and I'm fine as hell that I don't have a problem with men coming up to talk to me. So I never do it. So if a guy doesn't shoot his shot with me, he just won't have me. But Daryl shot his shot. So.
Yeah, I mean that's how it should be,
Right? Like yeah.
I sure ain't running up on no man talking about some hey, check me out. Please. No.
But I don't think anything wrong if a woman makes an advance towards a man. I'm totally fine with that too.
Yeah, for
I
sure.
think the issue is that they don't realize that these guys don't seem to realize women do shoot their shot, but it's not the way men shoot their shot. Like a woman, like I said, is not stepping up to you going like, "Hey, what's going on? How you doing?" What a woman does, a woman will, she'll make herself more available to be around you, but she's not just gonna come out and just shoot her shot. Like the whole thing when they say like, when you catch her laughing at your jokes, and those jokes aren't that funny, but she's over there laughing like she's killing herself, laughing at it. That's her shooting her shot at you.
Yeah.
A lot of guys miss that.
Yeah, because they're not trying to really pay attention. They're the ones that's not being intentional because you're not even, approaching the situation with purpose. You're not even analyzing the full situation. You're already got her in bed and you ain't even went through the proper steps. Like it's crazy. Slow down. Take your time.
That's why I think celibacy is important for a lot of men. I feel like before I keep going to the video, I really do think that when men focus more on like things that they have to do every single day, the choices that they have to make themselves better, I think they end up being better partners. You know what I'm saying? Versus focusing on coochie so much. I actually think that's a lot of niggas' downfall.
It
is.
A lot of the problems I had came from coochie.
It's most men downfall. Y'all make it be such at the forefront. It's insane. That's why we're able to play with y'all so easily.
Because most of those guys, they don't love themselves. That's really where the problem comes in. They put so much value on everything outside of themselves, but they have no value on themselves, the internal, who they are as people. Once you have that understanding about who you are and your own value, then you don't have to have those kind of problems in dating and relationships because you don't settle for that stuff because you actually feel that you deserve better. So instead of, but you won't be out there arguing and fighting about it. You just be like, okay, this is not something I can work with. So, y'all take care. I'm going to move on. And that's it. It doesn't have to be no fuss or anything about it. It's just, you're not my type, but, I wish you the best. Take it easy.
Yeah. Yeah.
Why do you think that it's hard for people to move on? Before I keep going, I mean, maybe none of us really dealt with that, but, or maybe y'all can speak on the experience where y'all had issues moving on. I'll say this. For me in the past, I don't like to be, like if you like TD said, if we move on amicable terms, everything cool, then I will be able to move on. But if I feel like I'm being like there's an injustice being done to me or my character is being painted in a bad way, the old me would just, what I'm saying, I go relentless. You turn to a op, I treat you like one. But now I think because I'm older, I got kids and shit, what I'm saying, like I'm married, I think I'm happier and I respond differently because it's really no point of arguing with somebody who, I'm saying, who want to make a spectacle out of something. I just, hey, you got it, dog. But I always wonder that why do adults have such a hard time moving on to the point where romantic violence is up in the Black community and shit like that? Like, I mean, I got daughters, so I got to wonder about shit like that. You know what I'm saying? But it is what it is.
Because being rejected challenges who you believe yourself to be. Once you have an idea of who you are and someone rejects you or tries to separate themselves from you, now this person is in their mind destroying everything that they have believed about themselves. Like, if you believe that you that nigga and you can get any joint that you want, and you get a female and now she's saying, nah, I don't want to deal with you no more. Now everything inside your mind that you believe about everything that you try to believe about yourself. Because I don't really think these people really believe the things that they say about themselves. Like, these are the type of dudes that will have to verbally say out of their mouth, I'm an alpha male. And then their feelings get hurt and they do some beta shit.
Damn.
You know what I'm saying? So it's a lack of actually believing what it is that you're saying in your mind. And when someone denies you, then now it's coming to the light like, oh shit, am I really what I said? Am I like, it's challenging all that. And it causes them to crash the fuck out.
Facts. Big facts. Like, I'm trying to figure, like, okay, so like when I see these guys get into these arguments with women and these big disagreements and whatnot, and I'm always like, the biggest issue I have with that, I look at the guys and I'm like, why are you letting a woman who clearly doesn't like you shape or influence or even touch the perspective you have about yourself? The fact that you know this woman does not like you instantly disqualifies anything that she feels about you.
I agree. It should. It should, TD, but I think men, I think we more sexual and more vain than we admit. And I think a lot of times we let beautiful women get away with shit. That like Shannon Sharp ass. And she wasn't even a baddie. You know what I'm saying? Like, but it's like sometimes, especially if this woman sexually is giving us what we want, man, I seen a lot of dudes, you know what I'm saying, they lose everything because they was just too wrapped around a woman's finger.
Like you said though, that's because the whole thing about the sex is the downfall. Like, okay, a lot of guys. One of the reasons why guys have a hard time moving on is because to them, a lot of guys, it feels like it's so hard for them to even get a woman that's sexually interested in them. So when they faced with the possibility of losing that woman, they start to panic because it's like, man, like, you know how long it took me to, or how much work I had to do to get this woman, and it's like, bruh, you're really not supposed to work that hard. The woman's supposed to like you. If she don't like you, you're supposed to just move on and go to the one. Like all these things, guys, that these guys are talking about on these panels a lot of times, like smiling and cooperation, all that. You get all of those things from women who actually like you. When you have women that are not giving you that, guess what? They don't like you. So you're supposed to use your predominantly logical man mind to get out of the situation. You're not supposed to hang around and try to, no, she needs to like me. I'm going to make her like me. Or I'm going to win her over. I'm going to convince her. No, no, no. You get up and you leave. You leave that situation. If you see a woman in public and you speak to her and she meets you with a bad attitude, you don't get into any kind of altercation. You don't spend any extra time. You just keep moving. Keep it pushing. That is not your issue to deal with. Whatever's going on with her, that is her and her only, not you. I don't get it.
I agree, dog. It's accountability and self-reflection. Niggas don't be having that sometimes.
I think niggas overplay persistence as well. Like you said, it shouldn't be that hard. Like to hear. So I've been on double dates before, right? And I'm with my lady and I'm sitting across from her friend. My lady. Okay. Me and my lady, we went out to dinner. She invited her friend and her friend brought her mans. And we're sitting across from each other and they're telling the story about how they met. And she's telling the story about how he was persistent. And the whole time she's talking, I'm just in my head thinking, bro, you soft. Like, he met me at work and he tried to talk to me and I really wasn't interested. And he kept coming to my job for like 4 or 5 days and he brought me some flowers and like that. Like, we're overplaying persistence. Like, you working too hard to get some shit that's not interested in you. Like TD was just talking about, like, we overplaying persistence.
I couldn't agree more. Shout out to everybody for their
Yeah.
good input. TD, like you came off mute. Go ahead.
Now, I know I wanted to say when we were talking about the whole smile thing earlier, I had wanted to add in, but something came up. But no, what I wanted to say was I remember I was in the grocery store a while ago, and I saw this guy. He was a younger guy just walking through the store, and he was smiling. And you could tell that the brother was just in a good mood. So when I looked over and saw him, and he saw me, and I smiled and I waved at him, and he smiled back and he said, "What's up, OG?" And I'm not gonna lie, that was infectious. That like made me feel good because I was like, this brother's in a good mood, and he's spreading that good mood. And I was like, man, people don't understand, man. It starts on the inside and radiates out, man.
I agree. That's why I try to have a more positive attitude because at some point you gotta ask yourself, are you inviting negativity and conflict into your life? Again, self-reflection. Let's keep going. Video credit, Anton Daniels. Let's get it.
And I'm finding that to be more of the trend as I'm getting older. Like I'm 27, but like out of the two black women that approached me, they had both of them had kids.
Damn.
None of the white
Have you
women
ever
ever.
approached anybody? Have you ever approached someone to pursue her?
No, I'll be honest. I'm very busy, so like the majority of my day is either spent working, studying. So oftentimes when I'm going about my daily life, I'm not really going out of my way to identify a woman I want. Oftentimes I'll just be out doing something. Like good examples, like when I met my last girlfriend, we were together for 3 years. I was just chilling in the back of a club, just waiting for my friends to come because we were supposed to hang out. She saw me by myself sitting at the table, and she came and asked me like, "Hey, why are you sitting alone?" And then from there, we just got to chatting it up. And she just made it really easy. Like she made it very clear, like she liked me and stuff like that.
That wasn't predatory to you?
I was what?
Nah.
How the hell is that?
I wouldn't say predatory,
I don't know how to-
Because sometimes
never
black
pursued a woman.
black men.
But wait, why does that jump like that? Because I've approached one of my exes and we dated. So you guys are thinking like, oh, we doing it in a masculine ass way, like these men do it. We don't do it like that. Like, and there's some men that don't need to get approached because there's women that are gonna go after them because the way they look or how they're acting. But we can't assume, oh, this white woman is approaching this black man because she might got a fetish. That is wild. That is wild.
How is it wild when it has been substantiated and has happened since basically slavery? I almost feel like this point is so asinine, so beneath us that we need not break it down. That white women have fetishized black men. But I'll even go this far. I've been doing pre-recordings about corn stars so I can study the psychology of people who choose to date interracially. And I want to get that from all aspects. So I've been watching white women and how they feel about it. And they're very vocal. So look forward to those. I'll be dropping those maybe Thursday and Friday, something like that. But maybe this weekend. But yes, it is a fetish. Let me give you a quote. Or as a matter of fact, why talk to you niggas when I can show you, right, Miss Joy? We're gonna do it old fashioned, they're a long way. Interracial porn, yeah. It's like there we go. Okay, brace yourself, Mrs. Joy. I usually don't show this type of language on here with somebody like you and Honey Watts. Brace yourself. Let's go to the video. This is a young lady named Tara Babcock. And this is how she felt about interracial corn.
Just stick your mouth on that cock and please stop talking.
So who cares?
Okay.
Post that link in the description. You don't have access. If it's different from like 2 years ago, probably not. But the reason that I decided to do this video is because there's a little extra twist to it. I got this email today from A1 Derek R, who said, "Hey Tara, I don't know if you take or appreciate suggestions for new videos. I'll take a chance anyway and suggest one. Can you do a video about the rising popularity of interracial porn? Thanks." Okay, so to answer his question, I do take suggestions. I absolutely adore suggestions. One thing I don't really appreciate is it being sent to my business email. I prefer that you tweet it to me or that you content around what I like, but also open to any suggestion always. And I'm not very hard to reach, I promise you. Anyway, with that said, I absolutely adore interracial porn. It's not because I prefer a black man or an Asian man or something like that over a white man or a couple who are of the same color. It's just that interracial porn has gotten so good these days. And there are many other reasons why as well. And we'll talk about why I think it's popular these days. And that I think has a lot to do with political and social climates, which is kind of interesting. You know, I love doing these topics where I can talk about philosophy or something related to biology and why we are the way that we are. The latter of which probably has nothing to do with what I'm going to talk about today. And also just overt, gratuitous sexual topics. And I haven't done one of those overt, gratuitous sexual topics that actually has a little bit of substance to it in a while. So why not just do it today? Firstly, and I don't know if this contributes to the fact that interracial porn is seeing a rise. I'm not even sure if there's any substance to that claim. Possibly the person asking me the question has just seen a lot more of it on the porn sites, or maybe all of his friends like it and it's more of like an anecdotal experience. I don't know if there's any actual base that fact on that there's actually a rise in people interracial porn. But honestly, to me, when I think interracial porn, I think a white woman and a black man. And
let's start there. It's never the other way around. They like seeing black men. They like seeing BBCs. I don't have to say what it is. You know what it is. They assume that me, TD, and Honey Watts has
and I don't want to procreate with weak DNA.
That's why he over there with them.
Exactly.
Because he knows that about us.
You need someone to look after you.
Yeah.
He's Taka. And eventually what happens? They get gat. Like, no, it screams weakness to me.
And while we're on the topic, I did want to add that some comedy to this. I think I got the video now. Where is it at? Make sure I got it. Jesus Christ. Oh, never mind. There we go. So Drewski made a skit about this. And the skit is called Dudes That Don't Bring Nothing But Dick to the Table. Let's go ahead and watch this video.
I told you, you cannot be smoking in my apartment. You gonna get me kicked out. This is the second time.
He wrapped that bitch around the door.
I'm sure the fee not that high. You want something to drink or something?
Give me a blue Powerade.
Powerade blue?
Yeah, blue Powerade.
Okay, I got you. Can you be romantic for once? It's my birthday. You didn't make no plans.
I ain't get you nothing for your birthday. Is this not for you? I'm fucked up. It's all I got. Change the plans. I gotta go bust a play and gotta go to the studio real quick.
Bust a play? Studio, it's my birthday.
Need the keys. I need some gas money.
Absolutely not.
Diabolical.
Leave you alone.
That is insane. That is insane.
Of how males be out here really acting. Yeah,
that is crazy.
The penis, that's all you need. Like it's
not
because
listen, just because a dude has a big dick does not mean that he knows what to do. Because baby, trust and believe, I done had to teach a couple niggas how the fuck you got all this dick and don't know what to do with it,
honey.
Just a
let
hunching
me
and
see
a punching.
something like that. I'm running anyway. I am running. I'm running. I don't want nothing to do with
fucking door handle.
Who finna take care of that? No.
I'm gonna be honest. Only people that are obsessed with big penises like that, besides white women, are black males. Like I don't. We my friends, when we talk over the years, out here dating and everything, it wasn't like, oh, dude, he got a big penis or whatever like that. Because I don't know why men think because you have a big penis is going to be really enjoyable. That is not true. I've heard men that they have big penises. They have a hard time having a sex life.
Very much so.
Yeah, medically,
medically, like emotionally, like if she can't like.
They have problem with basic stuff too, like urination issues.
Stuff like so it's not like this fantasy. What's with males with this whole fantasy of big penises? I feel like black males are very obsessed with penises.
Yeah,
and they don't want to talk about it. I think y'all should talk about it.
Wow. It makes no sense. And I'm serious. Big penises.
I think I want to speak for me, Honey Watson, TD. We are not, as black men, obsessed with penises. Just for the record.
Look, on God, I promise we are not.
Ladies, if you want hysterectomy, don't take it on. If you want hysterectomy,
I think for a lot of dudes, they think like I've noticed that a lot of guys, a lot of people in dating, they're looking for shortcuts. So they're trying to find like what's the one or two things I can do that's gonna get me in there and make it smooth. And I don't know why, but that seems a lot of folks seem to think that that's a guarantee, like that's a shortcut. And I have been friends with a lot of women and dated women, and a lot of them all said the same thing, like what Miss Joy is saying, where it's like it just really ain't all that.
It's not. It's so uncomfortable. It is. Like, so trying to take all that on. I'm telling you, you can't.
You don't like being off for nothing.
Well, that's when
it's
they
like
don't
being
know what they're
6'8",
doing.
can't dribble a basketball. Like you just talk for no goddamn reason.
But let's be clear: a woman's cervical canal is only about 6 to 6.5.
Right.
When you're past that, you're actually pushing into her cervix.
Right. That's what I'm
Right.
saying.
Yeah, and if they don't know what they doing and they like trying to porno fuck you like a
Tear
jackhammer,
you up.
hell yeah, they gonna tear your shit up.
Tear
They
you
gonna tear
right
you up.
down.
Pretty
Yeah,
much
like
having sex
swell
with
you up, swollen,
your
ripped.
cervical
I will
wall.
argue on the other side. Y'all do be shitting on dudes with small dicks, but go ahead, 100 watts.
You know
No,
what?
we talking
When
about
they
4
get through,
inches.
when they get through, I want to talk about that.
4 inches.
I'm curious
Come on now.
if this part of the conversation goes back to when the OG was talking about space pussy.
No. That man ain't.
No, it was
not saying Wilson is probably a virgin. He don't know nothing about nothing.
No, the reason why he
Hey.
just selected pussy or space pussy because his dick was too small to fit.
He said he got a
So
small dick.
anyway,
Yeah.
Hey,
We're saying like the female is only so
oh my bad.
wide, like only so wide in diameters, up and down, side by side. It's only so wide. So if you have a small penis, you just have a small penis. It's not our problem that you guys were made with flaws, because the vagina is perfect. It's a self-cleaning organism.
Oh,
It
no,
can take a lot.
nope.
Like,
Nope.
yep.
Nope.
It is a self-cleaning organism.
It's
You still
too
need
many.
to clean
It's
yourself.
too many
but
dirty
it
boxes
can
to say
take
that
a
it's
lot.
perfect. No, it's too many stink boxes for you to say that it's perfect.
I'm not talking about stink boxes.
no,
I'm
no.
not
If
talking
it
about
fails,
that.
then she
I'm
has
not
to go
saying
see
that a
Dr.
woman
Phil
does not have
that
to clean
infected
herself
her.
properly where she
And
can
a lot of
I'm not saying that.
infections
What
come
I'm saying
from
is it is an organism. More like you guys are a muscle. We are like an organism. Literally, it can get bacteria, it can get sick, it can be ripped and torn. But what I'm saying is that the vagina literally was built to take pain. It really was. It can handle it. I'm about to push a 7-pound baby out in 5 days. Literally. I am about to stretch from one end to the next, and then I'm going to go right back down to my normal size. Because if I didn't go back down to my normal size, that would mean women wouldn't have children. And that means there would be no siblings. If women's vaginas didn't go back to normal, we wouldn't have siblings.
Yeah, I definitely would know that her shit went back down.
Right. Like,
yeah,
that's just crazy to me.
And a lot of the times
like
why women's vaginas stink.
We love a good penis. Like, no one's saying that.
Tell them, babe.
We love a good penis, a nice size penis.
A nice
not too
average
big, not
size.
too small, just right. Kind of like when y'all find a good vagina. It's just right for
That
you.
sweet spot.
And when the dudes like Nick Cannon are talking about 80% of women's coochies stink, it's because the man doesn't have proper hygiene and he's fucking up her pH balance and giving her bacterial vaginosis.
That's another thing they don't talk about.
Amen.
That's
Of course, if you
like
sleeping with eight women at one time, they twats gonna stink because they sleeping with each other.
Yeah, because our pH cannot mix with all these different like scents and bacteria and stuff like that. That's what I'm saying. That's why women go to the doctor more. You know why we go to the doctor more? We literally have a hole in our body that is open. Males don't have that. So I have to be very careful with it, because if it gets infected or dirty or anything, as well as having intercourse with a man, there's going to be a problem. I can feel it. I'm going to be able to feel it throughout my entire body. Nothing's going to go right. This is the most sensitive part of my body. And in 5 days, I got to have a catheter put up in there. I got to spread it wide, move down low. I got to let multiple people sleep. I got to let people stick their fingers up in me to check my cervix. That's painful. Like,
baby, I'm praying for you.
Vagina. It is not just for the pleasure of men. Like, respect the vagina. And I feel like a lot of y'all don't respect the vagina at all.
I'm gonna say again, congratulations to you. And
Thank you.
I will be the man on the panel to say that if it was up to men, I would not have no fucking kids.
The population would have died out a long time ago if men were in charge of having babies. Have y'all seen the videos where they have this little gadget that emulates what period cramps feel like? And seeing dudes try to do things that women do every day while we're having cramps, and they cannot do it. I want to buy one of them.
I bought one. I have one. I was going to test it on Daryl. I literally bought one. I was going to test it on Daryl. But
Pull
that's
the
all
video
right.
and we want to see it.
We do
Yeah,
want
have some respect for the
Daryl,
vagina.
don't let her
And
don't let her test that on you, brother. Don't let her do it.
care
Don't
themselves.
let her do it.
You can leave those men alone. But there are a lot of men who don't even understand to pull back their penis and let the tip be exposed and clean it. Wipe around the
I'm
rim.
wondering how many of them just wash the front of their balls instead of reaching up
Exactly. That's what I'm
underneath there because
saying.
they
Like,
think if they touch their own booty hole, it's somehow gay.
Come on
Oh
now.
Lord.
I'm telling you,
just
baby,
saying.
figure eight
Hey,
motion,
hey,
up,
fellas.
down, and
Hey,
around,
fellas.
up underneath them balls.
It's
Don't just
it
wash
is
the front of them.
okay. It is okay to shave that shit. At least trim it
There you
down.
go.
It's okay.
Tell 'em, Watts.
It's okay.
That,
Your
Especially if
skin
you
is
expect
like
somebody to put your face
hey,
down there. Don't
hey,
nobody want
hey,
to put their face in
hey,
a jungle
they
bush.
make they make those movable extended shower heads for a reason, so you can get thoroughly clean.
Exactly.
Use it.
Indeed.
Exactly. And like I said, we love penises over here. If you're a heterosexual woman, whatever it is, if you like penis, you like. I like penis. This is why I'm with a man. I love a good penis. You know, I like looking at it, touching it, smiling at it, speaking it to the mic. All that. We're not saying that. We're not saying that penises are.
Tell
A
them,
good
Jen.
penis is important too. I was not saying that. You know, I'm not
Bow to
saying
the penis. Submit to the. All right, let's go.
White women tend to be more intentional, so it's not like it doesn't raise red flags to you when all of these women just kind of come to you and like on a consistent basis. You said within the last 5 years.
It was predatory. Well, the
That's
two
not
two black women
it's
are
predatory though. But
What is the predatory part? Why do you keep mentioning predatory? Is that are you limiting that to non-black women? Like, what's the? Why do you keep talking about predatory? Are you linking that to white women?
She's talking about fetishizing men. That's black men. That's what she's referring to.
Okay, so it's limited to non-black women.
Shoot, I'll be honest. They can use me too. I don't care.
Well, I'm just curious because it seems like you're associated with predatory actions based off of race.
No, not necessarily.
I'm not saying that
If he got approached by a black woman, would you ask him if he thought that was predatory as well?
No, because that's not the subject.
So it's a race thing. So I'm confused.
Shout out to Vixen, and that was predatory, sir. REM, yes, yeah, we got to come back to that. Matter of fact,
Wait a minute. Wait, first of all, you're not going to speed past that like you didn't just say what you just said.
and shout out to Vixen for her $25 cash app. Appreciate you, Vixen. Only thing I'm gonna do is send it straight to my wife. Ciao. Let's go.
For me,
predatory actions based off of race. Why do you keep talking about predatory? Are you linking that to white women?
She's talking about fetishizing men. That's black men. That's what she's referring to.
Okay, so it's limited to non-black women.
Shoot, I'll be honest. They can use me too. I don't care.
Well, I'm just curious.
I don't care about being fetishized. That's a problem. Let's keep going.
Because it seems like you're associated with predatory actions based off of race.
No, not necessarily.
I'm not saying that
If he got approached by a black woman, would you ask him if he thought that was predatory as well?
No, because that's not the subject.
So it's a race thing. So I'm confused.
No, it's not. For me, I'm not saying predatory. For
Gary,
me,
not you. Not you. I'm sorry, ma'am. Not you. I'm talking about this.
If I may, I mean, a fact is a fact. White women do fetishize black men, so I understand what Jess was saying. I'm not saying they all do, but what I'm saying is that you do hear them say, "Oh, I want a nice chocolate baby, and I want a man that looks like
But
this."
don't you want a nice chocolate baby?
It's not a like a. I just want to get to know this man. It's not like a normal thing with them most of the time. It's
But
like
all due respect, Jazz, don't you want a chocolate baby?
well, yeah, because I'm pro-black.
So what's the difference?
I'm pro-black, so I'm gonna always want a chocolate baby. Why would a white woman want a chocolate
What's
baby?
the difference is that a white woman won't be able to have a chocolate baby. That is the difference. White women do not give birth to black children. They give birth to biracial children when they mix with other races. So stop.
And by the way, they are white biracials.
Yeah, like what are you talking
Whatever
about?
body, whatever womb they come out of, they are
That's who they are.
biracial.
Exactly. Like what?
Because as a woman,
know.
she is passing down the DNA.
I don't know. But for me, I don't care which one of your parents to me. If you do not have two black parents, and I stand on this, if there's not two black parents, you are not black.
But the whole
Nope.
fetish part, that's definitely true. He has to understand that
That is true.
white women since slavery have always fetishized black men. And white men have fetishized black women. We both have
Absolutely.
been victims of it.
Yeah.
Just to make that clear. Look like Honey Watts had pushback or TD, one or two.
If you don't if both of your parents aren't black, the only thing I'm pushing back on is if both of your parents aren't black, you're not black. Because clearly, if you look at my face, I probably fit the description, but both of my parents aren't black though.
So biologically, you're not 100. You're not a black person. You're mixed.
You're mixed.
You're
Okay,
mixed.
all right.
I'm gonna say you're mixed.
And you know what? And this
Biologically-
is why we have the problems that we do, because everybody has to justify their blackness. Like justifying your blackness is why we have a lot of the problems that we have.
You can't fight biology, honey.
You can't fight. You can't fight biology.
And I'm not telling you to
It's
justify your
biology.
blackness. I'm just saying if you do not have a fully black father and a fully black mother,
fully black mother,
you are not
you're
black.
not
Just
black.
like if you have a fully
And
white
I don't
mother and a fully white father, you are white.
I think that
I was having this
this is
conversation
all about
with
perspective, right? Because if he get put over today, they're gonna say he black. When he fill out
That
job
part.
applications, pretty sure he had to say he black. He can't say, I'm a white man or I'm a biracial, because that don't really exist. I mean, now they have two or more races. That's usually what I pick just to fuck with them. But nevertheless, you know what I'm saying? Like usually, if his picture was posted today and say he robbed a store, what race do you think he is, America? They're gonna say he's a black man.
Automatically think he's a black.
I think it's more about perspective when we had these conversations on race.
But this also speaks to the ignorance that the American education system teaches to our children. There needs to be more in-depth teachings on biology, anatomy, all this stuff, so people understand and they're not offended because someone else knows better about their biology than they do.
This is true.
I mean, and just because you look a certain way, that don't mean anything to me personally.
Yeah,
I get
you mean
perception
you
of
guys
it.
mean by genes.
Yeah, by genes. I get the perception
genealogy,
of you
yeah.
may look or correlate more with other races because people can look like other people in other races. We know that to be true, but they're not that. But for me, it's an absolute no. I'm not. No, I like to gatekeep blackness and what blackness is, and there's different types of blackness. You're not black like me. Like don't lump us all in. The Norwegians can be their own type of whiteness. Swedish people can be their own type of whiteness. German people can be their own type of whiteness. Why can't black people be their own type of blackness? Because it is broken apart. I am not African. I don't have African parents. I don't have African grandparents. I don't have great African. I do not. I am a Black American from descendants of slavery.
All right, two things before I let Hunter Watts go in. I will be watching Sinners tonight. For everybody who haven't watched Sinners, we will be watching Sinners on Rumble. I'll post a link because we need to have a full discussion about it. My Sinners video did tremendously well, and I'm very proud of it. But for those who haven't seen Sinners, oh, thank you, Black Dahlia. For those who haven't seen Sinners, we will be watching it, and you won't understand this question when I ask it. But so I'm gonna ask everybody individually. Hunter Watts, have you seen Sinners yet?
No.
Okay, then. Oh, damn. You want? TD, have you seen Sinners yet?
I have. Matter of fact, it's funny you mentioned it because me and a friend, we're going to do our podcast talking about it on Thursday night. So what a coincidence.
I'll be happy to join to tell you guys how trash the movie was. But I will ask you then, since you have seen the movie, if Mary and Stax had a child, would that child be considered black?
No. Oh, doing 19?
No.
During that time, yes. During that time, yes. Yes.
No.
Oh, you talking about during that one drop rule stuff?
And
Yeah.
I will scientifically tell you why.
No, during that time period, if they had
But
a
it's
baby.
perspective, though. We know what we're
During
going to say. I'm going to say, yeah, because
during that time period, yeah.
that back then.
Definitely.
As a black person, I didn't subscribe to the one drop rule, and no one voted on it. That is for white people to make sure they kept whiteness, and they did a pretty good job.
I agree.
That's all that was, and y'all went right along with it. Now, let's be clear. I don't have any problem with mixed children and everything. I think mixed people are fine. I don't have a problem with that. I mean, it is what it is. I got mixed people in my family. I'm not gonna disown you or not love you or hang out with you or feed you because you're mixed. Like, no, you're mixed. You're still my family. You're just not black like me. That's okay. It's okay to be mixed.
Well, I would say that scientifically, because she did not come from a black woman and will not pass on the black mitochondrial Eve DNA to her children, she will pass on the white mitochondrial DNA of her mother. No, her children will never be black. No matter how much admixture you put in of black in there, the white mitochondrial Eve DNA of the mother is always going to be passed down, no matter what complexion it is.
I concur.
Yeah, we love everyone over here. I'm just saying, I just don't think there's anything wrong with me not giving away my identity. Like, no, a mixed race
It's
woman
okay.
is
It's
not
okay for
that's
me
me. No.
to gatekeep my identity. It's
Right.
okay.
You cannot have my identity.
Every other race do. So why
Right.
can't I?
Every other race has their identity. You cannot have my identity. Now you want my big lips, and now you want my butt and my breasts, and now you want to eat more, and you want to darken your skin, and you want to steal our dance, like you want to do your hair like us, and then turn around and say it's another style. Like the black woman is the most copied woman on this planet. We see it all the time. Every single time. No, you cannot have my identity. And there's nothing wrong with them having theirs. I don't want the white woman's identity. I don't want it, don't need it. I don't want the Asian woman's identity.
I think
Like,
it's
I'm not looking
unfortunate.
to be like them. Like,
I think it's unfortunate that due to patriarchy, women are giving away their autonomy and saying, because men tell them this stuff, that whatever the man is, they seem to think that they have a seed. It's fertilizer. And so I think it's
They do.
disrespectful and like to the ancestors of white women that they give away their whiteness to whatever man impregnates them and don't show the respect for the work that their womb put in. Why do you not see your own baby as what you are? You made that baby.
I agree.
I do want to talk about something briefly before we keep going. I want to. Yesterday, Tory Lanez was hospitalized after being allegedly stabbed by another inmate in his California prison. So we want to send prayers to Tory Lanez, to him and his family. Let's continue.
Good baby though, especially when
Why can't you have a
listen,
chocolate baby?
Miss
What's the
Taylor,
problem with
if I may please, because just give me 1 second. So, if she wants to have a chocolate baby, that's fine. But it's just like, why? When you unpack the why as to why a white woman,
Why not?
white parents will want specifically a black child, knowing that there are such cultural differences. There's a whole entire way that you have to raise black children in this country. I know y'all swear that's all a fallacy. But the reality is just that.
Y'all,
Okay,
I'm sorry, Ava,
I know you think Ava. I know you think racism don't exist,
for this one.
but it does. All right.
So-
And unfortunately, give me 1 second. Excuse me.
Ava, shut the fuck up. Nothing else is more irritating than trying to understand what somebody is saying and can't fully contextualize it because somebody else is speaking. It almost shows a certain level of civility that you haven't. You must have grew up in a fucking animal kingdom or some shit. Like, you act like an animal, Ava. It makes no sense. Please allow this young lady to finish. Jesus Christ, they bring the worst out of me.
Ma'am, why are you so ready? Why are you so ready? We get it. You hate black people. We get it. Let me finish though. Before you so ready to jump on black folks, calm down. Ain't you a little black? Relax. You're weird. I'm weird, but you're the one cutting me off, calling me weird because you just can't hold yourself. You still talk crazy about black people.
Do I gotta say it again? I wish. Anton, why you have these white hyenas over there? They can't even allow these black women to speak. It's almost like y'all enjoy white women. That's what Ava is. She's not black. She's a white woman.
She's exhibiting the entitlement that white womb that she came out of gave her.
And white women have, yeah.
And black men like Anton have always done this, where they allow these white women, whether it's her or Amira Exile or Pearly Things child, to come into black spaces and then exude masculine traits, but not attribute their behavior to the general public of white women. But let, God forsake, some black women have fun at the Lululemon store. Now, all black women are not marriageable, child. The fuck are we doing?
You still weird.
Okay, well,
You
let me
still
let
weird.
me
You
finish
want
my
to
thought. What are you talking about?
Also, calling somebody weird doesn't attack the argument. You're attacking the person, and that does us no good in debates. FYI.
This is weird. This is weird because I'm not even talking to you. Calm your ass.
I'm talking to you, though.
We good.
But I'm
so
not.
like no, we not.
Let her finish, and then Ava can go.
Like, girl.
And I want to
So
jump in too.
it's ridiculous. So all I'm saying is this: if you want to, I ain't even gonna get into the whole kid thing. It is a known fact that these white women do fetishize and kind of prey on black men, specifically for reasons outside of actually appreciating and loving that black man, right? So that's where the fetishization kind of comes into play. And shit, I kind of lost my train of thought.
I hear what you're saying. So can I ask you?
Wait.
Anton, you gotta get control of these white hyenas. They seem to be unable to control their emotions. And that already shows me that they have weak character.
And you can always tell whether a biracial has a white mother or a black mother by the way that they behave. And it's absolutely disgusting and appalling to me, the traits of a character that these white women teach their white biracial daughters to emulate as if that's what a black woman is. It's disgusting.
That is crazy.
And then they always teach them that hood booger shit and send them out into the world, especially if they look like a black woman.
Right.
It's disgusting.
Ava don't look like a black woman to me.
She doesn't
No,
look like
no, no. I was speaking to 100 Watts when he was saying that he doesn't have both black parents. So if there was a biracial woman that looked like 100 Watts, looking at her, you would think that it's a black woman, but it was raised and came out of the body of a white woman, displaying a character of what she thinks a black woman is. It's disgusting.
I would say this too, because identity to me matters a lot. And I've known Honey Watson longer than I know anybody else up here, including my wife. I say this: I've never seen him do anything else outside of really uplift black people and talk about black men and black women. To be perfectly honest, up until about 30 seconds ago, well, about 2 minutes or 5 minutes now, I didn't know he come from a biracial family. I had no idea about that. Based on what I know him to talk about, that's a fact. Like, if I know I want to piss 100 Watts off, I can come up here and say black men ain't shit, black women ain't shit, and he's going to be one of the main ones to start defending black culture.
I do understand, like, the environment and who raised you and everything like that. Because for me, everything that I was raised around, I went to 4 different high schools in 3 different states before I graduated. And in all of those schools, it was predominantly black. My experience growing up was predominantly black. The things that I did, the people that I hung out with were predominantly black. If I go to school and I'm trying to find a lunch table to sit at, I'm probably going to sit at the black table. If I go to jail right now, jail is based on race. They're going to send me with the black people. So I understand that it is more than a physical thing. I do understand just because you have brown skin, all skin folk ain't kin folk. I know we've definitely said that. That's definitely been a phrase that has been going around for a long time when it comes to black people. I think that the experience of the person we're speaking of also matters, because I can't be, to be clear, the biracial part of me is my mother is Panamanian, Hispanic. So how can I say that it makes sense? The idea that a person has to be completely one side in order to classify as something is fucked up, because now you put this person in this space to where they're not black enough for the black people, they're not Hispanic enough for the Hispanic people. So now what do you do with this person? they're not even allowed to get the experiences of life because they don't fit into the classification of whatever it is that you think. Now, everybody here on this panel is being mature about their thought process in terms of what you think about biracial people and everything like that. But that's not how life works. That's not how everything outside is set up. And because of that, this is very dangerous. I can't tell y'all how many times I got bullied by multiple sides because I wasn't good enough for the other side. Like, this shit is dangerous. But
No,
that's
I get it. I get it, 100 watts. That's why, like, I didn't want you to feel attacked by what I was saying. That's why I say there needs to be better education on biology in America so that we don't have these ridiculous, like, oh, you're not this, you're not that, or making people feel like they're not enough just for being who they are. My daughter, too, is biracial. My family is Cherokee, but her father is Irish, and she's very fair-skinned. Like, after the winter, she does get dark if she's out in the sun. But like when she was like about 16, she worked at the local pool. And so when they went in for training the first day, it was at the beginning of the summer. So she had her winter color, and her hair on top of that was straightened. So she could hear people talking, and they assumed that she was white. And instead of saying anything to them, she just jumped in the pool and then got back out with a big bushy afro. And they was confused like a motherfucker. So like, I understand what you're saying, because culturally, my daughter is Black. She was raised by my family, but genetically she is biracial, and she knows that. She's not the same Black woman that I am. So I just think that there needs to be more education in the American public food system so that people aren't walking around with this sense of ignorance saying, you're not this, you're not that. If they understood the genetics that they carry, then like I've always taught my daughter to be proud of her Cherokee heritage as well as her Irish heritage. I never expected her to pick one over the other, because that would make her have to deny a part of her.
I agree with you, Black Dahlia, but what I'm saying is, just because I'm saying that you're not Black like me doesn't mean I have to treat you bad or dislike you or not welcome you and we not grow up together and have a good life. I'm not saying that. But even if you do know your biology and you do learn it as you was describing it, Black Dahlia, you still wouldn't be Black. What's wrong with having your own faction of people? Like, there's nothing wrong with having your own racial group at all. I just never understood why people who are multi-race or mixed multi-race always want to identify as one or the other. Why not embrace and just identify as what you are, a multitude of races? And there's nothing wrong with that. All I'm just saying is you can't be Black like me, because you're not like me. We don't share the same genetics. You are all mixed up. I am not. And there's nothing wrong with that. I don't see anything wrong with mixed people having their own box to check.
The only reason, and I'm gonna leave it here before I go back to the video, but I would say there might be a difference, especially when we look at historical things like Sinners, or movies or depictions like Sinners depicts 1930s Mississippi, is if there wasn't really a difference between Stack and Mary, everybody would know it. But the movie highlights that there definitely is a difference because society sees it as a difference. And that's kind of where I stand at it. But let's continue.
Let Ava go, and then you can go. Ava, do you want to talk? You want to say something? Okay, go ahead.
No, it's just weird. I just don't understand. Like, y'all are fucking living in like this fucking Twilight Zone. That shit is blowing my fucking mind. Why would a white woman want a Black baby?
You in a
Because
Twilight
that's
Zone.
what she
I wanted to say now.
What you
I remember
mean?
that.
What
I
you
remember
mean?
that.
What you mean? Why would a white woman want a Black? Everybody's not the same. This white woman, she loves Black men. She want a mixed child. She want a Black baby. So what? So y'all, this shit is jealousy at the end of the fucking day.
Girl,
it boils down to
please.
nothing but jealousy. Y'all are so
This problem I have with biracial
mama
women.
white.
Oh my God.
Her mama white.
Jealousy
So
of
so
that
mama
white. Of what?
But jealous of what? When those
what is
black
she?
women
What did
trying
she
to get
mean?
bigger
Jealous
lips
of what?
like us, talk like us, get bigger asses like us, want to be able to speak like us, want to everything like us.
Yeah, she trying to
She
be
in
more
here.
hood than everybody up
You
there.
ready to go? No, she don't please.
No, yeah, I don't. I disagree with
Oh,
Ava's
no, she
point
don't.
that
You ready to go?
oh, let me mute Nate real quick. I agree. I disagree with Ava's point that black women are jealous, you know, of white women or biracial women who are getting black men. If we're really being, I mean, maybe this is my opinion. I'm not gonna say we're being honest, but Jazz, Janae, and Jerry are the best looking women on this panel, right? And I'll blow it up just to make it clear, right?
Jazz is very
they're-
pretty.
Jazz is drop dead gorgeous. Janae is very attractive to me, and Jerry is very pretty too. She come off, she kind of remind me of my ex. But at the end of the day, they're all more attractive than Ava. Ava is by far the most unattractive woman on the panel. That's a
Very.
fact.
Yeah, because they
That's a
age
fact.
like milk.
I was
Indeed.
gonna say that too. I ain't want to say it, but
Bananas.
I was trying to find a
But
way to dance
baby,
around.
I seen a particular light skinned woman recently, and I was like, God damn, you look old.
Damn.
And why would I be upset that you're talking about, oh, she want a black baby, she want a black baby? We've already established what black is for us. So why would I be jealous of that? I can actually give birth to a black child. I can.
But she only
You're about
said that
I'm
because,
about
in
to.
my experience, the
Like,
reason why
y'all,
white women want to have biracial babies is because they cuter.
I've heard of that too.
That's crazy.
I mean, I ain't trying to be
Another
funny, but
setting.
I ain't trying
Another
to be funny
setting.
or mean, but white babies, they got big ass bald heads when they first born. They have to grow into their features.
Well, I don't want to talk about. I mean, I've seen some very cute white babies. I mean, I don't talk about babies. I love all babies. Babies is babies. But yeah,
That's
I
'cause you
don't
about
know
to have a baby.
jealous thing or whatever. I don't see how that is when black women are the most trendiest thing out here that white people steal from. So I don't know how that is, but whatever, girl.
That's
Whatever.
why they've depicted us so wrong.
You look, you got what they call them, bamboo earrings in your ear right now. That's black culture.
Now,
Look,
right?
that's black culture.
She don't like black culture, but
Right.
she talk about black culture every day. I never understand
Girl.
it. Child.
Of white woman for what reason I do not know.
Girl,
Y'all
go to
supposed be
hell
the
right
be
now.
all end
Go
all.
to hell
Hold
right
on.
now.
Y'all supposed to be
Go
the
to hell
be
right
all
now.
end all for fucking women, right? I thought black women was the fucking prize. I thought black women was the shit. I thought black women was the be all end all. Y'all are so jealous of white women. It's insane. And y'all and black women are so dope that you really don't even have no reason to have all this damn hate and ill in your heart because a white woman want to have a black baby. What is this? 1892?
We're jealous and we got hate in our wait a minute. We got hate in our heart, but a grown ass white woman sat there and looked at a black child and called it the N-word. But we're
Right.
the haters. We're the jealousy ones. No. You can shut up right now, Ava, because you
Right.
sounding real crazy, and it's not contributing to the thing. Like I said,
Your fucking mouth. But when a white woman has reached her level and she say some shit.
Ava, you good?
Why you so mad?
She is windmilling for her
Heck, she
mama's
ain't
white
friends with us,
womb.
y'all. That's why she mad. We don't want to be friends
She
with
the one
her.
spewing the hatred that was in that white woman's womb that birthed her. And she thinks
Yeah,
that
she's
she's
mad.
better than black women.
Yeah.
She turned her
You
mic
can
up
hear
to
it.
fucking mad.
She thinks she gonna put a black bitch in her place. I'll get one of
Exactly,
these film
girl.
bitches to whoop your ass. That's what she look like.
Language, Black Dahlia. We trying to be clean a little
Oh,
bit.
sorry.
Thank you, boo. Language. Thank you.
Child.
No, it's almost like I want to be friends with you so bad. Why are you so mad at black women? Oh, is it because the white women don't accept you? You have no one.
You know that's what
Right,
it
because
is.
your mama's white family
Attitude.
won't let you be white like them, even though you
Right,
came
they
out your
can't be
mama's
white like
white
them.
womb.
And then you want to come over here and
What
then
you mad at us
just-
for? Because I'm quite sure
Right.
it was a black auntie that taught you how to do your hair.
I was going to say, and so y'all let me know when they know how to do their kids' hair, their baby's hair.
Oh, I can't stand that.
Let me know when they have to figure
So
out.
they kids be running around looking like who did it and why. Oh, I don't know how to comb their hair. Bitch, you didn't even try.
And you know what I do notice, that women, non-black women who do have biracial children with black men, those women, what I do notice is what I have learned over the years, because I have a lot of mixed friends and mixed relationships and stuff like that. But what I do know is when they have black women as friends, they do know how to do their child's hair. When they're around black women, when they have black women as friends and they cultivate with black women, they spend time with black women, they do understand that aspect. It's the ones who don't have, you'll be surprised how many biracial children are born with their mothers or white mothers. They don't have any black friends at all.
And since she's saying she's jealous of her, that's also another thing that I've noticed. Like, there are some white women, like you said, if they're around other black women, they know how to do their children's hair. But the ones that are participating in like race play and wanting big black baby gravies, like Shannon Sharp and his little boo thing, they intentionally don't do their daughter's hair because eventually that biracial daughter of hers is going to grow up to be the preference of the black men that she likes. So she wants her to hate herself. And where do you start?
And a lot of biracial are online crying and complaining about they wish they had black mothers, not black fathers. That's crazy. They're not very well, what do you say, emotionally. They're not balanced well. That's not all, but a lot of them are out here really talking about, oh, my white mother, she couldn't do this, she couldn't do that, and everything. And they're just being honest about their experience, and that's fine. And then you get the ones who had black mothers, but they're biracial. They are well adjusted foundationally about who they are, their emotions.
Yeah, I agree. Like me and my cousin, we've been having this conversation over the past couple weeks because, like I said, my daughter is biracial, but my cousin is a boy and he has a lot of girls and they are biracial. And he's been like bringing up the fact, now he's starting to realize his kids are getting older. He's like, my kids don't act like my cousin's daughter. Why is that? Like, y'all are all biracial, but she doesn't have like the same attitude because she didn't have the same experience as her cousins. So he brings it up with his kids, like, why do y'all behave like that? And why do you think it's okay? And it's because they were raised by white mothers that didn't respect their blackness. They just wanted to turn them into a caricature of a black woman.
I mean, and like I said, I have friends who are not black, they are not black women, but they have procreated with black men. I do have friends like that, and I can actually talk to them and they understand like where we're coming from and everything, but I don't treat their kids any different. And I love all the kids. I grew up around these kids. These kids was raised with me. Used to babysit these kids, bath them, watch them, so it's not like, we're being like, I'm being mean or people are being mean. I just don't think there's anything wrong with having your own. That's all. I don't think there's anything wrong with having your own for your own people. I don't think there's a problem with that. But the whole thing about jealous about white women, I don't even think that black women are jealous of white women. I know I'm not. I don't think when I see white women, I'm scared to talk and everything. I feel like we're on the same level with them. Honestly, educational wise, business wise, owning homes wise, we literally compete on the same level. I'm literally in a master's program right now. It was only me and one other black woman, and there's a black man. We're the only 3 people in our master's program. I don't feel intimidated when I walk in there with other races of white women and different kinds of white women. No. And they're actually nice. They're nice. We collaborate. We talk to each other. We're in class together. We do work together. Like, it's fine. We're not having these issues. I think like black men be trying to bring up these different type of wars against black women and white women, when honestly, when I hang out with white girls, it's fine. We don't have an issue. I mean, I have a lot of mixed friends. And on top of that, I've always been in like diverse areas, lived in diverse areas, worked with diverse people. I work with a whole bunch of white women now. With them now. And I don't have a problem. And a whole bunch of white men. There don't be no issue. It's just weird. I don't know.
Yeah, I agree with that too. Like, I have a big array of different friends from all different ethnicities, backgrounds, and all that stuff. So that's why I feel like there just needs to be more education on the biology so that people aren't fighting over ridiculousness that shouldn't even matter if you actually knew the truth of who you are and it was instilled in you to be proud of who you are instead of being like, oh, you're this, you're that, and you came from a white woman. Ma'am, you are not the same Black woman as me. And if you gonna pop off at the gums, you need to show respect for my Black womb, just like you need to show respect for your mother's white one.
Yeah, I mean, I just don't find anything a problem with it.
All right, let's keep going.
It's the end of the fucking world. But
Yes, it is, because you shouldn't be okay with racism.
That's
the problem.
They call them everything in the world. They say something, it's a problem. Fuck y'all.
Yes, it is.
Why y'all? Why you fucking buddy?
Why are you so okay with racism? Why are you so okay with racism? Why are you so okay with racism?
Everybody do not have to kiss the Black woman's ass. Everybody do not have to kiss the Black woman's ass. You don't have shit. You don't own shit. You don't run shit. You don't do shit. Nobody has to kiss y'all ass. Y'all need to walk into reality.
Anton loving this content, boy.
He loves it because Anton's the same way.
I don't think he feels the same way.
He doesn't.
That's how you know she was raised by a white woman.
That's how you know she got a white mama.
That's how you know she was raised by a white woman.
She considers herself a Black woman, because if she did, she wouldn't talk like that. That's how I know you're not one of us, girl.
And she
would
thinks
never
she's
be.
above Black women. Y'all, you see how
Y'all
quickly
this,
she
y'all
separated
that.
herself from her Blackness? You see
she
how
separated
quickly?
herself quick.
Y'all.
Only that's what
What
I'm
you
saying.
mean, y'all? Bitch, I thought
Everybody
you was
want
one
to
of
be
us.
Black until it's time to be Black. Everybody
They
want to be
want
Black
all
until it's
rhythm,
time
but
to
they
be it.
don't want the blues.
That is
That's crazy.
That was insane.
If I was her mama, I'd cook
That
her in
was
a
so
coochie acting like
bigotry.
that.
She's such a bigot. Like, she really is.
And
So,
then the
like,
way that she's behaving, like the Black woman is more
Terrible.
composed. She hollering like a damn banshee and shit. Bitch, what is wrong with you?
Yeah, girl.
But
You
you say
talking
white
to that
women,
Black woman like that?
But y'all say white women act better than us. This a
I
half
thought
white
they,
woman
I
right
thought
here.
they was submissive.
They was
I
submissive.
thought they was feminine, fit, and what, y'all?
Friendly.
Right, like how women like Kim Kardashian is grooming her daughters like Northwest to be just like this heifer right here on the screen.
Show will.
This is
She
crazy.
thinks
I'm
she's
like,
a better
let's
Black
be clear.
woman
Hold on.
than we are.
And since she's naming all the stuff, white women don't own shit. They get it off the shit of their daddy or their man. They don't own anything.
Come on, Nay.
So why you sitting here talking about Black women? You don't own nothing either. Nothing. You don't
And
own
if you don't
anything.
do what your daddy say, you ain't gonna get. They
You ain't
cut
gonna
your
get
ass out
nothing
the wheel.
Child.
What are you talking about? You had to sit there and marry a whole nother man in order for you to keep your assets. You couldn't even have your own assets, even though you laid in the bed with that white man for 30 years. It was given to his son. It wasn't even given to you. How was something that I worked for given to my kid? What? Shut up. You don't own nothing. What are you talking about? That's why you had a whole movement, right? Because you didn't own nothing. You wanted your own autonomy, correct? Shut up.
She went to that racist shit immediately.
Like, super immediately.
Yeah.
Like, girl,
Yes,
what?
she did. Oh,
Like-
that was crazy.
Child. Let's go.
Kissing y'all ass.
Did he
This
catch
is
a heat?
racism.
Ava, do you mind if I jump in?
Hey,
real
why
quick?
are you so okay with racism? Why are you so? I'm gonna start reading. Why are you so okay with racism? Why are you so?
Just to be loud when you right.
Why are you so okay with racism?
Bullshit.
Why are you so okay with racism? Why are you okay with
white men and white women?
Why are you so
Every
okay
time
with
y'all do that,
racism?
all over social media, every time a white girl come across the screen, y'all Black asses sitting up there saying some ill shit. But
Girl, don't nobody pay attention to them. They the ones that pay the most attention to us. They're the ones that pay attention to us. What are you talking about? Why are you so okay with racism? Why are you okay with racism? Why are you okay with racism? Why are you so?
You want a Black baby, and that shit bothers your bird ass fucking brain in 2025. You a fucking weirdo. You a fucking weirdo. Take your ass back to the motherfucking 1800s.
Anton over there smiling. Gore said, "Who is this albino?" or albino, whatever the fuck they call them motherfuckers. At the end of the day, man, I'm disappointed in Time Dog for letting the hyenas go off like this.
Like,
but the only hyena is the motherfucking pale bitch, because the white woman,
That's what I'm
the
talking
black
about.
woman keeping her composure. The bitch won't answer the question. Why are you so okay with racism? Because them white folks in your family was talking about that niglet shit at family gatherings with the motherfucking potato salad with the raisins in it, and you just had to shut your little field self up and take it, or be cut out out of grandpa's wheel.
She ain't in grandpa wheel no way.
Let's not forget, once they procreate with black men, and for me, I don't understand. If I was on the other race, we can think about it like it. You know the statistics about black men. They're failing at everything. They're failing as husbands, fathers, mates, providers, builders, opportunists. They're not enrolling in school. They're enrolling, but they're not enrolling in school at a rate that's going to make a substantial change in the black community. One can say, why would a white woman choose that type of man when black women are telling you what type of man these are? This is why they get upset when they get the same black man.
I agree.
This is why they get mad. Now, sis, don't come over here crying, talking about, and now guess what? You're going to forever have to slum with black males because now you got these biracial babies.
Yeah.
And now white men don't take white women that have biracial babies, even the best of them, like Kim K. What did those people say? She is for a good time, and you take her to a hotel, you throw her back because she procreated with Kanye West. That's how they think. You're not allowed back over there.
No, but the women that do that on purpose, like procreate with black men in order to create what they think is a better black woman to put out into the world, like this little banshee right here going off yelling, doing all that stuff. Do you notice how the Kardashians with the mixed breed kids are trying to live vicariously and prostitute their children in a different way than Courtney, the one with white kids?
I do notice that there's a difference.
There's a difference.
Yeah, I'm not gonna say what they're trying to do.
Can you even tell me a name of how many kids does Courtney have? Do you know the names of any of her children?
Yeah, there's Rain, there's Scotland,
No,
Mason,
I mean,
and I don't know the new baby name.
No, I didn't necessarily mean you, but I mean the world. Everybody knows who Northwest is, right?
Yeah, that is true.
Who the hell knows whose Courtney kids are? They don't give a damn.
No, that's true.
And the ones with the biracial children, Chloe, Kim, and Kylie, they knew exactly what they were doing by producing biracial children that they could live vicariously through and try to push them out to the world that they're a better black than you.
I would go as that far as like, I don't know. I wouldn't say personally, I wouldn't say that. But what I will say is that the three white sisters who have their children's fathers are black, they don't have the best relationship with their children's father. Unlike the one white sister who has a white father for all of her children, she has a great relationships with them. I mean, one can point that out.
Yeah, we can point that out.
Yeah, I mean, like, yeah, I'm not trying to be funny, but it's just crazy. It's just crazy to me. But again, this isn't even about white women. This is about this particular woman's prejudice and bigotry about black women. And I'm pretty sure she probably calls herself a black woman with these bamboo earrings in her ear.
He does.
That's what I'm saying. So this is about her being a bigot. Girl, you'll never be friends with us. Never. Okay? Never.
All right. If nobody else want to add anything, let's keep going.
This what the fuck you want to be, but the rest of us moving the fuck on.
Why are you so okay with racism, Ava? Why are you so okay with racism?
Just want all the black community back.
Tell us more. Yeah. This is sad.
Okay, let's
This is very sad.
We gonna move on to
how did I get involved in this? And I didn't even.
Ava, your mic is
Ava, why are you so obsessed with racism? Why are you okay?
How did I get involved in this? And I didn't.
Anton, because I said that.
Anton, you did that last week.
What's happening right now?
No, Jazz then said I do.
Oh yeah, that part I don't know.
No, I know you totally agree with. First of all, I don't care if these black men feel like all these black women are just so bad and they feel safer with these white women. Please go for it. Go for it. If you feel like that's where you're gonna be great, fine.
Bro.
But I think Jerry said it before. Go and be with these women. Leave black women out of it.
Yeah.
You don't have to constantly berate and talk down. You left us. We gone. We ain't shit. Keep our name out our mouths then. For some reason, it's hard. There was just a video of this man, this chicken eating ass, old ass, goofy, leather jacket wearing ass man, looked like he missing a couple teeth, walking up to these two beautiful black women that he didn't even know, unprovoked. Came up to them like, y'all some black bitches. That's why black men don't like you. Y'all bougie. My fiance is Asian. Baby, what prompted that?
But I can
Y'all
also
so
say,
proud, like, y'all
what prompts
so innocent.
black women to
Y'all-
come up to me
y'all-
and say that because I'm not with a black woman, that I have a problem.
You
Well,
lying.
you know, white
Ain't no
women-
black woman walked up to you and said shit to you. You lying. He is for sure lying. That doesn't happen. Black women are not coming up to black men with white women saying blah blah. That does not happen at all. Because if it was, it's enough of y'all out here dating white women, and that's not any of y'all experiences. Now, what I have heard y'all say that she be looking at me, but there's no way I can quantify that. That you telling me that a black woman was looking at you or mean mugging you or gave you a stare. There's no way I can quantify that. I have seen black men look at me while they are with white women or non-black women. Why are you looking at me, bro? Like, stay over there.
It happens all
Right.
the
I
time.
intentionally don't make eye
Black women are
contact.
not coming up to black men talking about why are you with that white woman. Most of the time, honestly, we don't care. Only time I get pulled into it is when you start talking crazy about black women. That was something I was watching the other day. They asked this black man, why do you like white women? And then he was like, well, because black women, they had to stop him. I need you to be able to articulate yourself. Why do you like white women? Without saying anything about black women. He couldn't do it.
Oh yeah, he was done.
He couldn't do it. His very reason for being with white women was solely because of something he couldn't get it from black women, something they wouldn't do or allow.
And he just kept answering it like, well, I like white women because they're more submissive than, black women, or, they have less baby daddies. It was shit like that.
Yeah, just dumb stuff. He couldn't do it. But again, this to me isn't about white women. This is about black men with their self-hating selves. And this is not all of them. But I'm
Which
just
is
saying, you know
absolutely
the history of the white woman. Why go over there and play around with her? But go ahead. But don't get mad when black women don't come to your defense or protest for you. Christian Umbunselli,
Damn.
Trevor, whatever his last name is, the Trevor kid that got, and he was begging the black community for support. And when you beg the black community for support, you know what you're talking to? You're talking to black women. You're not talking to black men. When people are asking for support, they're talking to black women. They're not talking to black men.
Why not?
Because black men don't mobilize. Black women are the ones who go out on the front lines. We are the ones who are voting. We are the ones who are in the schools. We are the ones who predominantly it's us. It's not black men. I'm not saying there are black men who don't participate in that as well, but the numbers are not as high for black males as it is for black women participating in things of like government, things in like the school for the kids and blood drives and stuff like that. Black men are not doing that stuff. And I work in education. When I ask for something, black men are not the ones coming to bring me anything. It's black women who are bringing me stuff. It's usually overall the mothers of the children that's bringing me stuff. I barely see males. So no, this has nothing to do with the white woman. I don't even bring her into it. We know how white women are diabolical. We know this. They give birth to black males oppressors and conquerors every day.
Every single day. So I don't want to hear nothing. So if you want to go over there, go be happy. I have a problem with you try to come back over here and want black women to build you up. I don't like it that black women are starter wives, starter kits. Well, see, I don't really care about interracial dating. I don't like it when I see black men take losses. Like this whole Shannon Sharp shit got me fucked up. Watching Jonathan Majors, who I think is such a great actor, so good at his craft, lose one of one of the best positions that he ever had, which was playing Kane. So good at it. And to lose it over an average white woman,
it was crazy.
I feel like that was just, as a fan, it was a major letdown. I'm not even gonna lie, major letdown. And even now, I haven't seen Magazine Dreams, but I have seen Sinners in His Trash. And I'm willing to bet that Magazine Dreams is better than Sinners, but he won't get the recognition that he should get within the black community, despite the story about Killian Hayes as a black bodybuilder. That's a black story.
It is.
But it's not getting recognition, I believe, because what happened with him and that white girl, and he's still in some ways being blackballed by black people in Hollywood. You know what I'm saying? When in actuality, in my opinion, Jonathan Majors is he's the best black actor we have right now. Like, I couldn't imagine him playing Stack and Smoke. That shit would have been, oh my, I probably would like the movie. But nevertheless, I'll talk about Sinners later on tonight.
I'm with a white woman. No, I'm with an indigenous Mexican woman.
Okay, that's fine. That's great. But what I'm saying, not that fine.
Because I'm not with a black woman, that I have a problem.
Well, are you with a white woman or are you
I'm not with a white woman? No, I'm with an indigenous Mexican woman.
Why are you over here?
What does indigenous Mexican mean?
He's probably talking about the natives of the land here or whatever like that. Or not here. He probably talking about her being native from over there or whatever. I just feel like you're just saying words to make her sound way more exotical. Like, and black men do stuff like that. Use words to make them sound way more exotical than they would. Nigga, you say you with a Mexican, that you with a Mexican. That's it.
Yeah, I was confused by the indigenous part, but
yeah, you just with a Mexican. Stop.
I'll do my research on that one. I don't want to shit on this young brother.
No, stop it.
Okay, that's fine. That's great. But what I'm saying, not that fine. My bad. I didn't mean to say it like that. I didn't mean to say it like that. So that's good. I'm glad you're in a good relationship. But what I'm saying is this, sweetheart. It's not about I have a disdain for it. Am I weary based on history? Right? Based on history and how white women move, how cunning they are, and how they kind of align very well with male white supremacy. Am I sometimes a little worried for my black men that choose that side? And yeah, I am sometimes, but there are things that show why we should be a little wary of it. If you're gonna go do it, that's fine, but you shouldn't have to talk down anybody else.
But right? I understand that, but they're also the inverse.
Do anybody disagree, 100 Watts?
Say again?
Do you disagree with Jasmine point?
I mean, my whole thing is that you never really know why people are together for real. Like, I think you never really know why people are together for real until like context comes together. So I think to have a judgment about someone's relationship, particularly if they're in an interracial relationship, I don't see the point of it. You know what I'm saying? That's not to say that like black men aren't fetishized. That's not to say that those things aren't out here and aren't prevalent. I just try to give the space to say that these two people are together because they chose each other, not because they have some weird fetish. I try to at least give them that on the base level until I have reason to believe otherwise. I just don't throw some of the stuff, some of these words that are being used. I just don't throw that on people automatically. That's just my thinking.
I respect that. Anybody else want to add anything to this?
She's not just fighting for Black people.
I kind of feel like that answers Honey Wild's question. Then, like in a situation where a Black man has a white girlfriend, he still can advocate for the Black community.
I'm not saying that he can't. For me, it's just very questionable. But also, if the guys that perished due to alleged white women crimes, they had history of hating and disliking Black women.
Black women.
So you don't get my support for that. Absolutely
So
not.
once again, we still, regardless of who you're married to, we still advocate for you. But I don't see the very person that you're married to advocating for you. No, next one.
Okay. Let's go back to the clip.
But you are
Okay, so hold on,
Wait a minute.
hold on for a second.
You are aware of the inverse.
Let me see something.
What's the
Have
inverse?
you
What's
have you
that
dated
mean?
Black women before?
Yes.
Okay, cool. So what is your experience with dating Black women?
My experience with dating Black women,
Yes, sir.
it was the same with dating every other woman, because I chose their character, not their race.
Gotcha.
I didn't really care what they looked like. I didn't care about whatever they struggle with. It fits a specific character. But I will say, begrudgingly, that the only hate I've ever received was from people that look like me. So that's the part I don't really understand. I'm genuinely trying to understand why my preference or my father's preference, which led to me being here, why that.
Oh, your mom's white?
She's Puerto Rican, which to y'all.
I was just gonna say, is he
she's
a biracial? I was just thinking about that. You're biracial. So, bro, I don't want to hear nothing you have to say. It's none and void. You're not even with a Black woman, and you're not even a Black person. Why are we talking to him or even listening to him?
His father's Black.
You're done, bro. No,
Yeah.
you're done. No, you lose all credibility for me. I don't want to hear you talk. Why aren't you over in the Mexican spaces? Why aren't you over in the Puerto Rican spaces? Why aren't you over there? I don't.
Because guess what?
I always find it problematic
That makes
when
it-
biracial people or mixed people or non-Black people come up into Black spaces. Every single
Yes.
time. You know what? They confirm my thoughts are right. Every single time.
Yeah, they be on bullshit.
They be on BS all the time.
Except my nigga 100 Watts. But most of them be on bullshit.
Like, why are you over here talking to Black women? You don't even date Black women. You're not even with a Black woman. So why do you care what Black women are doing? They ain't your true. They're not your preference. So stay with your preference and go talk to your preference of people you like to be with. Like, I don't understand why you talk. I'm not talking about white men. I'm not with white men. Why do I care what white men are doing? Besides politically, and that's a whole nother thing. But I don't care. No, I don't want to hear no biracial man talk to me about not having a Black woman talking to me as a Black woman about what I'm supposed to accept and what Black men are entitled to. You're not even one of them, bro. They gonna tell you they not like us. They have a song about you, bro.
Well, next I want to go to this part of the video where we have this white woman, Mrs. Joy, who's going to tell you why she believes she's better than y'all. Let's go ahead and go to that clip right now.
Okay, let's move on to the next one.
Should Black men date white women? Girl was talking about how she was approached by a lady or a young girl and her group of friends, and the girl asked, do you have a problem with Black men dating white women? And some of them were like, yeah, some of them said no. She went on to say, my bigger question would be, why do the white women feel like they need to date Black men? And then she went and explained like, oh, it's because of the kids and they want the kids to look a certain way. Stay the fuck in your own lane. If you don't like to date outside of your race, that's great. I love that for you. Stay the fuck in your own lane. You're a white woman that wants to date a Black man, go for it. What does a white and a Black man's relationship, how does that affect you? With me and Shane, and when I post him on my social media and I get all the comments, I'm like, how the fuck is my relationship an inconvenience to your life?
All right. Before we speak, I'm gonna bring up somebody. What's going on, Next Phases?
What's going on?
How you doing? You mind doing a little cam up for me just so I can make sure you're a real person? If you don't mind. Nobody would see you but me.
No, I'm a real person.
All right, yeah, my dude. Appreciate you. What is your thoughts on the topic?
I think it's just a lot of self-entitlements. But far as that video there,
I think she was trying to just say, hey, let us do what we do in peace. Cause we not over there causing havoc with y'all. It's like the same thing that the young lady was just saying a while ago. Why he over here? And why and a lot of black women be mad when the dudes do go over there with them. But then they also invite some of these white girls into they social groups. Like they go out, sometimes they have this white girl that be giving them access to the black guys. So, I don't know. It's like it's like a two-sided thing, and what is the real rule? But I don't think it should be a rule. But if it's gonna be a rule, it gotta be respectful.
Okay, I respect that. Babe, you have anything you want to say about the white lady?
I'm gonna need this ugly, unfortunate looking white woman with the bad bleached job to shut up and be quiet, girl.
Damn.
You're literally not even average. You're a throwback.
Damn.
You the lowest
Why
of
you
the
gotta
lowest of white
insult her?
women.
You
You're
gotta
not
insult how she
attractive
look,
at all.
though.
So
Why
I don't
are
even
you
know why you're
insulting
even
how she
talking. You want
She
a black woman
didn't
to
say
be bad.
nothing about how black women look.
No one's mad at her because she wants to date. She wants to date trash. That's fine. Like if
What's
that's the case, I'm
trash?
gonna go there. No one is mad because you want to date trash. We know what black man's history is. We know their track record. The Yelp reviews are out on black men. And what I do know is it doesn't matter what race or group they go into, they destroy every woman they touch. Every woman they touch loses value. And last time I checked, white women are the highest group right now that's rising in single motherhood. So have all the black men you want, girl. Take them all. Good. I think black women should open up their options. I think
So
so.
can I ask you a question defending what you just said? What statistics and what are you following that is showing you that black men have ruined every black woman's life that they have came in contact with?
I didn't say every black woman's life.
What has because this sounds like
every black woman's life. What I'm saying is that black men don't control anything.
What are you talking about? We control anything.
They don't own anything.
It has nothing to
You
do.
are not making.
I asked
Only
you
thing
a
I can
specific
say that black
question.
men are
You're
doing, they're making the
moving
hoods
goalposts
unsafe.
to men, black men don't control nothing. I asked you, where do you find that it is black men that are ruining the lives of black women?
Well, we can refer to the Moynihan report. That's one option. The Board of Labor and Statistics did that. That's the
What
Moynihan
fact
report. There is also
or
an article out there and data
actions
out here
are
to
ruining
support
their life?
the inheritance of poverty
That black women
black
cannot
men,
prevent.
not due to black women. There's also data out here that shows that when black women involve themselves with black men, they tend to stay in poverty more. As of when they're not involved with black men, they have the upper hand that they're rising up out of poverty. So there's so many studies and statistics that I literally can go pull up. This is where I have this information from. This is not me talking about my implicit bias. This is not me speaking on my bias or my own personal experience. I am quoting data. So if you're interested, go find that data yourself. You can look at the Census Bureau. And guess what else I can find? There's clips online about black males' behaviors in the 60s, in the 70s. You literally got clips.
We're not talking about, no, we're going to say current day. No, ma'am, no, ma'am, no,
talking
thank
over
you.
her. She's
No,
pregnant and
no,
she's exerting
we're
enough
gonna say
energy.
current.
Shut the fuck
You
up.
said
Whoa, whoa.
that
Hold
lady
on.
was talking
Let's
about
not be
current day.
disrespectful like that. Let's chill. Everybody chill now. We're all adults up here.
I'm not being disrespectful. I want her to stay on topic with the current situation of what black men and what relevance that she had to take the opportunity to insult that young lady on how she looked, because the first time that
Because she's a
a
throwback.
white woman say something about how
Look,
you
if
look,
you want to come up here
you're
and be
going
a
to be
white
highly.
look, here we go again. A black man coming to a white woman's defense as always. According to Malcolm X, the black
No,
woman is the
treat
least
others how
respected
you
woman.
want to be
She just said a
treated.
whole bunch
And
of stuff about
disrespecting
y'all
a
black women,
pregnant
but you
black
don't
woman
care
at
about
the
that.
same
All you
time,
care
not
about is
even
that white
giving a
woman's
fuck
opinion
about
that
the
matters.
maternity
Case
mortality
closed. It don't even matter
rates.
to me what you're saying to me at this point. I'm done.
I heard you say that black men hate themselves, hate the people, hate
There is
black
studies
women,
out
and
here
all this
about
stuff.
black men hating
What are you
themselves. Not
talking
all
about?
black men.
How do
A
you
lot of black men
substantiate
do.
they hate them?
Your
They may hate
behavior.
what you do. They may not hate you. See, hatred is something of specifics. You
Black
have to
men
have
have
something
hate
about a
other black
person to
men.
hate about
Did
you.
you not reference the movie The Black Klansman? He betrayed
I
his
don't care
own
about
brother.
nothing. Look, ma'am. You're too invested into emotional things that has
You
moved the
don't get to
pen for
tell
you
me
this
what I'm
life. Never
invested in, and you
experienced
don't
this
get to
life,
say
ma'am.
I'm emotional
Ma'am,
about
I don't
anything.
experience this in
I was
real life.
responding to
What
the
you're
video
doing
of a white
causes
woman, and
outrage,
that's my
and the
opinion.
Bible
So this white
says
woman
people
can
who
have
spread
all her
gossip
opinions
cause
about black
conflict.
women, but the minute a black woman says something back against a white woman, here come a black man defending her. Those
I
white
am, because I think you should
privilege is
treat
everything.
Black pregnant
I think
woman
you should treat people how you
disregarding
want to be
the
treated.
maternal.
Can I hop in here real quick?
Listen,
Go
Can I
ahead,
hop in
go
here real
ahead.
No,
I
let Ray
need
speak.
y'all to
That's
calm down,
fine. Go ahead,
please.
Ray.
And so,
Oh, no,
I
Ray. I mean, go ahead, Watts.
interrupt each other.
I was in
Godly.
listening
Go ahead, 100.
in listening to what you were saying. It kind of breaks my heart listening to what you're saying for real. Cause you're saying that it's basically like anybody that look like me don't have, like, I just don't have a chance out here. Like, I don't.
That's not true,
Because
Watts.
there are other no, just hear what I'm saying. Just hear what I'm saying. When I heard what you just said, what I heard what was just said, it was said that black men hurt the women that they touch. And I think that that's messed up, because that means that there is a belief that a majority of black men are out here to destroy whatever they're touching. And that is so harmful, because now that's like there is no safe space for the group of black men that are not trying to hurt anything, because we have a group, we have we have black women that think we're trying to hurt them. We have white men that think we're trying to take from them. We got white women that are fetishizing us. We got Asian people that don't even fuck with us. We got Jewish people that don't want shit to do with us. Like, it's like sometimes it feels like black men, like, we just don't have a chance out here. And then the other part of it too is like, we can't, like, black men and black women are coming from the same broken system. We're coming from the same broken system. So it's like the system affected y'all as black women, but we came out unscathed, but we was just animals to begin with. And like, that's the way that it sounds when I'm hearing it, and it's hurtful, because there are black men that are out here that are staying out of the way, not causing no trouble. Like I said earlier, I got both of the women that buried my children are black women. If I was to bring them up here, they would tell you that I have never in my life put my hands on them. I don't even call them out of their name. I would never in my life call them out of their name. It's just like, there are black men that I grew up with that are amazing men. These are good,
Well, Watts,
solid dudes.
I hear you, and I'm gonna stop you right there, because I agree with everything you're saying. I'm not giving you pushback, but you are not the majority of black males. The femicide rate is high. Domestic violence against black women is high. Daryl literally played the statistics earlier. We can find more statistics on it. Also, I didn't say that black women lose value when we are touched. Black men told me that when they touch me, I lose value. Kevin Samuels, Anton Daniels,
The body count
brought
thing.
them up here. Black man told me that. I don't think I lose, but black man told me there is something wrong, that I'm a mother. Black man said that to me. Black man told me my education doesn't matter. So everything I'm saying is not because this is what I think. This is going off what I hear black men tell black women all the time. We're no good. I'm
You only
masculine.
speak for one
I'm
aspect of
unruly.
it.
Hold on, next phase. My brother Gore in the chat, he sent, because we do have a bounty system here, he sent $20 to drop next phase for 15 minutes. So, babe, can you set a 15-minute timer?
Yes.
But we don't want next phase to leave. And then we got GOAT in the background. If you guys don't know who GOAT is, that is the legendary man himself, Taz Crystal. Welcome, GOAT.
What up, though, fam? What's good, man?
Hi, Taz.
Oh,
I
Much
ain't
brother,
got
this is Green Light.
no business listening to these conversations no more. But I'm here. For real, I'm telling you, I get away
Taz, you done found our
from a
channel.
lot of these topics. Listen, man. I stayed away from a lot of this stuff because for real, I feel like a lot of it is people just going back and forth on their own experience. They don't want support. They don't care if people genuine and whatnot. So I stayed away for a long time, but now I'm popping back out and seeing what's going on.
Yeah, like for me, I don't even I tell my husband this all the time that I'm so tired of the black woman, white like I hate these conversations because at the end of the day, I have friends of all races and ethnicities and background. I have mixed people in my family. I hate these conversations, but I'm not gonna sit here and allow this white woman to say what she wants to say. But then when a black woman says what she wants to say, there's a problem. And that's what a problem in lies. They can say whatever they want to say about us, but I don't have a right to say what I want to say back. Like, I literally can go find data for everything I just said. I'm not saying that. This is what black men are telling me, that I'm no good. I'm 40. I get told I'm 40, I'm old. I hit the wall. I get told I got too many
I
kids.
think
Like,
100 Watts. Sorry for interrupting. I think 100 Watts was saying it's not all black men.
and I agree. That's what I'm
Taz
saying.
don't say that.
Taz don't say it. You don't
100
talk like
Yeah,
that.
it's certain niggas.
Lord ADS doesn't speak like that, and I would never say this is an absolute. So I am not speaking in absolutes at all. I know there are
Right.
black men out here who are trying to make a difference. I know there are black men out here who are trying to talk to the YNs and the big bros and the OGs, like literally trying to change their mind. Like this is not what is about. You know, so I totally get that. I'm just saying, don't talk to me about white women, but then you don't want me to bring up stats about other races of men for me to compare you to, because you're not going to win with that. So I just don't like it. But I get what Watts is saying. Watts, I completely agree with
when
you.
it comes to the stats, but when it comes to the stats, this is what I'm saying. We're all in the same broken system. The black men are at the bottom of everything the same way black women are at the bottom of everything. When
But
it comes
I
to
would say
income,
to that,
we are
Watts,
both at the
I agree with you 100%. But the thing is, as a woman, I'm attached to the black man. Do we not live in a patriarchy? So for me to be at the bottom is because y'all at the bottom. It's not because I'm not doing what I'm trying to do, or black women are not doing what they're trying to do. And I'm not talking about all black women, because there's a lot of black women that don't move like me, that have education like me, that's furthering their education, that wants to do better and everything. It's a lot that are not like that. But it's a lot of, we can look at the data. Black women are literally doing better than white women because we don't have the luxury of depending on black men the way that white women have had historically. We are on the bottom. I agree with you 100%.
All right, let's go back to the video, and then we're gonna see if Goat got anything he want to say about the video.
Okay. Why do black women have a problem when black men date white women?
I'll be honest. From my personal experience, the only time race has ever become a conversation is when, like, in the past, when I had relationships and I would bring like my white girlfriend to the cookout or to Thanksgiving or to Christmas. That was really the only time it was a problem. And then, my mom pulling me to the side, and when I'm single and stuff like that, and I'm talking to my new girl right now, the first question she always asks me is she white? Is she black? It's never, is she a good girl? Does she treat you right? You know what I'm saying? Like, is she nice to you and stuff like that? I think personally it's because, I think it has something to do with the fact that, like, dating a woman that doesn't look like your mom or something like that, maybe they take it as a sense of offense at times. But for the most part, like, whenever I'm around different groups, it's not even really a topic of conversation more than it is like when I'm actually like at, in like black environments where, it's just like, oh, you dating a white girl?
So
So what would you say to that? Go, if your son brought back a white woman, would you have a problem with it? Would anybody here have a problem with their children bringing back a white woman? I'll start with Go first.
Yeah, I ain't gonna lie to you, bro. And a lot of it for me is because I told you, like, you know what I'm saying? Like, you were raised under the understanding that I don't like that, and I don't want that to be my grandchild's experience, to have to deal with, some of the things the mixed kids deal with and whatnot. And I tried to establish that with my kids so they'll know not to put a child in that position. So yeah, I would be very, very disappointed if he went against, what I've been teaching him since he was young. Now, granted, he has his own mind, he can do what he want to do, but I'm saying there are reasons why I go against it. It ain't just because, oh, they white. It's like you put a child into a negative experience, and then that child has to grow up like that, and you don't have to do that.
I agree. And we've been watching like Jubilee videos. They've been dropping like mixed children videos and shit.
Yeah.
And all the, like, no matter if they black children, white children, they all seem confused. So I can agree with that. Anybody else? 100 Watts, TD, Black Dahlia, Nay?
To be honest with you, being in 2025, I'd be more concerned with my child bringing back somebody of a different pronoun than a different race. Like the thems
That's
and
crazy.
the them.
That's crazy.
I mean, but to be honest with you though, like somebody that has I think, how can I say that it makes sense? Because I don't want to be disrespectful. If my son brought home a white girl, I don't really care. Like I'm not about to be too wrapped up in it. I think there is going to be a conversation about like, why did you choose her? How did this come to be? Where did y'all meet? We gonna be asking questions? But I would be doing the same thing if it was a black girl. Where did you meet her at? What's happening here? What are y'all's intentions here? Especially depending on the age, because different conversation. But like the identity of trying to figure out who you are to the point to where you have to change your pronoun, I think that's more of a representation of what this person has going on internally than what their race is.
I agree. I would completely agree. All right, let's get back to it.
Let's say this. It does happen within different cultures. So it's not only the black and with the white, because in different cultures, Indian culture, and they get shunned dating outside their culture. The Muslims, the Hinduism, like they're strict on that. Like it came to a part with my mom and my dad. But
I guess I was speaking particularly because we're talking about white versus black.
Yeah. And with the topic, with the topic, I see black women reacting more to a black man dating a white woman compared to a black woman dating a white man way more. Because I don't even think I've seen pushback regarding Serena Williams or the other people compared to, we see these athletes, these famous guys. And to me, I don't care who these people date because I ain't trying to date these men. These men want to date white women, go ahead, date them. I don't care, but I'm not about to talk shit about who they want to date. I just don't understand why it's such a problem when we see people going outside their norm when it comes to more men than to women.
Q, do you think that they have a fundamental problem with it, or are they conditioned to have a problem with it?
Condition.
No, it's the discourse surrounding it. Me, for an example, I don't care who you date, black, white, orange, yellow, purple. I could care less. But I've only seen it be an issue for two reasons. One is the discourse. Oh, we got balloons. The discourse around putting black women down and saying that white women are on a pedestal over black women, and or some black women feel like, damn, I really want to date a black man. We already don't have a pick of the litter. Now you taking away from that. So I've only ever seen that be an issue for two reasons, not because they hate and not because they jealous, not because they want somebody like they mammy. And then
I actually agree with Jess. I think the conversation that has surrounded this bullshit is part of the reason why it's getting so much backlash. Yeah, Kevin is gone, so the manosphere, for the most part, in my opinion, died out with him. But most of this shit started because of the fit, feminine, and friendly conversation and the baby mama conversation, high value male conversation. That's a fact.
Yeah, I agree. That's a lot of this is you know what's crazy, fam? Like for real, I think what we seeing now is a representation of those later years. Because if you were here before the Kevin Samuels fit, feminine, friendly, you know, it was just an all-out war on black women. You know what I'm saying? Kevin Samuels, if anything, created more of a dating realm there. Before that, it was all-out war, and it was just F these black women and white women are better and blah, blah, blah. So I think Kevin put a better face on the manosphere, and that's why you see so many people mocking that shit now and using it, repeating it, because he put a cleaner face on it. The face that used to be on it was chasing women down, beating them up, and all that type of stuff. They need to be abused. So they what's the word I'm looking for? Reshaped it or redesigned it, if you will.
Repackaged it.
Perfect word. Repackaged it. Absolutely.
No, I definitely agree. Niggas tried to repackage it. And I do want to say, next phase, you only got 5 minutes left. I'm watching the timer. But yeah, that was a different time where Kevin was alive, where it was trying to actually get relationships to work out. But then it just didn't work out because, you know, niggas was on goofy shit. That's just the truth. Even going so far as to shame women for doing stuff that men like them doing, like being slutty and shit. So, and then not marrying women, baby daddies not liking baby mamas. That shit was embarrassing, to be honest, after a while.
Shame, blame, and explain.
Yeah, TD. I remember recently, bro, they got no fugazi, bro.
Oh yeah. But I mean, he kind of like walked into that because it was like, how are you talking so tough about this and you're living it?
I mean, yeah, but he did get doxxed in all fairness. I'm walking more balanced life, but I agree with you. He walked himself like it was like a little trap car. He fucked himself over, but they did dox bro and his whole family too at the same time.
And that, you know, and that's the danger about, you know, when you put yourself out there like that, which is, you know, that's kind of one of the reasons why, you know, they say if you're gonna go out there, you know, you better make sure your nose is clean. They gonna pick you apart, especially when you get out there saying stuff that you got a group of people that don't want to hear it. You best believe they gonna be like, okay,
Oh yeah, they
so
gonna
you
pick
supposed
you
to be this
apart.
and that. Yeah, we finna see if you walk the walk that you talk, homie.
Yeah, they gonna pick
They
you
went
apart,
for
fam. And even worse,
They went
though,
for him.
they'll add some shit to it. You know what I'm saying? To
Oh yeah,
make sure you get picked apart. You know what I'm saying?
oh
So
yeah.
you don't want to fuck with this internet for real. This motherfucker
No,
undefeated for a reason.
not only does he date single moms, but when he was in third grade, he failed his spelling test twice. Baby, they gonna put it
Yeah,
all.
the internet be going crazy. I can speak on that personally. Internet is it's a diabolical place, and we all play a role in it. That's why I just fall back, live my life with my wife now. But let's get it.
Too, while I agree with Shorty on the video, she had a little bit too much dip on her chip. So I needed her to take some of that dip off because it was like, well, okay. But I mean, me personally, I don't care who you date.
Wait, what's a dip? What that mean? Dip in her? What does that
She
mean?
had a little bit too much. If you want to date,
Just deep.
you're not what you think, what you is. And then she just had to have a video showing her body. And I really don't want to get into it because really, sis, because if you would have just showed us from the neck up,
Just can you
but I ain't gonna
repeat
go there.
to-
But I'm just saying she had a little bit too much dip on her chip. I needed her to take a little bit, some of that off of there.
I agree with Jess. The girl wasn't attractive from the face up. The girl was really just had a decent little frame on her. And sitting down, all women look thick. So I had to see her standing up. Me personally, after my college phase, I was done with white women. You know what I'm saying? It just, I guess in Michigan, the white men, they just too racist. They not really going. You know what I'm saying? Now, if you get one of them pregnant, you might keep that baby, but you'll never be accepted into the families in Michigan. I mean, that's just how shit work up there. You feel me? Especially in East Lansing, it was, you know what I'm saying, KKK ground. So niggas got to move real smooth around that bitch. But me personally, like I said, my biggest thing about it is when I see dudes take losses, like Jonathan Majors. I was so disappointed in not being able to see him, you know what I'm saying, fulfill like some of this, like I'm a big comic fan, so him playing Kang was a big role for me. But now I gotta go see fucking Robert Downey Jr., who used to be a crackhead, play Dr. Doom again. I don't know. And I was never really impressed by Robert Downey Jr. anyway, so. But it is what it is. I just don't like seeing a black man lose money like fucking Shannon Sharp, bitch ass.
But see, but with Shannon, you know what? I hate to see that happen to Shannon. But at the same time, Shannon, you too old. It's not even you too old to talk to that girl. You too old for anybody that age to get over on you like that. You should have at least enough experience in life.
Talking to her, bro. I gotta go against.
I mean, hey, I feel
Hold on, I think you said you about to leave, Chaz.
No,
I mean,
I was
it
saying she is too young for him, bro. I had to push back against that.
That's cool, but my
50,
point,
bro.
but my point is he's too old to get gamed by somebody that young. He's too old for that. That's my biggest issue. He should not be able to get the wool pulled on you. You should not be a sucker that easy at that age with that much experience. It's not like you ain't encountered women before. You
I disagree, bro.
A former football player who was a Hall of Famer.
Hold on, though, fam. I feel like the two go together, though, right? So if you're a 50-year-old man and you put yourself in that situation with a young woman, you are at her mercy anyway. That period. Because as that older man in that situation, you are not supposed to be messing with somebody's granddaughter, fam. Like, what are we talking about, bruh? You know what I'm saying? So that's why I say I think just being in that position as a 50-year-old, she has the upper hand regardless. The minute you text her, and you're a Hall of Fame Super Bowl with, like, bro, the minute you text her, she has the upper hand. So to me, he's stupid just for even involving himself with somebody who's not on his level. Anybody gonna have the upper hand.
I actually agree with that.
And the problem is when you say, like, you know, not on his level, that's the problem. She actually is on his level. That's how she really killed on him like that. He shouldn't be at that level, but he is. That's the
No,
problem.
but they are not at the same level in no way. Shit, that is a 50-year-old black man
The
dating
mentality.
a
Hold on,
young
bro.
white
Hold
girl in the modern
on,
day,
bro.
bro. She
No,
has
no,
no
no, no, no,
idea.
no. Let me finish. Listen to me. He's on the same mental level, meaning he may be almost 60 years old, but his mentality is still that of a 19, 20-year-old man. He has not evolved mentally. That's the problem. That man should be so much more progressed in
And
his
see, I
mind.
think I might know where you're coming from, but having talked about these men for a long time, I'm telling you, he on some 50, 60-year-old shit. I'm telling you, he on some lame ass old man who couldn't find a wife, failure in life, chasing young women shit. This ain't got nothing to do with being young or chasing young or having a young mentality. When men get to 50 years old and still want to chase young women.
Yeah, those dudes haven't matured yet. And that's what I'm seeing in Shannon. He hasn't matured.
But so what would be maturity? Because to me, maturity would be already married, you know what I'm saying, living your life and whatnot. The average man that people call mature today is doing what Shannon Sharp do. Just playing around with women, younger women, looking for women.
Maturity would be not putting himself in that situation in the first place. He's too old. It's not like he doesn't live in a modern era where it's not like he's the first guy to get caught up like this. There's been plenty of guys that got caught up for like the last 30, 40 years. So he should know this. That's what I'm saying. The lack of the maturity, the wisdom, the experience. You should know better. And he doesn't. And that's sad. He's too old to not know better.
Because if you're doing something foul, that's what this is about, right? You know what I'm saying? So no matter the age,
he should know better than to do something foul like that. That's what I'm saying. He should know better. He should know better than to do something foul like that. That's what I'm saying. He should know better.
Yeah, that girl younger than that man kids. That's crazy.
At some point when you live in life, you're supposed to learn not only from your own experiences, but you also should be able to learn from other people's experiences. This is not like he's the first one that's gotten caught up in some mess like this. So he should have seen enough examples by now to not get caught in something like that, to not be doing something foul like that.
Yeah, but that's when you got to go to that next step, bro. It's that white woman, bro. He trusted her. He trusted her more than he'd have trusted a black woman. He lacks black women. Trust these white hoes.
And he lacks the maturity. That's where he threw himself. He doesn't have the maturity.
So are we now excusing the fact that young women are looking for men in that tax bracket and at that age?
No. I'm not gonna look. Okay, I'll admit the girl. Yeah, what she's doing is foul. I'm not talking about her though. I'm talking about him because if he was on the right track on his end, he wouldn't get caught up like this. Look, I get it. You got a lot of women out there who be on some foul stuff, but I'm sorry, too many men walk with their eyes wide shut into these obvious plays.
But he's a winning situation. Why is she messing it up? Why is she fumbling the bag?
Because she's 19. And the problem is he's almost 60 with the same mentality.
For one, who says she fumbled anything? She got exactly what she was looking for one. And for two, I agree with what TD's saying, because it's like, bro, you've been freaking since Freaknik. How you ain't figured this out by now? Like, homie been at it since
She did fumble the bag, though.
No,
she would have been better off. She would have been better off staying with the guy.
In 2025, the bag is either putting up a lawsuit or having a baby. That is the bag for this. And I'm speaking of this particular circle of females. The bag is put up a lawsuit or get a baby. That is the bag. She didn't fumble anything. She did exactly what she was supposed to do. Come on, who really think that her intentions was to marry this motherfucker and wait till he died in order to get his money? Like, who really thinks that's what her play was supposed to be? Nobody believes that. Not one person on this panel believes that. Her plan
she's actually using the system against him.
But he might believe that. You know what I'm saying? Like, fuck what we think. He the one texting the bitch and trusting her. He the one believe that shit. We
Which
know
goes,
better.
I think goes to TD's point. Like, bro, come on, you not smart enough to know that this is a play. You really believe this? It, like, I mean, honestly, like both of y'all saying, like, for one, you too mature for this, and then for two, you fell for this. But this is the one that got you. Like, come on, dog. Of all this time you've been here, this is the one that
Out
got
of everybody,
But
you got like this.
but see, is it? But see,
Really,
hold on,
bro.
so, but is it like kind of like the streets where you already know something that play is kind of foul, but
TD, you got a
still
loud
stay
background.
doing it?
Mute you for a second.
Oh, my bad, bro.
Like you know, sometimes people know shit is foul, but they still stay in it because they didn't already did it. You know what I'm saying? I think that's where he kind of got jammed up at. Once you involved, you involved. And I just think it points to though older men that want these younger women, they need to stay the hell away from it because at the end of the day, it probably would have been better for her to stay his little girlfriend on the side and keep it quiet and whatnot. But she chose to pop out on him, which should tell these older men that they ain't looking to be with him. You know what I'm saying? So I'm not sure that he didn't trust her though, that it was just a play for him. This like some of these dudes be falling in love with these young white women.
But that's
Yeah.
when a man usually get to his highest earning points, and that's where the women are most vulnerable to, because that's the standards they set themselves to be vulnerable to, is a man in a higher tax bracket. They're not happy with the struggle, what they call the struggle of, which is a building stage or being comfortable with a situation where they're both trying to be suitable to each other's purpose and what in the direction they're both trying to go in. But we now have a cut the chase and try to get it the fast way, the fast life, and you know it's sometimes not rewarding for the man when he's looked to be the provider in these situations. And I don't like to demonize. I don't think he was right in the situation from the context of what transpired in it, like the conversations he was having, the lack of acuity to understand that that young lady was not there in good faith. She just wasn't there in good faith. I agree with that, but I think that we also need to understand that she also fumbled a situation that someone, if she wasn't willing to be of good purpose in the situation, not to just go out and just put it out all on the internet. And I think it should be more shame toward her than him, because he absolutely was winning. He was trying to provide a good lifestyle to her. He was rewarding her for her whatever service. He wasn't outside being exclusive with her or nothing. It was nothing like that. It was pretty sure all this stuff was being done under some type of privacy. It was not like he was broadcasting it and nothing like that. So why is she crossing the line and putting it out on Front Street? I just don't agree with that part. That's where
Shit, I do.
Fumbled.
Expose these niggas.
Wow. Well, why? I mean, he was treating her well. He was giving her the bag. He said that he felt that she was being a dick to him. Why are we as men shaming him for doing that? I mean, you're gonna be 50 one day.
As a man, yeah, because I'm gonna be 50 in 2 years, and that woman is younger than my daughter. So
what it got that had nothing to do with that, dude?
Right.
It's still a man still has a desire at that age. No, see, we're not gonna keep calling them fuck niggas and all this. Shannon Sharp was not a fuck nigga. What did he? What did Shannon Sharp do that was a fuck nigga?
Next phase. What do you see in a 19-year-old? What can she offer to you besides you?
Wait, Nate, hold on. Quickly. Next phase, hold on. Tash was speaking. I would like for everyone to contextualize their thoughts, and I don't want anyone cutting off anybody else. So we're gonna let Tash finish his thought, and then Nate, you can chime in.
Yeah, my bad. I had walked away, but y'all good. Go ahead.
Yeah, so I mean, as a black man, fam, I ain't no reason no fucking other black man finna be sitting up here talking about dating somebody's fucking 20-year-old daughter and you 50, nigga. I don't give a fuck about none of that, bro. Niggas need to get their ass whooped for that shit. Women your age are available, but because you want some young ass girl to take advantage of, you want niggas to turn a blind eye and act like you ain't talking about their daughters, nigga. No, find a woman your age to date and leave these young ass girls alone. Like I said, that woman is younger than my own daughter, and Shannon Sharp older than me. I don't respect that, bruh. That shit need to be called out.
So go. Let me ask you this question: If you are in your involved in your daughter's life, and you're absolutely covering her and protecting her from going out and being in these situations, and you're putting the right information and things so she won't be vulnerable to these things, so she can set her standards to be vulnerable to something that is conducive to her, that you would like to be in the admiration of what you would like her for her as a father, why would it even be an opportunity for this to happen?
Because this is life. We're on the internet. You don't know where you'll meet someone at. You don't know the facade they'll put on when you meet them. So again, I'm acknowledging that my daughter would be young. She would be inclined to make mistakes. She could fail at any moment at anything. So there are some things that I would expect another man who's my age to cover me on. Not be trying to fuck her. I would expect you to view my daughter like she was your daughter. But we don't have that in our community, which is the lack of fucking unity, because you want to fuck my daughter instead of being that protective fatherly figure over her. I hate you niggas for real. I ain't even gonna lie, bro. I don't like you niggas.
So if young ladies are saying that dudes are broke in this stage of life, and it's not that many options, all these dudes are dusty, all these dudes are F boys, like you say, and they ain't got no purpose, and they're not leaders, and all this stuff. But we find a Shannon Sharp in a situation like this, and he can absolutely elevate whatever lifestyle that she would like to obtain, and he's doing it in a constructive manner. As far as the choking and in the abusive language, I don't agree with that. But I think he should have just kept, had more ground rules based around this situation. But unfortunately, he didn't. But we're going to say, what if your daughter was to find an older man that had a good situation? He came to you about it and said, hey, look, your daughter's interested in me. I'm interested in her. Hey, I want to talk this out with you before we transpire. I want to make sure it's okay with you. That I want your blessings from you. Look, I'm gonna absolutely take care of your daughter just the way you took care of her. Look, can we be cool with this? Are you gonna be willing to sit down and have a conversation, Goat?
Sit down and have a conversation? Sure. Is that conversation gonna change anything I said? No.
And what are you gonna do if your daughter decides to still go see this man?
Shit, who knows?
What if she leaves and cleaves to him?
And I think that's where, you know what I'm saying, my relationship with her comes into play, because she knows that she won't know what'll happen. Like, that would be risking everything. There's something wrong with your dad, and you know that. So you wouldn't put your dad in a situation where he would lose his fucking mind because you running around here with a man older than him. No, I don't think she would do that, man. But like I said, I think that's why it's important to be in your children's lives so they know you.
But what if she still takes on her morals and values that you put into her and make it a conducive situation for her?
She ain't gonna tell me.
Wait, well, you want her to tell you everything. You want to continue to be able to cover her.
She's not gonna tell me she's dating a man my age, dude. There's some things that are not okay. Some things we're not going for. That's one of them.
Well, then we can't be mad if they get with F boys.
Like, yeah, well, I don't listen, bro. Even with my son, he shouldn't be dating no 50-year-old woman. Like just because she got experience and she might be better off in life and she might have her own place and you ain't got it. That don't mean you go live with her and become her little boy toy. Like, what are we talking about?
I agree with Goat on this one. I would never let my daughter.
This is life. This is just life, though.
Yeah, I would never let my daughter date somebody like, you know what I'm saying, 30, 40 years older than them. But TMKC, welcome to the show, beautiful.
Hi, TMKC.
Hi, girl. Hi, Gently. Hi, Taz. Hi, everybody.
Hello.
Would you ever let your 31-year-old, my bad, she wasn't 30. Would you ever let your 19-year-old daughter date Shannon Sharp at 56, I believe?
I don't think I will have control over telling her what to do. I mean, I could tell her what to do, but I don't think she will actually listen to me. I will have to get my brothers involved.
Okay.
No wrong with that.
Okay. I agree to that. All right, let's go back to the video.
We can't, hold on, Aaron, we can't do that. Because let's just be honest, when we seen these other videos of black women, they showing their bodies too. That's one. Two,
Nah, but I feel like she was making a subconscious or subliminal statement by doing that, by having her body in the video and saying all of that.
Wait, she can't show her body? Jazz, you lost a lot of weight, so I know you showing your body if you was doing something.
But it's not for like vanity purposes. It's because I'm showing people my transformation. That's a little bit different. And then
But
two,
she not
People will call slutty, whatever word you want to use there. She's very, very, very I guess you can call it classy. So usually when I see white women that talk like that know they can get any black man, or they usually thick ass white women. You know what I'm saying? They showing up their titties and ass like the girl that No Fugazi got. You know what I'm saying? And it's unfortunate that he had to be the one, you know what I'm saying, that was saying baby mama was trash, and then they digged up, the fact that he dating a white woman with 2 kids. And she is strapped. But she still, I mean, some niggas saying it's BBL, but it is what it is, you know what I'm saying? The whole thing about her showing up
But
her
that
body,
wasn't
I
the
can't believe.
premises. That wasn't the premises of what Fugazi said. It was a qualify for her.
What you
So
mean?
that was not his qualify for her. He said she had the insides, the values inside her that were the ones that actually qualified her to supersede the baby mama status. And he also said it was
Boy, you
because
Hey
I'm
Taz,
not
I was gonna
recording.
laugh too, but I was gonna wait till he was done.
It matters. It matters. Men,
Hold on, let's let him land the plane. Fuck it.
Shut your ass up.
Go ahead,
Talking
next
about my
phases. Fuck
quality.
it.
It's not about the outside always. It's not just the outside, it's also the inside. It is also the characteristics that are suitable for that man's purpose. Listen, he has a daughter. He said he has a daughter. He said she had kids. She knew how to be a good mother. He seen the mother in her. And he said that she was conducive to the situation. If you go back and you go and look at what he said about it, he said that. He said these exact sentiments. He had the same exact sentiment. She said he had the rule. He had the rule. He was an exception because he was looking for somebody that more was suitable for him. See, God, even in the Bible, it says define a woman.
Oh my God!
Hold on, next phases.
My nigga, for real, bro.
Time is up. Go ahead,
Go
go.
to the Bible. No, go to the Bible. No, you can lie.
Yeah, I think a lot of like
He
and
lied.
for real, what's crazy. It's been so many years of this shit. Now I didn't keep up with that shit. Like I said, I just really just started paying attention. So I don't even know who that is. But it don't surprise me because the optics change if you see something you want and you see something you like. So I don't see nothing wrong. I ain't got no problem with men dating baby mamas and this and that. But they the ones running around here saying they don't do it, and then they'll make excuses once they do it. That's bullshit, bro.
He didn't say that though. He said that he speaks to the majority of his following audience. Why? And he speaks to the reason why you shouldn't pick it because
Okay,
there's
but
not many.
okay, we understand, but he's not saying it as a way of being. He's not saying it to. What
Hold
am I
on. So
trying
let me
to
say
say?
this, Nate, because I do want to show this. And next phase, don't think that I'm against what you're saying. I just want to
Like
contextualize
nobody
what
is
you're
being
saying, and I want
nobody
to
is
show
against it.
receipts.
I'm against
But
what he's
he's
saying.
being malicious. There's a difference between being malicious and trying to teach her. No, I don't suggest a single guy dating a woman with children. I don't suggest it. No, any woman would say that. But if you tend to get with a woman like that, I can't say nothing about that. But don't sit up to say it's bad for you to date those type of women. That's where the intent is coming from.
Right.
He's not saying it in order to give advice on, hey, if you're a single guy, I don't suggest you date a woman with children. Not saying don't, just I don't suggest it. I don't. A lot of women put that out there. If you have no children, have a woman with no children. But if you get with one, that's fine. But don't sit up and make it seem like it's a taboo or it's yucky if you date a woman with children. And
Thank
that's
you,
the
Nate.
difference.
And let's go ahead and let's give some contextualization to what next phase is saying. Let's pay attention. Class
Yeah,
is in.
I know. Go haven't been here for a while, so let's see what happens.
Why do you think these guys go either for single moms? When I tell you guys all these red pillars are scammers, this is what I mean. I feel like red pillars date single moms more than the average person. For a movement that yells and moans about single moms as much, that so many of them date these women. Why do you think these guys go either for single moms, 18-year-olds, or are they trying to import? You notice a pattern between all three of these?
Mm-hmm.
There's an update to the previous story that we were on. Please share this with me.
Fellas, this is why I tell y'all got to be careful about where y'all get y'all relationship/life advice from these guys on this internet, on these podcasts. Because yesterday I made a video about that Fugazi Cooley dude or whatever, talking about being a top tier man. I always kind of knew dude was a little buddy. But yeah, so here's the clip.
Don't qualify for the top tier men, and that is the truth.
So you believe you're a top tier man? By what standard?
I'm 6'4", only about what? 8% of the entire world is 6'4". I make well over 100K a year. And I'm black at that if you add that on.
That's why he said that. That's why he talked the way he talked. That's why he thinks he's a top tier man, because he's 6'4" and black. This is why. He's the trinket. He's the fetish. But this is the dude that y'all follow, fellas. This is the rhetoric that y'all subscribe to from hypocrites. A black man playing stepdaddy to some white kids.
Next phase, as you were saying, sir.
That's just a small clipping of it for one, and then two, I just explained from the words that came from his mouth in the context of what he was saying, that he saw that most women without children were not likely to be suitable, but he happened to meet this young lady here. I'm not going to be racist because it doesn't matter about the color. It's more about the alignment and the equally yoked. When it comes to this situation, and it looks like what he chose on. It is nothing about race. And they look like they're successfully together.
I understand what you're saying, right? You're saying that despite her being a baby mama, the context of the fact that she adds other stuff to his life is the reason why she's suitable to be chosen as a suitable partner, correct?
Repeat that one more time.
Yeah, certainly. So because she brings other stuff to his life, she's a good woman, she cooks for him, etc., etc. It doesn't matter that she's a baby mama, right? It just matters that she, like you said, she's aligned with him, correct?
She meets the characteristics and the persona of what he is looking for. She was suitable for what he was likely looking for.
Do you think that Russell Wilson is a simp?
No, not necessarily. I mean, now I don't know. I to be honest with you, I don't know much about the situation with him. I know that he took on the relationship with her, but that's like a social economical situation that I think that we could compare that Shannon Sharp should approach. Someone that's more like him, because also I don't think Russell Wilson had any. Did he have kids before that or not? Did he have outside kids other than Sierra?
No.
Okay, so he was in a situation where he was with a wife before, and he divorced her, and that's when he got with Sierra. But they're more aligned far as like social economical level as well.
Not to mention
It's
Russell's
just
first wife was white.
yeah, but that shows you there that it doesn't necessarily mean it's not a colorism. It's a characterism. It's not about the what they look like necessarily. All men most likely like fit and feminine, or they have a preference for something else. It doesn't matter. It's on the individual. Not all men are likely saying they want the same exact thing. And I think that's where the red pilling can become toxic. And when the examples they make could be toxic to the atmosphere of what's been spread among others. It says that, oh, we just all want that, but like it's not true. It's really not true. These guys, you have to be acceptable to what you have access to, what's going to be conducive to you. And as much as a lot of people want to fantasize and fairy tale all these things up, there it's all has context to it. And I think what Fugazi does over there, it's marketable, and it's also some truth to it. It is in some cases for most men, if you can make the choice before you go get in a situation with a woman that's not suitable to you. Because like I was saying in the chat earlier.
Before I go back to the video next phase, I'm just like this. Because Go been doing it longer than I have. But what I used to do is call out the hypocrisies. You can't tell other men that, you know what I'm saying, not to date baby mamas and date for recreational use. And then those men and women tell you, yeah, well, she's adding different stuff to my life, or I'm adding different stuff to his life. And he would say, well, nope, it don't matter. My wife, my white woman is the exception. You're not. And I think that's where the rhetoric starts to fall back on. Then you have a lot of people in the space that expose that rhetoric. And we end up here. And just to put it in a way that you might
I don't think it's because
right?
he never said because she was white though.
No, he never said because she was white, but almost
you
every
added that
single time
context.
when
Let's
when we're
speak
looking
it out
at
of
different
context.
character traits, right? And we're looking at him when he's talking to black women or talking about baby mamas, is usually when he had black women on his channel. And in this situation, he would have the same, like, let's say if that white woman was somebody else's girlfriend, he would literally tell them she's a baby mama, she not you know, like she trash. He would shit on her. I think that's where he got his pushback from, was because there was so many different clips like that recirculated. You know what I'm saying?
I don't think that's the case. I think you guys are pushing too hard, and I think you guys have a resentment for pushback on black women. And it, you know, it's okay. I would agree to a certain extent. There is going too far, and then there is some necessary, because sometimes they come with these entitlements and these delusions, and they don't have the character before they. You gotta understand. But if you want something great, you have to have the character to go with the greatness, or otherwise it's gonna fail.
Next phase, I'm gonna have to stop you right there. You just literally advocated for a 50-year-old to be with whatever age of a woman that he wants to be with. He's not looking for her character. So you can't sit up here and tell me 50-year-old man can be with whatever age he wants to be with, and you thinking he's looking for the 20-year-old's character, the 23-year-old's character. No, he is not. What my husband is basically saying, and for some reason, I don't understand why you are not processing the fact that No Fugazi Cooley came out talking about do not mess with baby mamas at all, but yet he has one. How can you tell other men not to desire the result that you have with a baby mama? How can you tell them that it won't work out for them, but it worked out for you? That is a hypocrite. I can't listen.
He has kids already.
You don't
though.
get the right, but you shouldn't be out here telling other men that, oh, I got a baby mama and my baby mama's fine. She's this and that and that. So another man can't find a baby mama and say the same thing. I got a baby mama and she's fine and it's this and that. For me, you don't get to tell other men who they should and should not date. And then you go back and you do the same. You go against your own rhetoric. I can't trust you. He would have been better off just living in his truth. That's what he should have did.
He did. He explained it. He
No,
choked.
he did not do that. He did not
Yes,
do
he
that.
did. He came out and made
We
statements
saw this too in other people
regarding.
like Shannon Sharp, right?
No,
Not Shannon
no,
Sharp.
no, he
Like
didn't.
Donovan Sharp.
I
So I
was
meant
gonna
to
say, yeah,
say
him.
Donovan Sharp, and I could put this video up too if we need to. Before we get back to the main topic, right?
Red pill content is actually to help men to make better choices, and he's a person that should be able to say it because he's
Nigga,
failed
is you
at
out
it.
your mind?
For real.
Are
got
you
it,
out your
Taz.
mind? I mean, are you not understanding what I'm saying?
I
Because I'm trying to
understand
tell
to the
you the
degree where
truth.
I wonder how long have you been exposed to red pill content?
I don't need to be. I'm smart enough to have
Fam, it's
the
just a question,
understanding that
bro.
this
I
is
don't
what
want to.
this the people are
Fam, it's just
saying.
a question. If you're saying it's helpful, I'm asking you a simple question. How long have you been exposed to it?
Why does that matter?
Because you should have some way to qualify this motherfucking help you claiming it is, nigga. That's why.
Well, it actually gives you different perspectives of how to take on life. It gives you
Oh my god.
perspective. You know, it's for you to choose if you want to take on all the perspectives. You may take one aspect of it, which is highly taken on is the what y'all call the disrespect of the baby mamas, and that's highly promoted a lot in most of the content, which there is an issue with when women make these choices. I have evidence I can show you where if you get in a situation as a single man with no children and you want to still have children and the women are up age, they can still have children. Some will often say, I'm done. I am done. But they
Bro,
still want the same.
why do you
They
talk
still
like
have
you
the
need to
same
have every
requirements.
woman though? Like niggas struggling to get one woman, bro. Like
These are the men. These are the women they're encountering,
right.
I would
and
feel.
men
I would
men
feel.
are dealing with this.
Every single woman. Come say
I
that
would
shit.
feel
Wait,
much
As a
better red
large
pill
majority,
represented
it's a
there.
large majority that might do this, and a
Like,
lot of them
like you niggas
are a
sound
lot.
like failures, bro. You sound like failures.
It's not
Like you
that
can't
they're
get no woman,
failures.
bro. You can't get no
It's not
woman
that they're
to stay
I
failures.
with
would.
you. She keep
I
So
you
would
let's go
really
one
really
mic
do
at a
feel
time. Let's
nothing.
go Taz, next phase, and then TD.
Yeah, I just wanted to push back a little bit because it's like I'm saying, like I get that it's not sweet out here, fam. I keep hearing niggas say that, but eventually everybody finds the person they looking for. What it ends up being, the truth is, fam, most of y'all ain't looking for no relationship. You're just looking for something to smash and get up out of there. And then you point to the women and blame the women because you don't want a relationship. Most likely, it's the woman who get attached in these scenarios. Men don't be wanting to be with them. Let's just be real. Let's not make it seem like, oh, and the women don't want to date, and the women won't marry me, and the women don't love me. No, y'all niggas ain't offering that, bro. Let's just be real.
I mean, that could be whatever the case it is. I'm not sure. I don't know what's going on in every man's mind in these spaces, but I can tell you this: they're definitely experiencing that if they are looking to get in a long-term relationship with these women. Kids do play a factor. You have to understand if a woman is not opening to doing these things, that could be conflicting with a man that wants to have legacy, that wants to have a family of his own, experience being a father and providing and things of this nature. You just gotta acknowledge that. It is what it is. But if women are not willing to come into situations where they're open to it, and you have a large number of it, and they're out here as baby mothers, and understanding that child support does not cover everything the child needs. So women are out here are looking out for themselves, and they have to become more selfish than selfless when they out here trying to survive as well as men on an equality based economics. Whatever. It's just they're out here trying to survive as well. Just try to be equal to men because they're required to pay the same bills and everything. Once they make these choices, sometimes I think are not in the best interest of them. I think you should marry before you carry, but a lot of women
Why do y'all
don't
think
want
we
to.
a competition?
A lot of women does not set the standards for vulnerability to marry before they carry.
So Why do
Oh
you
boy.
think the competition?
So they should stop fucking you niggas, basically.
No,
Just
no, you
yeah.
shouldn't. You should
What?
protect
Why?
yourself.
We gotta be more black men then. So that's
Leave
where
us
you want me to
alone.
go with that. And I don't like going there with that. But you're telling me if I want to be married, if I want to have children, if I want a father for my child, then I need to go pick a man of another race because the black man definitely will abandon me.
Damn.
That's it.
No, that's not necessarily
Telling you,
true.
No.
I think
I'm
there's a lower
Hold on,
sector.
next phases. Let's get on TD a chance. He had a response for you as well.
Yeah, bro, I get where you coming from, but oh man, okay, so like I've been exposed, and some of with the red pill, I've been in that, reading it, some of the early people that talked about it. I'm talking about all the way we talking about early 2000s. So I've seen quite a bit of it. The problem with a lot of guys, unfortunately, is they only take the surface level points of red pill, and they don't touch any of the deeper, more involved stuff, such as the personal responsibility and accountability. You're taught that yes, women can get over on you, but you're also taught that as a man, you're supposed to be on the lookout and move accordingly and not put yourself in situations where you can be taken advantage of. So as soon as you see something that doesn't serve you, that's looking kind of shady, you're supposed to remove yourself from it. And unfortunately, too many men are not doing that and getting in these situations and having these problems when all they really need to do is just wait a minute. You know what? This is not good. I'm gonna get out. And they don't, and not enough men who talk about the red pill even go that far into it, because that was an important part of it. It wasn't just, oh, women evil, watch out. No, it was also, as a man, you have quite a bit of control over your life. So you have to start taking control of your life and start making good decisions for your advantage.
Next phases, 100 watts. Anybody disagree?
I would say I don't think that they're trying to act like that women are trying to take advantage of them necessarily. I think that they're just not. The women are not making themselves suitable to fit.
See that right there. That's the problem. You went back to the women.
Yeah, and the guys are not as well. But I would say when they're speaking from a male perspective,
all these women that these guys claim to want, these women are out here, and they make themselves known when you are a man that woman wants. And too many men are still too focused on getting women to trying to convince women that they like, who don't like them, to get down with their program. Touching on the Shannon Sharp situation, he's a trick. He did the whole thing where he's like, I'm going to date my wage. That shows that you have no game, you have no personality, you have no character, you have nothing about you that would make you attracted to women outside of your money. And then you wonder why you getting caught up like this over your money. Dudes are not understanding that part of that red pill ideology was to teach men to value themselves and to carry themselves like they value themselves. So you don't end up in the baby mama, baby daddy situations because you were smart with how you move. You weren't just having unprotected sex and just leaving babies and women at random and then saying, well, she won't let me see my kid. I'm pretty sure she's shown you things when you were dealing with her that would let you know she probably would have been a headache to deal with, but no, you went on and did it anyway. That's not the woman's fault. That's you, because you ignored the flag.
So what red pill content creators are just going out here and just procreating like out of control?
Hold on, next phase. I want to get to that question. And shout out to Sugar Bum. We're gonna make sure we get Sugar Bum her wrench. But next, I do want your opinion specifically on this next part of the video, which is why do you believe black women have a problem with black men dating white women? Which is what that was the topic that Anton and his panel was speaking about. Let's get to it.
The women a question that feel like this. Do y'all feel like y'all can compete against white women?
I never really thought it was a competition. That's not to say one is better than the other, but I mean,
yeah, because y'all competing for the best available man, right? I mean, life is a competition. Like If this man is off the market, then that means that he's not available. One of the things that you just said was, well, I ain't gonna get into that. Do y'all feel as though
a lot of black women want to date black men?
But do
And
y'all
I
think y'all
think
can
that
compete with
I
white
think
women?
that is a disservice for black women because I think they limit themselves by limiting themselves just to one race, right?
Let me ask the ladies here. TMKC, I'll start with you, then I go to Nay and Black Dahlia, and then I'll circle back to the men.
Yes, sir.
TMKC, do you feel like you have to compete with white women?
No, and I'm not going to.
Damn. Can you elaborate?
I don't compete at all. So if there's somebody that comes along that wants the guy that I like and we're not in a relationship, then shoot their shot and I'll back away. Because I probably wasn't really interested anyway. I like being alone.
Okay, so same question I'm going to pose to Nay. Nay, do you feel like you have to compete with white women?
Child, please. Child, please. You do everything to look like me. I don't do everything to look like you.
Exactly.
I'm gonna leave it at that.
You can't make this shit up.
Do you think we should be competing, Daryl? That's a question.
No,
Okay.
I don't see any reason why black women would have to compete with white women. As my wife know, I'm not interested in white women at all. So that's never been a situation for me. Now, we got my brother Sac Passe. Shout out to Sac Passe and shout out to everybody at Bomb Squad. And speaking of Bomb, we wishing her a speedy recovery.
Absolutely.
Yeah. Has
Absolutely.
anybody heard anything? Because I was all on her page yesterday asking her to tell us an update because it's been 5 days.
I think she's been back on panels, but I'm not sure. I can't quantify that but I think I saw her somewhere afterwards. But I have to recheck. I've been really busy working. Nevertheless, I don't believe that my wife ever has to compete with a white woman. I don't believe none of the black women that I know have to compete with white women, because most of the men like I know, like myself and 100 Watts, we usually going after black women. I'm speaking for men that I know, right? So maybe Next Phases and TD have that same preference, but I can't speak for them. But I've known him enough, and he's known me long enough to know I've mostly dated black women. As a matter of fact, I prefer darker skinned women, chocolate women. You know what I'm saying? So when I see a dark skinned woman, it's almost a matter of fact I'm going to be going. That's a fact. That's a super fact. If she got body, et cetera, it's over. She got me. All right. So like my wife, she's brown skinned and she's extremely curvy. I would say slim thick.
Yeah.
And that's why we married and she's pregnant now.
I was trying to say that's the only curve I seen, but okay. I'm just playing
Hey,
gently.
I just want to say that on the internet, shout out to D, because there are black women that speak positive about the woman that's next to them. The internet has this thing of making it seem like black men don't know how to appreciate their women. It does exist. That's all. Excuse me.
Yeah,
Sorry.
I feel appreciated. I do every single day. My husband is really great. He's really wonderful. He has patience with me. He has understanding with me. He keeps me calm because he's calm. He definitely sets the tone for sure, and it's easier for me to follow it. But he's not selfish either. So, but yeah, I love this man.
Yeah, I love you too, babe. I feel like and you know what I'm saying, again, I've known 100 Watts a long time. So, you know, and I'll say this, right? Next Phase is all the gentlemen listening. Bro, I used to go off the wall. I used to crash out about any and everything, bro. You know what I'm saying? And look, 100 Watts said, bro, I used to crash out about any and everything, Joe, because I just...
Playboy would go live for 7 days straight and wreck your shit.
Yeah, bro. I'm much more calmer now. And you know, it's crazy, Watts. I lost a lot of friends. I lost a lot of people I cared about. And I lost a lot of money because of myself. You feel me? So niggas had to really sit back and self-reflect and say, damn, you know what I'm saying? Like specifically, you know what really fucked me up after OG Clarence died. You feel me? Because he was like, yeah, bro, I can't come around you because you be on some wild shit. And out of nowhere, you know what I'm saying, my nigga in the grave. So that shit really fucked me up. That shit made me realize, hey, bro, you gotta switch your shit up on everything. Your parenting, how you deal with women, everything. You feel me? And then everybody know what I went through in the last year on the internet. So reason to recap that shit. But that shit also fucked me up too. You feel me? So it was no way I was gonna come into this new situation making old mistakes. To me, that's some goofy nigga shit. You know what I'm saying? I ain't about that shit. Let's keep going.
But I do think a lot of black women want to date black men, so that does make their options very.
Well, the whole world want to date black men, except for a lot of black women. Well, black women are saying that they're not fucking with black men, but
we love your.
Hold on, Anton Daniels. Now we know that's a goddamn lie, and let me tell you why I know it's a lie. It's a lie because we saw you lose your entire audience, and you lost your entire audience because Nick Fuentes did an interview with Just Pearly Things, who was associated with you at the time. And in that interview, there was an Italian woman who at the time was dating the black man. And you know what Nick Fuentes said? As the Italians, we could never accept you back into our clan ever again. You're staying. And unfortunately, he wasn't the only one that shared that sentiment. I would know this because Nick Fuentes has a channel on Twitter. Elon Musk is the only person that allows him to have a platform. But nevertheless, there's a lot of different. Cynthia G started her old intro with a white woman sitting in a car, and I'm pretty sure if I spent enough time, I could find a video. But there was a white woman in the car said, "We don't want you, right? We might have fun with you. We might smash, but if I go back to all the white people that I grew up around with you, I'm going to automatically be class lower." You know what I'm saying? And he was like, "Well, I smash a lot of white women. It don't matter. We use you for that." And again, watch out for my interracial video, the rising of interracial corn. That woman was talking nothing but truth, and I appreciate her candor. Let's continue.
Thought down.
that's
Okay.
a lie. That's a lie.
All right, Anton.
Well, I mean, black men saying they don't want us either, so I guess they just saying.
Listen, the one thing that I've experienced personally.
I could use Gemini for this, but I actually noticed that when white men marry black women, those marriages last longer than black men who marry white women. This is a fact.
There's stats for this.
There's no need to challenge me on this one. That is a fact, right? But I'm not gonna dive into that now.
Right, that's not important.
And same as RM, probably the same as Brandon. And it's so funny because we all have a completely different, chick as far as the color of their skin or whatever it is they want to represent, right? And it's funny, I don't know, I'm guessing it wasn't intentional with the people that you picked, but we all represent a different type of guy as far as what a different preference, which is nothing more than a preference. And me personally, I believe that anybody should talk to anybody they want to. I don't have any problem with that whatsoever. However, I will add in that I can't tell you the amount of black women that has DM'd my wife or reached out to her in an email and was saying, "I hope you break up your marriage." I can't tell you how many black women.
I mean, with all due respect, Anton, and I do say this with all due respect. Now, a lot of y'all wasn't around, but Honey Watts was. A long time ago, I dropped a video titled Surviving Lapeef. The video went fucking berserk.
No, he probably the fifth nigga. It's probably 4 niggas trying to holler at me that night. If I'm single, I look good. I'm in here looking good as a mofo. Hell yeah.
I'm sorry to take this time, guys, but in order for me, and everybody who know me knows this, I like fleshed out stories. Can't just go to the part and just show you. It'd be disingenuous. So please take your time, sit back, and enjoy the clip.
They ain't trying to talk to me tonight. Yes, they was on me tonight. But nigga, are you the winner? I don't care if you're trying to holler
Not the
at me.
winner.
Okay, you're a single man. You don't know me yet because I know that once you know me, you ain't gonna be trying to holler at them anyway. He's single. Maybe I don't know me yet. Are you the winner? I don't care if you're trying to holler at the winner. Okay, you're a single.
Observe that Q is also drinking, right? Again, make of this what you will. But we have 2 drunk people on the panel who are attracted to each other, who now work together coincidentally, but make of that what you will.
Man, you don't know me yet because I know that once you know me, you ain't gonna be trying to holler at them anyway. He's single.
Maybe I like introverted men. I like calm, collective men that don't want to be hollering and chicks and be hopping around. I like men that just sit and just chill. That's why
And I
like
understand
men.
what you're saying because I agree with that. But at the same time, I know if a man want me, he want me. I don't have to buy him a shot. I don't have to shoot my shot. I know if a man.
Okay, let's go forward to the part I need. And I know it's right. It's coming up now.
I don't really go out, so I don't
Well,
really
okay,
have
well then
that.
you might need to go out. It don't have to be to the same places that you always go to. Maybe you might have to change your scenery a little bit.
I just wanted to keep talking because she got that accent, bro.
What?
Maybe you might have to change your scenery a little bit.
I just wanted to keep talking because she got that accent, bro.
You always.
Sorry, guys. I couldn't exactly hear that. I had to put it in slow motion, if you don't mind.
Go to maybe you might have to change your scenery a little bit.
I just wanted to keep talking because she got that accent, bro.
Don't start rolling backwards, dog. Don't
That didn't make it no better.
I just want her to keep talking because that accent, oh wee, it does something to me. Let's keep going.
Always go to. Maybe you might have to change your scenery a little bit.
I just wanted to keep talking because she got that accent, bro. That accent is something different.
I beg you. I couldn't hear you, Anton. Let's do it again.
That accent, bro. That accent is something different.
You gotta. That's what life is all about, right? It's all about the experience, right? And we can sit here and dance in circles and stuff like that, but sometimes motherfuckers be know what they talking about.
Okay, I'm gonna try that out.
Yeah. Just be open to the possibility of it being a better outcome.
Okay, I'm not.
Are y'all watching Anton face? I want y'all to specifically watch Anton face as he take the shot. Again, I'm not saying that he's drunk, but just make of it what you will.
Yeah. Just be open to the possibility of it being a better outcome.
Okay, I'm
Even Six laughing at him. Do I need to continue with the clip for you guys to see why his wife might be receiving emails about his behavior? Nobody opposed? Let's go.
I'm not going to holler at no man. For
I oppose if you don't mind.
You oppose? You don't want to see Anton flirt with Island
Yeah,
Girl Q?
I'm gonna be honest with you. This is content creating, and Anton does do a lot of what you would call trolling, and he just like to make like these. He's this is clearly an act he's doing in a way. He just kind of trying to like what you would call add value and make content. It's not. I don't think it's what it is because he's been married for how long, and what I mean, if she doesn't see a reason within their actual relationship to depart from the relationship, I think she would do it if she did. She got every reason to.
Respect that.
We
don't want Anton to get divorced right next phase. But let me ask you this, man to man. I'll even put myself in it. If my wife was on a show with a man flirting and drinking, titties out. Right, we didn't finish the clip, right? But later on the clip saying that she don't mind being flown out and all the rest of this stuff, right? How would you look at me in that situation?
I mean, look, we don't know what's going on behind the closed doors with this. So you got to take it for what we see. It's just creating content because he's married. Are the I mean, is JR married?
I would not be privy to that.
Okay, so if JR is not married and he's trying to speak from a networking perspective, and Anton is in a marriage and he's just doing this stuff to capture the attention of people because he does it a lot. He does that a lot. I've seen him do that on enormous events. It doesn't mean that he's looking to necessarily cheat. He's just giving people what they want, and he's trying to make it seem like this and that. It may not even be that. It may just be for shock value. It's just
I like
for
where
shock.
you're going with this next phase. See that this is why I think next phase is a wise man. Next phase is would you? Because there's been recently some people saying they wouldn't date an actress because she has to kiss other men in the scenes. They grabbing her titties and ass. By the way you talking, that wouldn't be a problem from you. Go ahead and talk to him.
Well, I mean, look, if that's the situation, you know that. Okay, let's just say this. Okay, so you have an understanding of what your relationship is all about. We shouldn't be what you would call insecure. And that would be insecure for a man to be upset because his wife is doing what she's probably been doing and practiced a large majority of her life to be in these situations to bring money home to the to provide for herself. This is her aspirations. These are her desires to do, and you sign up for the situation. You don't put her, and you don't, you sign up for the situation. You got to deal with it. There's no, most people wouldn't let them do that, but that's the situation he signed up for, right? If your chick has been an OnlyFans or whatever, and you sign up for it, and you know that you should understand, this is what comes with it. It's no sense of being like insecure. When it comes to somebody, your wife was on there kissing everybody, and you should be like, I know, I'm good, I'm secure, and I'm in my relationship. Why are we like why do anybody should have anything to say about that? Like, it's nothing to say. Like, clearly the person knows who they dealing with, likely.
Okay. Yeah, I mean, I don't disagree with that. Like, if you marry an OnlyFans model, then she might be fucking people, practically, right? Like, basically, like what Adam 22 was doing when he was having those on-camera threesomes and stuff. Like, you don't really see no problem in that because he know he got himself into, right? Basically,
that's his relationship, man. That ain't no. I wouldn't say I would make it a model relationship,
right?
I wouldn't say that's a good model relationship, but I think what the model would be is that he's secure and not insecure in the relationship, and he stand on it. He's staying in the relationship, and he's standing
Would
on
you
it.
marry an OnlyFans model or a stripper or somebody who is an adult filmmaker?
No, I wouldn't. But I'm not speaking for them. I'm speaking for myself in that. But for them, that may be what they are okay with, because that may be conducive to whatever they do already. I don't know. I don't know much about Adam 22 like that enough to say would he come back and regret it or something like that, or is he insecure in the situation? I don't see him being insecure. I think he's very secure in that relationship. So
yeah, I think so too. He's a multi-millionaire. What's to be insecure about?
I don't think the money had nothing to do. I think he's secure in it.
Okay. Do anybody here have any pushback? TMKC, any ladies or 100 watts? Nay.
But the fuckery of the actions of this man, it's astounding to me. But okay, if you want to sit up and phrase it that way, all right. We all can see this man was flirting with that woman. Period, point blank. Drunk man sleep with sober mind. Sorry,
Mother
no.
Roses in the chat said that she would not be okay with her husband of 18 years talking to his coworker like this. Well, Nate's
Nobody,
also married.
no married
Mother
woman
Roses.
would. That's all. That's what I'm saying. I understand you're trying
Damn, they already
to
answered
hate
my
for
question.
him, hate for him, but yeah, no. His behavior displayed on here was diabolical. It was unbecoming of a man who considers himself a Christian man and speaks about marriage and values and this. It was unbecoming. Period, point blank. I don't want to hear about teasing nothing. No, no. What he did was wrong.
So
Period.
Nate,
He
let's
was
be
flirting with another
open-minded.
woman.
Let's say if your husband was a content creator, Q come up there, he a little bit tipsy, allegedly. You see a pretty girl start flirting, like, you know what I'm saying, baby, I like the way your voice
Oh,
sounds.
he get popped upside his head.
It's over.
Pop, it's over. You get popped upside your head because you should know how to conduct yourself as a married man. Period.
Damn.
This is not your
Yeah, really, the
job.
entertainment
You're
shit
not
don't
an
really
actor.
matter.
I say you're not an actor. You're not doing a job. Now, content creation is a job, but no, you know how to conduct yourself. And if you're
Yeah,
preaching one
I
thing
agree.
and doing another, it's crazy to me. You have no
I agree.
business flirting with her.
If you guys want to see the rest of that clip, just let me know. I do have it prepared. And I do have the original clip that we talked about from,
So I'm like, here's to say, okay, so you think, oh, I'm a content creator. So you think I'm supposed to be on my online flirting with a whole bunch of men? Would you like that, honey, if I was online flirting with a whole bunch of men?
no.
I don't think so.
Yeah, married woman.
As a married woman.
The hell is that?
See? What is that?
Married, you have to know that you're married. You're not single.
Like, you have to know how to
I think
conduct
that you was a bad wife.
Like, hell
Like if
no.
they found you on here drunk, flirting with niggas, some of they dicks and shit. And I didn't even play the rest of the video because I spared niggas. Because next phase is ass. And, I obliged. But nevertheless, and the rest of the video is even worse. You know what I'm saying? It literally gets even worse to the point where Six the Goddess was trying to tell her, like, girl, you got to fall the fuck back. Like, this nigga married. And then, as you guys know, after Six and Anton fell out, she made the video specifically about Q. Which, again, I'm not going to play. You know what I'm saying? Unless we got to go back to it and have to emphasize on the point that Anton is liar.
But
He's a liar.
Anton does this all the time, though. He tells women on his panels and stuff. He going, oh, I think that's gonna be my baby mama. Oh, he's all kinds of stuff like that. So, I
Hold on,
mean,
No.
on
I'm
chat.
like,
Is that
well,
Sock
you can't be
Pasta?
out here telling women how to conduct themselves if you don't conduct yourself in the same manner. Period.
What's up, Sock Pasta? That you, my brother?
Yes, sir. This is me.
All right. But no, next phase, I disagree, buddy. You know what I'm saying? Like, I understand that he do it doesn't mean that it make it, you know what I'm saying? Don't make it right, Brick Dog. It's like the police do what they do, don't make it right. The white girl that just went off on an autistic 5-year-old, you know what I'm saying? Don't make that shit right. You know what I'm saying? Like, now I do get your point, and I'm gonna concede to your point that maybe his particular wife is okay with that. But I think maybe we can find a point of contingence and agree on is that you can't display this behavior to everybody else, right? Let me give you an example, right? Next phases. I'm pretty sure you know who Big Meech is, BMF leader, et cetera, et cetera. His wife was okay with the stuff he was doing, which was committing murders, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. Everybody wife not gonna be okay with that. And the one thing that I can't even say that they didn't do, but the one thing I can appreciate when people don't do is they perpetuate their lifestyle on the others. And that's what Anton is doing here. When you have an audience of men watching you and you have influence and you're saying, okay, yeah, it's okay for me to talk to my wife and do stuff like this. Other men, right? And let me make this clear, next phase. Anton has no responsibility for those men, right? Those are grown men. But we also know influence matters, right? Just like it matters when we see black women doing the same thing when they're being influenced by pop culture, et cetera, et cetera. Men are not, they can't just avoid those different influences as well. So my point is this, bro. You have to be careful if you're not actually talking about the lifestyle that you live. In his lifestyle, he has a submissive black woman. He has a woman who do whatever the fuck he say, right? That's what he should be promoting. You know what I'm saying? Versus online flirting with a woman for 3 years, buying her bags and shit, but then telling black men that you a simp if you buy a woman a bag because you haven't fucked her. Unless you're saying that you have fucked Island Girl Q, right? Then what purpose would you tell me not to buy a woman a bag because I think she's nice and she does something to make me feel good? But I'm a simp, right? And I think that's where the backlash comes from. Can we agree?
I think it's pleasant.
You say what? Your shit fucked up. I can't hear you.
Can you hear me now?
I think bro walked away. I can't hear him.
Y'all walked away too far. Can you hear me now?
Yeah.
Okay, my thing. I was away. I was put something up real quick, but I think it feels nice to some black women to be able to. It's like a compliment to them, and it makes them feel good, and it's just like a flirtatious thing that some older men. I've seen other older men do this, but they don't actually exercise on it. Like they don't exercise it; they just flirtate it, or whatever you want to call it. I'm not sure what to call that, but they just be flirtatious, but they don't actually act upon it. And it's like a compliment and a gesture, like, oh yeah, I would make you, hey, it's kind of to make them feel good, like because they may not have a guy in their life this like Anton, and a lot of these women they actually adore Anton. They actually adore him. So
would you be okay with your wife adoring Anton?
No. None of these women he's flirt. Look, he has.
Just yes or no. I'm gonna let you say whatever you want to say.
Wife, so he doesn't flirt with anybody's wife. I have not seen.
Would you be comfortable with your wife adoring Anton? It's a yes or no question.
I have a wife though.
Would you be okay and comfortable with your wife adoring Anton Daniels?
It's all right. It's all right.
So yes. So yes.
Like a person that.
Oh, you can get in the other lane though.
So yes.
I don't see. See, you twisting it. We weren't talking about other people's wives.
No, but any one of these women can be somebody's wives, and you said some of these women adore Anton. Some of these women also have men in their lives, as they said on the show. So I'm just asking you, let's say if you was one of those boyfriends, would you be okay with your girlfriend / your wife adoring Anton Daniels?
Well, that's when it comes to the woman saying, "Oh no, thank you. I appreciate."
The answer is no.
Let's go yes or no, and then give the context.
No, you wouldn't like it. No, you wouldn't like it.
No, don't answer for me, black woman, please.
No, you wouldn't like it because you're going around in circles instead of saying no. I wouldn't like it. It's a yes or no.
Let me speak for myself. I don't need black women to speak for me.
But you're not speaking anything. You're not answering the question.
I don't need you to speak for me or to.
So let's answer the fucking question.
I don't think you understand the behavior.
Answer the question. Do you understand the words that come out of my mouth? Answer the question.
Go back to the video. Unless you
because evidently the answer is no. Oh, hush. We're going to the video. Hush. We're going to the video.
So a lot
we're going to the video.
Hold on. Next phases. 1 second. 1 second. And I got you next phases. But it seemed that we brought somebody out who was on the panel that night. RM, the man himself.
Oh.
I don't think he's ready.
Hi, RM.
Oh, what's up, RM? Welcome
He's on
to
the
Lion's
phone.
Den.
Welcome, sir.
Hey, how's it going? Can you guys hear me?
Yeah.
We absolutely can.
Okay.
You sure can. Yeah, we can hear you.
Okay.
What brings you over here?
I mean, I was just seeing, honestly, my face on here, and I just wanted to jump in, see what you guys were talking about. So, I kind of just entered in hearing that Anton is kind of a hypocrite. Is that what where we're going with this right now?
Well, first of all, thank you for joining, RM, and we
Oh, you're
appreciate
welcome.
your candor. Know that we appreciate truthfulness here and honesty. But and welcome back, Sock Passe. So what we was pointing out was Anton was. I'm not gonna use the word crybaby, because I don't want to gaslight you. But Anton was making a statement that a lot of black women have emailed his wife about divorcing him. And I was just simply saying that some of those statements can be warranted based on clips that we have available to us. Specifically, the clip that I showed was the one 3 years ago, almost 4 years ago now, where he was drunk flirting with Island Girl Q, sitting alongside Six the Goddess. And again, I have no problem with Anton. I'm from Detroit. He's from a few cities, a few. He's like from Waterford, it's like 40 minutes away. And I respect the fact that he is married. I'm married. He has a black family. I have a black family. But one of the things that we do on this channel specifically is we call out hypocrisy when we see it, especially if we have any proof that can contextualize it. So that's all we were doing. And then to the point where you were on the camera, which is this video here you're talking about, we simply just like the young lady Jazz. We think she's beautiful. We think she's intelligent. And we fully stand by 100% of her statements. So we fully welcome you to challenge it, because that's exactly what you were doing on the panel.
Right. So I don't personally know Anton. I've been watching his panels and Q's panels for, I would say, about maybe 3 or 4 months, and I do find it interesting. I think that I agree with you. If what he's saying if what he's practicing is not what he's preaching, and vice versa, then I agree with you. But what was he saying that was actually wrong? Despite if he flirts, if he slept with this woman or not, what was he saying that was wrong?
Well, particularly the statement, I never said it was wrong. It was the fact that I was adding credence to why those women would be emailing your wife, because they thought this behavior was unfounded. But I am interested in understanding how you think about the video here that you participated in. Let's watch a minute of it.
Have hated on me. I can't tell you how many black women have been some of the most evil to me, even though I employ majority women that are black, and I'm married to a woman that is probably darker than everybody on this panel.
But
And so it's
But see, and it might take me a moment to find this one. Maybe not. But, and again, RM, let me make this clear. We do not judge you for doing business with Anton, nor are we trying to turn you away. This is not a shaming Anton session, just to make that 1,000% clear.
Yeah, no, I'm
But
fully aware.
there are videos of Anton saying a lot of crazy things. Particularly, there was one clip where he said, get rid of all the black women and the black children, which, in my opinion, children usually implies black boys and black girls. Have you ever seen that clip?
No. What was the context of what he was talking about?
I would have to find it to actually bring it up. I haven't done
Yeah,
it.
because if you're going to, and I agree, if what he's saying he actually meant in that context of they should just be deleted, I mean, he's wrong. But I think context matters. And again, I'm not defending what he was saying or not, because I don't know exactly what the context was. But what you just played, I'm interested to know what was wrong with what he said about his experience.
Nothing.
Okay.
His
cool.
experience was his own.
Okay. And is he
His experience
wrong
was-
for saying those things?
Yes.
I think the problem that's going to come out of it, RM, to be honest with you, is that it almost seemed like you're trying to paint a picture about black women by using your experiences, right? See, I'll give you an experience of mine. I had a black woman call CPS on me, and I talked about it publicly, right?
Mhm.
Exposed the young lady, et cetera, et cetera. However, she and her behavior doesn't reflect on all black women. And I understand that, right? And I think when you have influence and people are listening, people are going to say in the chat, well, yeah, all these black women are evil, all these black women are bad. But those actions are the ones that might have emailed his wife don't reflect the totality of black women. We can agree there.
Yeah, but I mean, at some point, you know, you have to take responsibility of what you believe and what you're influenced to believe. You know, what he's saying definitely does not apply to all black women. But if you, for lack of better words, are ignorant to believe that or think that, then that's a you problem. It's not an Anton problem, or it's not an RM problem, because I personally have experienced what he's talking about, not to the degree that he was saying, but you know, I've been shamed by people who look like me. But me saying that doesn't indict all black women. And if all black women think that, I truly believe that, you know, that's on them to think that about themselves. Because I don't see how anyone can be offended by something that doesn't apply to them. And I would hope that people don't. So, again, if somebody thinks that all black women act that way, they're ignorant. They don't know all black women. But at the same time, to shame somebody for their experiences, that's a whole nother other argument, in my opinion.
I agree. Does anybody have anything they want to add before I find the clip that I want to show RM and before we go back to the video that we're reviewing now?
I wanted to speak briefly, and I'm gonna be real short. I just
hold
think.
on. My bad. Sorry. As soon as you said that, I actually came across the video that I was looking for. And I just want to show RM a little bit of it because I think it has pieces of what I need. But I'm almost 1,000% sure this is the video here.
Warning, this video will be very triggering.
Want to know what's really wrong with the black community is that the woman is out of her purpose and she's not a helpmeet no more. Yep. She's the enemy. She's more of an enemy than the white man ever has. Not a helpmeet no more. Yep. She's the enemy. She's more of an enemy than the white man ever has. She's more of an enemy than.
Before we keep going with Anton ranting, I want to ask RM, do you believe that black women are a bigger enemy than the white men have ever been? And I'll give you the full screen.
Are bigger enemies than the white man?
Yeah, let me make sure that you heard it correctly.
Sure.
Warning, this video will be very triggering.
Want to know what's really wrong with the black community is that the woman is out of her purpose and she's not a helpmeet no more. Yep. She's the enemy. She's more of an enemy than the white man ever has.
Do you agree with that statement?
No, I don't agree with that, but I also don't agree with context completely being missing from that. That was literally what, 4 seconds?
Oh.
What was he talking about?
You're
Black
right.
women not being submissive.
Yeah,
Black men.
it was a conversation.
What it was about.
The conversation was about submissive and about the Bible, and about apparently in the Bible it says that black women or just women in period are supposed to be helpmeets. So you are right. I should have played. I'm going to let it play. You're right.
Okay.
Triggering.
Want to know what's really wrong with the black community is that the woman is out of her purpose and she's not a helpmeet no more. Yep. She's the enemy. She's more of an enemy than the white man ever has. She's more of an enemy than anybody in history has ever been to the black community because she's the very person that comes in with deceit and looks to use you and then disperse of you when she's done with you. And then she'll move on when it's all said and done and then say, well, what about the kids? Fuck them kids and fuck that woman too. And then disperse of you when she's done with you. And then she'll move on when it's all said and done and then say, well, what about the kids? Fuck them kids and fuck that woman too. Throw that with the bathwater. Throw the baby out with the bathwater. Start the fuck over. Get a whole new group of women and then fix the community that way.
Now I know.
Do you agree with that take, sir?
Again, it's contextual, right? I mean, are there, if he's talking about black women as a monolith, then no, I have, my aunts don't treat their men that way. Family friends don't treat their men that way. So as a monolith, no. And I think the problem is too many people no matter what they look like, what race they are, what gender they are, they attach themselves to groups and therefore think that they identify in the same way. If you're offended by him talking about specific examples, then I think that you have a problem. But I think that he would have a problem, and he has a problem if he believes that all Black women operate that way. Again, people who are offended by something that just doesn't apply to them, it kind of boggles my mind. You know, if you really think that, why would you think that? That's ridiculous to think that all Black women operate that way. I mean, people must think that he is valid in saying that if they're offended by that. I don't understand that at all.
Do you agree with the part where he said, F those kids and throw them out with the bathwater?
What kids was he talking about? Was
Black
he talking
women children, baby mamas?
He was talking about baby mamas?
Yeah, Black women children.
He was talking about black women's children.
Correct.
And what are you asking? If I think that Black children should be thrown out with the bathwater?
To reach what it sounded like to me what Anton was trying to say when he came at the end. We said F those kids, throw out the women, and restart with a whole new race of women, a whole new group of women. Was that he was trying to say that this group of women are contaminated and that our culture is trash, and that we have a group of baby mamas that still want to be labeled as wives, but they don't want to actually submit and be helpmeets. They actually want to be modern women. And because of that, in his opinion, we need to go back to, let's say, what Trump would say, make America great again, and go back to a more traditional standard of living.
And what do you define as a traditional standard of living?
Well, I think what he would define it as a nuclear family.
No. What do you define it as?
Yeah, but this premise isn't based off my premise. Like, this is based on his
Okay.
ideology. But
But the-
my
but
a nuclear family, I don't really believe in a nuclear family. I think that I've seen families exist where two women are raising a child, and they are a family.
Okay. So if you believe that, and Anton thinks that isn't the nuclear family, what's the problem? How does that affect you?
I think the problem is when we hear Black men talking about throwing Black children out and discarding Black children who are innocent in all of this.
Okay. So, but is he saying that he has a Black child, right? So
Correct.
do you believe that he's referring to his child, or is he referring to a rather small subset of women that use their children as leverage?
I believe due to the fact that his child was conceived in a marriage, that he believed him and his child and his wife and himself are all exceptions.
Exceptions to what?
To being baby mamas, to being participants of what he believes is the downfall of Black culture.
But he's not participating in what he believes is the downfall of Black culture. You would have to first sort of validate that premise to actually be offended by it.
No, I wouldn't, right? So let me tell you something. Have you heard of do you believe that only gay people judge gay relationships and talk about gay people and use gay slurs?
No, I don't.
Right. So we have plenty of examples where, and this example that I'm using currently, heterosexual people talk about gay people and gay relationships and what they can or cannot do without actual participating in that, which is why they're labeled homophobic. In this situation, what Anton is doing is talking about Black people in a very degenerate way, but he himself doesn't even participate in that lifestyle itself. He himself can speak about the benefits of having a Black wife, the benefits of growing up, having somebody that actually wants to work with you while you were poor until you were rich. Instead, you're doing the exact opposite and regurgitating Kevin Samuels' talking points, who was also, I might add, 2 times divorced.
Mm-hmm. So again, it's what you choose to believe, is what you choose to put energy in, right? So, you're people who get caught up on what somebody else says are the ones that keep that ideology alive. So if the less you pay attention to that rhetoric, the less power that rhetoric has to spread.
Let me ask you this then. If I was to agree with you, I like to apply logic, REM, and I apologize. I don't mean to disrespect you if you feel interrupted.
Oh yeah, no,
So
no, I don't.
let's say if I was in 1940 Nazi Germany,
Mhm.
should I just tell everybody, you know what? Let's not handle this. My friend RM, he said the best way to do this is just ignore it. Would that be the advice to give?
No, because actual lives are at danger at that point, right? That's totally different, right? You're talking about specific ideologies that caused immediate death. And I believe that the people that believe in the propaganda that a specific side was guilty of, I mean, in retrospect, they probably wish that they didn't agree with those sort of things. But I just find it interesting that you are equating what Anton said in terms of an actual epidemic, right? So the family court law is an epidemic, what's happening in our community, right? But that's being compared to Nazi Germany, right? So I think that's a form of sensationalism that, for one, isn't warranted, and two, it begs the question as to how dangerous do you think that him calling what some would say is degeneracy, how is that on par with Nazi Germany? Like, I get what you're saying, and I get what you're saying in terms of like hypocrisy, but those two things are an order of magnitude different when it comes to rhetoric. And again, I
would respectfully disagree, RM, right? So let me just show you a few things.
Sure.
This right here is the Homeland Security Affairs. As you already know, our country is protected by Homeland Defense and Security. This is their website.
Mhm.
Mapping the Manosphere, a social network analyst of the Manosphere and rhetoric. I mean, we can keep going. New York Times. FBI resumes flagging. Oh, can't even see that one, child. CNN. What I learned in the Manosphere. So there are a lot of different. Oh, again, there's so many different stories about the FBI. Does the FBI investigate hate groups? This is considered a hate group, right? The Tate brothers, right? Famously known for the Manosphere, again, under federal investigation. So the FBI and the White House itself, right? Because specifically the one I wanted to show you was the Secret Service. The Secret Service is investigating the Manosphere itself. Why? Because of Black femicide. Do you know what that is, RM, before I continue?
No, I'm not certain. That's the first time I've ever heard of it. What is Black femicide?
I'm about to help you. I'm going to show you right now. And you have to forgive me because I'm not always as articulate as I need to be.
So take your time, man. This is all on the spot. I mean, I just joined it because like I said, I was on this panel and I'm just interested and curious to hear what people have to say.
No, that's perfectly fine. So Gemini, can you explain to me what Black femicide is and give me some data on Black women and assault?
But real quick, I'm sorry, before you do that, yeah, real quick, just before you do that,
it's going to automatically play RM.
Black
Oh, it is.
femicide
Okay,
is a
my
term
bad.
used to specifically address the disproportionately high rates of murder among Black women and girls. While femicide is broadly defined as the intentional killing of women because of their gender, Black femicide highlights how the intersection of racism and sexism contributes to Black women facing an elevated risk of lethal violence. This violence is often rooted in gender-based discrimination and power imbalances, compounded by racial bias and systemic inequalities. Data on violence, including assault and femicide, reveals the severe risks faced by Black women. Femicide rates. Black women and girls experience a significantly higher homicide rate compared to other female demographics. They are about 2.5 to 3 times more likely to be murdered by men than white women. A large percentage of these killings are perpetrated by someone the victim knew, with intimate partners, current or former, being the most common perpetrators. For example, in 2020, 1,821 Black women and girls were murdered in the United States, according to data from the Centers for Disease Control and Prevention, CDC. The risk is particularly high for pregnant Black women, who are significantly more likely to be victims of femicide during pregnancy or within a year postpartum. Assault and domestic violence.
But also, I know you want to speak. All right, I'm going to just fully contextualize it by saying this. I was able to find that research. So on the United States Secret Service website, they have a case study that they title Hot Yoga Tallahassee. And it's titled that because there were a shooting at this hot yoga, and they tied it back to the manosphere. They called it a case study of misogynistic extremism, right? Where now the Secret Service, the ones who protect the president and the executive branch specifically, are saying that the manosphere represent misogynistic extremism and they are a national threat. What do you say to that, RM?
What do I say to the FBI doing that research? I'm asking, what are you asking me?
Well, you're right. Let me be more specific. What do you say to the fact that in Tallahassee, Florida, the Secret Service believed that the 2 women that were killed and the 4 women that were injured, right? They believe that this person was directly attached to what we call the manosphere. And in this case study, it shows that this misogynistic ideology has led to extremism. And that's why now they have to assess it as a national threat. Do you now believe that men who are participating in the manosphere should stop because even the Secret Service are saying it's getting American women killed? To that you say what?
I say that anybody who kills someone should be held accountable to the full extent of the law. I don't believe that a specific ideology is the problem. I think it's the choice to believe the problem. I think it's a choice to actually fall victim to a lack of self-accountability, to have the foresight to really understand what they're reading as opposed to just believing what they're told without actually thinking for themselves. I mean, are you suggesting that the manosphere is responsible for those tragic killings, or was it the individual who made the choice to kill those innocent women?
No, sir. It is not me suggesting nothing. These are detectives that work for the United States Secret Service who made a case study to post for the public to read to prevent them from actually losing more lives.
Okay. All right. So I'm trying to understand the relevancy behind an FBI study about what a few extremists have done to
The same relevancy that
holding
bringing up
Anton accountable for him saying in the clip that I was involved in, because that's kind of why I jumped on, him saying that he's been mistreated by people that look like him. I'm trying to see where the bridge is.
the same relevancy that it has when you brought up, because if my mind serves me right, you said that we have an epidemic in child court, correct?
Yeah.
Now
Do
let
you
me
not
ask
do you not agree with
RM,
that?
yes, no question on this one.
Sure.
Right, and 100 watts, as a man, I'm going to address this to you too. Have you
Mhm.
ever known 2 women end up dead and 4 more injured from gun wounds because of child court? I'll start with 100 watts. Yes or no, please?
Can you re-ask you? Some of it broke up. Re-ask the question for me.
Brother RM says we have an epidemic in child court. Has child court led to somebody dying?
It has.
Like
A mass
by
shooting.
by second hand, I'm sure it probably has been the case. I'm
By
pretty sure
second hand, correct?
somebody was in child support court and the judge said something he didn't like, and then
The person off themselves.
you know what I'm saying?
So that's a no.
That's a no.
It's a no.
That's
It's
a
a no.
hell
Okay.
no. A hell no.
Take it however you want to. Her. Take it however you want to.
RM, your answer?
I don't know of anyone that has lost their life. No. However, I do know that my best friend actually, his life is ruined because of family court. He didn't cheat. He didn't put his hands on his ex-wife. Great father.
Is he alive?
He's alive, yeah, but he is not the same mentally as he was. He is living below his means because he unfortunately has to pay a lot in child support. He's definitely not happy, I'll put it to you that way. Is he alive?
Right.
Yeah, he's alive, but but he is definitely in a worse place than she is, to say it mildly.
And so what I'm talking about is
Wait a
femicide,
second,
right? So
are you
these
gonna
people are
just are you
dead.
gonna just discount that part? I mean, are you gonna acknowledge that while it's not death, and I'm my heart is out for anyone who loses their life for something ridiculous like that, but can the inverse be true as well, where you acknowledge that child court, whether you're a man or woman, can ruin lives, and that it's relatively broken? Can you at least acknowledge that part, as opposed to going to the extreme, say, well, hey, at least he ain't dead? Can you just
No.
acknowledge that?
Yeah, we can have that conversation. I'm happy to. So I'll tell you about my experience. And our Honey Wise, as I said earlier, you've known me longer than my wife. Please substantiate if I'm lying doing this part. Honey Wise, do you remember me talking about my daughter years ago?
I do. Vividly.
Do you remember the fact that I was a single father?
Vividly. We had multiple conversations about that.
Do you remember the fact that I would tell people that I got my daughter with an ex parte motion?
I remember that.
Do you know what an ex parte motion is, Honey Watts?
Not to be able to define it, but I do know what you're talking about.
In the child care system in every county in America, an ex parte motion gives both parents the opportunity to seek judgment from a magistrate or a judge, rendering custody concerns within 48 hours, right? So, to address you now, RM, what I did years ago was I went to the court, showed them my license, showed them my lease to my home, showed them that I had income coming in, right? And you know what they said? We're going to give you, at that time, physical joint custody, which means that she can't make choices outside of me. I can't make choices outside of her. At the beginning, they set a default schedule of parenting time because I had the home and she had to come get our daughter, et cetera, et cetera. Now, my daughter lives here with me and my wife. So my point is this. When I talk to men about the court system, I always ask them these questions. What are you actually doing to get custody of your children? And usually it's little to nothing. And a lot of times they don't reach out to black men like myself, because I've been talking about this for years, like Honey Wash just said. And usually Honey Wash, again, was they more concerned with talking to me about that, or were they trying to beef with me and talk shit about me? Right? It was all beef shit. So when I was addressing these different things and said, hey, I can show you how to get an ex parte motion. I can show you how to hire somebody, so that way you don't have to see your baby mama. What if she has a warrant out for you? What if she has a PPO, so you can't be within 500 feet? So you still have to serve her this, right? Now you got to pay somebody to put it in transit. I can show you every step. But a lot of times they listen to the men who don't have the experience, like an Anton Daniels, a Kevin Samuels, Donovan Sharp, the Angry Man, right? A lot of these men who are just simply here grifting to black men. That's how I feel about the court system. I don't believe it's an epidemic. Usually when I talk to black men, they make excuses. I don't see no paperwork that they have that support that they should be the custodial parent. What I see is them making motherfucking feelings to me. Oh, Duro, I feel like I'm the dad. Well, that didn't matter to me. It didn't matter to a judge that I was just a dad. What mattered was I had the right paperwork, and I was able to show that when this little girl is in my custody, she's going to get the proper care that she needs to grow as a child. If you can't show that to a child, to a judge or a magistrate, I don't want to hear nothing.
So did I
understand but you do understand that your situation is different than, say, my situation, though, because in my situation, I don't have any situations or paperwork that would say that my children are unsafe in their current care.
I do understand what you and RM are saying, and as you said, we had that conversation already. You know what I'm saying? In situations like yours, you have women who have their shit together, right? Who have their own car. I'm not gonna talk about your big mama, but this applies to her, who have her shit together to the point where a judge cannot bang a gavel and say, give that baby to this man without and strip the woman custody. It's either split down the middle or it's going to be given to the parent that's most fit. And usually, if all of us who have children, because a woman gives birth to the child, unless you're married like me and my wife, legally that baby belongs to the mother. You have to literally establish paternity. That's something else that they don't tell you, and young black men fall for that bullshit. They go for 10 years paying child support. You're supposed to do that the moment the baby come out if you're not married, right? But there's rules to this shit, RM, and we breaking them every motherfucking day.
Okay, but do you know the intricacies of the case that I was referring to with my best friend?
I do not.
Okay, so what I noticed is that you're very passionate, and I appreciate that. You're very passionate in your anecdotal experience and experiences that you've actually spoken with other people, but your your vigor and how you're explaining this makes it seem as if the situation that I was referring to fits your narrative as to what the problem is, when you don't know what the problem is.
But you, with all due respect, because you're not your best friend, so even you can't validate it for me unless you bring him to the forefront and he show me the paperwork.
What makes you think
So
that
it's a
I
conversation.
haven't? But what makes you? The point I'm making is that, again, you're very passionate, and I respect you, and I respect your platform, and I'm actually, this is kind of awesome that I'm on this. But the way that you're speaking, as if you know his situation could be solved by X, Y, Z. You really don't.
I
So
have
this
to
kind of
assume, right,
goes.
RM, because he's not here to validate it for himself, right? Like
But I'm
look,
speaking on
RM,
his behalf because I've known him
If I
since.
could,
I've
and I
known him since
respect that, right?
1990.
But this how I do,
I
and I
wanna.
respect that, right? But this how I rock, right? When I was in jail, other niggas can't read other niggas' paperwork for me. I got to see that man. I got to see his name, and he can speak for himself because he a man. You feel me? And I respect you speaking on your friend's behalf. But if for anybody else, maybe they'll go for that. But me specifically, I want to hear from that nigga. You know what I'm saying? If he can tell me, and because I can do that, I can go to my closet and bring out the ex parte paperwork, all the judgment work, all of that, right, to validate everything. But I can't listen to another man validate for another man. With all due respect to you, Honey Watts.
Well, I'm not valid. I'm not. So you're missing the point. I'm not validating anything. I'm telling you exactly what happened. I've known him since 1992. I'm not even certain if you were born at that time. And he's been my best friend since I was 8 years old. I'm 41 years old. And what I'm getting at is more along the lines of, we look at things as a monolith. This has been kind of my whole point. We look at things as a monolith without really understanding the nuance of a conversation. And I wasn't attacking you, and I don't understand why you're warranted to say that nigga this, that nigga that.
Oh, just my vernacular. I apologize.
Yeah, and what I'm saying is, where that vernacular comes from is a detachment from logic and more of an emotional response, because I feel as if you think that I was attacking you. All I was saying is that, and I agree with you to a certain extent when it comes to knowing exactly what the case is. But for just this conversation, I'm just telling you that was his experience. And
Okay. So
to
can we bring
devalue
logic into it, RM, and I'm willing to. You know what? I apologize for the motion, so I'll bring logic into it instead.
No, I appreciate that.
Did you sit in on the meetings during the custody battles?
One of them.
One of them.
Yeah.
Was there only one custody battle? How many were there?
I don't know exactly. What I do know is that I do know more of the result and how it affected him, as opposed to the nuance of what was discussed.
Logic, right? Because I'm supposed to believe everything you know about the case. All right. So, do you know anything about the woman's financial situation?
Yeah, I do. I do know that she was making about 30 to 25% of what he was making. She actually had a child with another man. And at first they had their own agreement. And then he started making more money. And in his situation, for what he does, he was getting a lot of money under the table. He's a mechanic. And she had initially agreed to a specific amount, but when she realized that he was making more, she took him to court.
Okay.
And because of what he did, they ended up researching different things such as Zelle and Venmo, and seeing how much he was making under the table. But my argument is more along the lines of the idea that family court is a problem. And again, what I'm bringing up is more along the lines of what happened to him as a result of the situation. The nuance of if, how much money he has to give, whatnot, that's irrelevant to the point that I'm making, where he actually mentally suffered from that. So to simply say, well, there isn't a problem, is disingenuous, because it is a problem. That's all I'm saying. I'm not saying that it's always the woman's fault. I'm not saying it's always the man's fault. I'm not saying the men are justified when they shouldn't be, and I'm not saying vice versa. What I'm saying is the acknowledging that it is a problem.
Was
That's
there
it.
anything that the mother exhibited that would show you that she's an unfit mother that you saw personally that you could, I don't know, testify about?
The fact that she couldn't afford to pay for her children without him.
You saw this personally?
Personally. Yeah,
Can
personally.
you please elaborate?
I saw how much she made.
But I don't
Can you
think that's
explain to me
completely
how you
fair.
saw how much
Like,
she made?
yeah,
I mean, she used to talk about how much she made. Her and I had conversations about them possibly staying together, and I would ask her those questions. You know,
Did
can
you
you
view any
afford?
pay stubs or bank statements?
No, I didn't. I didn't. And not any bank statements.
Any
She showed me
tax
a paper.
return?
She showed me. I think you're missing the point of what I'm saying.
Hold on. 1 second. So
Sure,
you didn't view
sure,
any
sure.
tax returns, yes or no?
No tax returns. No tax returns.
But you know how much she made based on word of mouth, so you actually didn't
No,
witness.
and she showed me. She actually showed me one of her pay stubs, and she
Okay.
showed it to me out of frustration. She was showing me like, man, and this is what I make, and this is why we're struggling, and he needs to do this, and he needs to do that. Because the reason why I had that conversation with her was because I was trying to actually get them back together. I was trying to be a mediator to bring them together, because not only did it ruin him, but it also affected his children. But the larger point I'm trying to get to is that family court is an issue, and it does need to be looked at differently. It heavily favors one side, and I'm not saying that it shouldn't, and I'm not saying that it should. But what I'm saying is, it is from what I've seen anecdotally, it does need to be updated. And to say that is not an indictment on women.
Of course
I'm
not.
not blaming them, but
Would you have a
because it is also
solution
who we
that
put in. I'm sorry.
sorry, I apologize. Do you have a solution that maybe we can begin to implement?
Yeah, I think that there needs to be a change in when we are quick to say that a child is best fit to be with the mother. I think that needs to be analyzed, because that may not be the case. It may be the case sometimes, it may not be the case. But as of right now, just as society looks at it, we're conditioned to think that the children should just go with the mother first.
So did your friend end up getting custody of his kids, or are they currently
They have
custody of the mom?
50-50. They have 50-50. However,
The kids
she
live
doesn't
with
have
him more than likely though, right?
No, they actually live 50-50. So they spend 2 weeks with him, 2 weeks with her. The difference is when they spend 2 weeks with him, they're in his house. When they spend 2 weeks with her, they're in their grandmother's house.
Okay. Is the grandmother house unstable?
Is uncomfortable.
Okay. Okay.
So in this specific situation, she's a great mother, which is one of the reasons why I advocated that they get back together. So this is no indictment on her. This isn't an attack on her character. And I would disagree with anyone in the quote unquote manosphere that will just attack her without knowing who she is, because she's a great mother. But in this specific situation, logic will tell you that they're better fit to be with their father, because he makes more money, because they're grown. They're two, I believe they're 17 and 16. When they're with him, they have each their own room. When they're with her, they share a bed. So
How
again,
do we know they share a bed?
how do I know that they share a bed?
You've been in the grandmother's home in order to see if they share a bed.
No, my nephews tell me that they share a bed.
So this is
This is my best friend's kids who speak English. They have logic. They do well in
friends or
school. I'm sorry. I'm sorry.
I think she's having issues,
Oh,
but I would
I'm
say
having
this.
issues. Never mind.
So I would say this.
No, I wanted to
Just
answer her question.
understand what
Did
you're
she?
trying to
Did she?
say, right? But like, let's say we was in court. Like, this reminds me of like trying to do like a RICO case, right? This is more conspiracy because you yourself have witnessed these things. You're going on the testimony of somebody else, which is fine. But that's
Like,
like
it's more
that's like if somebody
conspiracy.
went to hold on, RM. That's like if
Sure.
somebody went to the cops and said, RM has drugs. He runs an organization that sells drugs. They would need to be able to substantiate that either by proving that you have drugs with hand to hand, right?
Mhm.
Or proving through some type of way that you actually are doing this. And though I respect your candor to your friend's story, it's hard to substantiate it with my audience after everything we've been through. You know, if you yourself haven't witnessed these things, I would be more comfortable believing
When
what
did
you
I
said
say I
about the
didn't witness
grandmother
these
if
things?
you actually have been in the house to witness
Wait,
this.
wait, wait, wait. When did I say I never went to the house? Did I say that I never went to the house?
It's Nate. I thought that's what Nate
She
is asking.
asked me. She asked me. She said, "How do I know that
No,
that's
I
not
asked you, how do
happening?"
you
So
know
when
that
so
they
the way
sleep
so the
in
reason
one
why I
bedroom?
know that the reason why I know that is because I was told by the two young men that are in the situation
Yeah,
that
So, but you
love both
said
their parents.
they were sold by
But
your
you
nephew.
yourself haven't witnessed it, yes or no, right?
Witness the fact that they
The
sleep
thing
in the
that
same.
they
I've never
described,
seen
you
them.
yourself hasn't been in the place to see that it is
Oh yeah,
accurate.
yes, I have been there to see that's accurate. I didn't see them sleeping in the same bed. And when I say same bed, I'm talking about bunk beds. They weren't sleeping next to each other. I'm talking about bunk beds.
Did you
But
ever
yeah,
speak to the
I've actually been there. Yes, I've
have you
seen
spoken to
their
the
setup.
officer on the case? Because there had to be
I,
CPS workers assigned to both cases to understand why they would not find that situation unsuitable.
why they would not find the situation unsuitable? Well, that's the problem. That's the whole issue, is that they don't see that. And again, this is anecdotal. I am not saying that this happens across the board.
Right.
I'm just giving you an example of one reason why I can confidently say that it needs to be looked at.
But yeah,
So
but
when
have
I
you
say,
spoken to the officers to figure out why they came
oh
to
no,
that
no,
conclusion?
no, no, I'm not interested in that. What I'm interested in my best friend, again, that I've known since 1992 when I was 8 years old and he was 9. I'm interested in him being able to be happy again, not having depression, him being able to invest his money the way he needs to for his children's sake, for his business sake, and for the business that him and I do together. I would love to see I call them my nephews, even though they're my best friend's kids. I would love to see them happy, excited. One of them has resentment for their mother and one of them has resentment for their father. And that happened after they split. I would love to see my nephews comfortable with where they live while still maintaining a solid relationship with their mother. But this extreme, and I agree with you when it comes to the extremities, but just as you say that it's extreme for the manosphere and what they preach, there's a level of extremism being displayed right now as if to attack me, saying that, well, you wasn't there, so you don't know what you're talking about, because you seem to, and I don't really know you guys, but you seem to be so stuck on one ideology as if it doesn't need to, because you have anecdotal experience of the opposite. I'm just saying that from what I've anecdotally seen with somebody that I consider a brother, it ruined him. It ruined their relationship. It ruined their house, to where one of my nephews has to seek behavioral analysis because it affected him so much. So when you have two ideologies that are crashing, the problem.
So why do you
I want
question?
to add one thing again real quick, Nate.
Sure.
We're not attacking, right?
Yeah.
It's just that
you're passionately
in
disagreeing with
conversations
something that
where,
you
like,
don't know.
in conversations where somebody's bringing something up, let's say again, this is in court, what you're
Mhm.
saying would be inadmissible, right? Which means because you were not there, right? You can't say, well, my man said, Nate said that she saw a daily rundown with a brick. And then
Well, I don't
him
need
and
to.
Honey
Wait a second. Hold on. With all due respect, I don't need.
One second. One time, I didn't speak while you were speaking for a reason.
Sure.
You know,
So I
gentleman shit.
apologize.
No need for that. But it's a reason why in our courtrooms in America, we have admissible evidence and inadmissible evidence. And a lot of times, people bring forward inadmissible information, like what you're doing now. It's not that we're attacking you, right? But in order for me to say, well, oh yeah, this is a bad woman, she did these things to your best friend, I need admissible evidence that actually refers to any information or material, not just thoughts, not rumors, off somebody's mouths, that can be led to a fact finder, usually a judge or a jury, to support your case, right? Evidence to be considered admissible, it must meet specific legal standards, relevant standards, reliability standards. And at the end of the day, yours haven't met those. So that's all we're saying, that we listen to the story and we do feel sorry for your mans. But at the end of the day, I would think that this is inadmissible because it's not rooted in facts, unless he can come here, we can have a paperwork party, and then it would be actually admissible because he would have actual evidence to back this up.
So in other words, what you're saying is you don't believe what I'm saying. Because what I'm telling you,
no,
because what I'm telling you, but whether it's at
RM, it's not that we don't believe what you're saying. Any person that was listening to a case, even a jury, we wouldn't consider what you're saying admissible. Any judge, if we were judges, wouldn't consider what you're saying as admissible.
How many of you are judges or lawyers?
None of us.
That's not a question that needs to be asked. Like,
well, I mean, but
you were telling a story. You had.
I'm not a
talking
lawyer.
About anecdotal.
Answer the question. I'm not a lawyer.
I'm not a lawyer. I don't have to.
Okay,
be
are
a
any of
lawyer.
you judges?
But I'm like, I don't care about what.
No.
And neither. So you're not a lawyer.
You're not a lawyer or a judge.
Right, and I'm not.
Right.
So
evidently, the judge found that it was okay for those children to stay with their mother, even though it's 50-50, regardless of the circumstances, regardless of whatever, because if they're 15 and 16 years old or 16 and 17 years old, they have every right to go stay with their father if they so choose for. And he can go to the court and petition them to come live with him. But is he doing that? Yes or no?
Yes.
Okay then. So we don't need to have this conversation. It's not ruining his life because he's able to go get his kids.
And the thing about it is, Nate, I'm glad that you brought that up, because the whole time I'm listening, I'm like, it sounds like he got a great deal, 50-50. And clearly he's not paying a whole bunch of child support, or if he's paying enough child support, because then she would be in her own house and her own space, to where they can keep the same lifestyle, regardless of which parent is with.
I'm gonna give him credit because to raise children, he got to be getting money. He got to be getting money.
Right.
But who is the?
These kids are about to be out the house, off to college at 18.
Off to college. They're living.
Well, this isn't something new.
To do with anything.
Right. This hasn't been. I mean, you guys are under the premise that this is something that's been happening for the past 2 years.
He got divorced. You're trying to say that the court caused all this emotional damage and stuff like that. No, they got divorced. Some divorces are real clean and straight to the point, and other divorces are really, really messy. But to sit up here and act as if he got a great deal. I ain't hear you say nothing about alimony.
Wait. How many of you? How many of you?
Child support.
Don't ask us how many of us are divorced. Don't ask us no crazy.
And can I say something? Something before I want to let RM go after this? But like, for example, RM, I'm not sure if you belong to. Do you belong to any fraternities?
No. I'm 41 years old and I graduated 20 years ago. No.
Okay. So my fraternal brother, he's in the chat now. We belong to the greatest fraternity, known as Alpha Phi Alpha. In order, like, one of the things that, and Frat can back me up on this, in order for him to really validate who I am, I can give him my membership ID. He can validate where I pledge, who I pledge under, where I took my test at, who was my LBs, et cetera, right? Who's my dean, et cetera. So, it's not that, again, I don't want you to think that I'm attacking you personally, but
no, I don't think that at all.
It's like that, right? Like, well, I belong to a certain organization, and then you find out that they don't. It's not that we never believe them, but it helps us. It helps us to believe somebody when they're able to substantiate something. That's all I'm saying.
No, and that's fine. I completely understand. I think that the inverse is true as well. As passionate as every single one of you is to saying, well, we don't know. You don't know the opposite as well, right? I don't think that I've said anything that denigrated the woman. I'm not saying that the court was wrong. I'm not saying that the court was right. Again, if you would just listen to what I'm saying as opposed to listen to just respond and just hear me what I'm saying, my whole point is that it should be looked at. Whether it's in favor of the mother or the father, it needs to be looked at. And the anecdotal experience that I have given, even though it's secondhand, I witnessed my best friend go through something that I feel could have been lessened It could have been a little bit less based off of a re-examination of what actually works and what doesn't work. See, with all due respect to everybody on the panel, the justification for essentially not believing me is saying that, well, the judge said so, so therefore that's what it is. And what I'm trying to tell you guys is that is what the problem is.
I got something to say, please. Like, I really
Sure.
do. I'm listening to you. I don't
Sure.
understand why you just can't accept the fact that, I'm gonna need you to bring him up here to substantiate everything that you're saying. Doesn't mean I think you're lying. Doesn't mean I don't trust. I don't know you and I don't know him. So therefore, I need it from the source. You are not the source. You are secondhand. And also, you talk about this case. I'm just thinking to myself, if he's the better parent, why didn't he petition to be the full and sole time parent? Or why didn't the court find him the better parent so the kids can go live with him full time, not with her?
And to answer,
Great mother. So therefore,
so to answer your question,
that time, 50-50 time. That's a great deal. His children about to be older in 2 years, and they can be with him if they want. They'll be able to make decisions for themselves at 18.
okay,
So
you're looking at this on the surface, right? You're looking at this on the surface.
and talking to you about someone else's case. at
But
this
but
point.
I do have a one thing I do want, like, before you address her. I do want to, like, it's a yes no question. It's a quick one. Do you believe that men should believe all women?
Do I believe that men should believe all women?
Yes, sir.
No. Just as if I don't believe that all women should believe all men. I think that everything needs to be taken within context. I think that question has been hijacked by a specific ideology that doesn't allow people to think for themselves.
I agree.
Because of the inverse. Because of the inverse.
Wouldn't it be important if a woman made something and said something, right? Wouldn't it be important for me to ask her about the proof? That way, we don't go down a path that we shouldn't go down. Wouldn't it be important for her to fully contextualize beyond reasonable doubt what she's saying to me before I believe her?
It's just as important for her to do the same for you. So again, it seems so then the question seems to be rooted in from an ideological standpoint, where it's, do you believe all women, right? Which infers that there's a side of misogyny there. When the real question should be asked, well, should we just believe people? Should we believe people, as opposed to understanding the context?
Well, no,
because if you frame it that way,
we correlate it back to what's happening now. Why should we believe you if we shouldn't believe all women? You have not proven anything. Hold on, you haven't proven anything no different than if a woman come up here and say, Hunter Watts raped me and then he robbed me. I'm going to ask her the same things. Substantiate what happened.
So are you?
It's not real. It was a scenario. It's not real. It was a scenario.
So
it's not
is
real.
so had I? So I'm genuinely asking. Had I flipped the story and said that she was the one that had to pay child support, and she was the one that had the 4-bedroom home and had the space for them, would your to use what the young kids are using now, would your smoke be the same?
Yes.
Well,
yes. I actually, RM,
okay.
once you get to know me, I actually hate when people don't hold standards across the board.
So now, one thing. Now, the reason why I position that I'm playing chess right now with you guys. So
Sure. We all play chess.
So the premise of what I'm saying has nothing to do with the outcome of what my friend went through. What I'm simply saying is it needs to be examined because there are cases that are unfavorable to one side or the other that need to be examined, because just because there aren't any murders happening, there are suicides that happen because of family court law. So I'm not looking at this as a woman's rights issue, a man's rights issue, a feminist issue, or a manosphere issue. I'm simply saying that it needs to be examined because I personally have seen it. I've heard it happen. I've seen it on TV. I mean, in social media, we see it all the time. So it sounds like this is more of an ideological argument that you guys have, a more of an ideological stance that you have, as opposed to addressing the problem. And if
What
you
is the
guys don't
problem
think
with
now, I will say this: if
We
you
kind
guys
of
do
haven't
not
presented
think,
a problem though.
if you don't think that there is, if you do not think that family court laws need to be re-examined, then that's fine. That's your prerogative. If you believe that, that's fine. I just simply think that they do.
No one ever
And
said
for
that.
Yeah, we
for
never
someone to say,
stated
No
that.
one never said that though.
okay, so but what I'm saying is then it just seems like you
Honestly,
do because you're quick to tell me that I don't really believe what you're
killed
saying
women,
until I
and
see the
FBI
facts.
database backs it up. You slipped
Yeah,
off of that.
yeah,
That's
yeah.
what happened.
My point was
Now you
that
talk about the courts.
black women, 85,000, it says, at least per year, according to Secret Service data, are dying due to
How many black men
femicide.
are dying from suicide from court? I'm just
Well,
genuinely
again,
curious
Not
to
in
know.
court.
Do you know that?
Hold on. When you're talking about self-deletion, that's what that is. That's a self-inflicted wound, right? Femicide is somebody else choosing to take somebody else's life. You have to understand and agree that those are two completely different things, correct?
Oh, sure. In definition, they're two different things, but at the end of the day, the result's the same. Somebody's life has ended.
Because somebody chose to take their own versus taking someone else.
Is one of them
Or
more
somebody else
justified?
chose to take somebody else's.
Is there one more
in the court
justified
of
than the
law,
other?
yes, it will be. Yes. Just because, oh yeah, my man's he got real sad and he offed himself. You think if your man's offed himself, his baby mama going to jail today? Do you really think that?
I don't think that they. I don't think that they should.
Hold on. I
However,
wanted
I
to
think
answer
that the
that.
cause.
I'm
I
like,
think I
look.
just said that I don't think that they should. However, are you not concerned with preventing suicide from preventing self deletion, or is that
It's a lot
maybe?
of
Hold on.
factors
Then
that
maybe we
play
should be
into
talking
stuff.
about therapy for your
Sweetheart,
friend.
look, RM.
Oh no, my friend didn't hurt himself.
RM.
Sure.
I have a nephew who just self-deleted himself.
I'm sorry to hear that.
Okay. It's a lot of factors that play into self-deletion.
Yes.
Court system can be one of them, but it's more to that than just the court system.
Okay.
There are other problems that people deal with that cause them to have that mindset.
Mm-hmm.
It could be drug influence. It can be psyche, mental health. You not seeking that mental health. There are more than just one thing that causes a person to take their own life.
Okay.
It could be peer pressure. It can be anything. So we can't just sit up and say men are self-deleting themselves because the court system is not fair.
I didn't say that.
We're not going to say that. That's a mental problem that they have.
That's been your position.
Based off of
What I'm saying is that's a cause. That's a cause of it.
No,
right?
it's not a cause.
Wait a second. So wait. Hold on a second. So you mean to tell me that a man?
I'm telling you, based off a person who just lost their nephew to suicide.
Did his have to do with losing his children?
No.
In a court case, did this have to do with him? Okay, so then how do you know that?
You just said you want to stop suicides, period.
So period. What does it matter? Like
No. What I'm saying is what I'm saying.
Court system has nothing.
Hold on. Just so we're not all over the place, real quick, Nate.
Wait.
RM, are you only concerned about self-deletion when it correlates to family court? Are you not concerned about stopping all men from self-deletion? Yes or no?
Of course. I think that I don't. I would love for people to not do that to themselves.
So wouldn't it be? So when you ask Nate, why is that relevant? Do you not understand? You just contradicted yourself.
No, there was no contradiction because I'm not the one that's saying that doesn't happen. I'm saying that is a part. That is something that does happen. It does happen. That is something that happens. For instance, yeah, but regardless of if it's mental, there's a cause for it.
about to go into a fucking ramble about how
Okay. I
depression
pulled it up.
automatically goes back to the family court.
I pulled it up. Okay. I asked the question: are family court cases the main cause of black men self-deletion? It says while family court cases can be incredibly stressful and contribute to mental health challenges, especially for parents involved in custody disputes, they are not considered the main cause of black individual suicides. Court has nothing to do with suicide. That's why I'm starting to get triggered, because I'm like, dude, I just lost my nephew to this. And it had nothing to do, he was with his children.
And also,
It was a mental health thing. He needed to go see someone. He had to go see. He was not just that. He was on different type of drugs. He experienced different type of drugs that can cause depression, that can cause mental issues. He needed to go seek help mentally. That had nothing to do with family court.
Yeah, you're absolutely correct. And let's state another fact about family court. Most black men are not in court for child support or custody. Black women don't bring black men to court like that at a higher rate, to where they're like concerned.
Sorry about that, y'all.
Yeah.
You guys hear me? Yeah. So I closed my my screen.
It happens all the time to us.
Yeah. Sorry about that. Yeah, I wasn't ducking the conversation.
You don't have to apologize, man.
Okay.
You good.
No,
It's okay. You dropped yourself. It's okay.
Okay.
StreamYard is some bullshit anyway, but that's
Yeah, sorry about that. So what my point was, I'm sorry, I didn't want to cut anybody off of what they were saying. So I'll explain myself once you guys finish what you guys were saying. I apologize about that.
No, actually, we're gonna spend some time going back to the video, because like I said, we really do like Jazz. I heard that she's a singer too, so shout out to Jazz. That's what they said on the show. Yeah, that's what they said. So I'm gonna go see if she actually be singing or if she make like pop.
I think it's Janae that's the singer. I think when we were talking, I think Janae was the one that has like a full album, and I think that's what she was saying.
You might be right.
Yeah, I think it was Janae, if I'm not mistaken.
Let's get it.
It's funny to me because, again, y'all hate us no matter what. It don't matter if we marry y'all, if we don't marry y'all, if we rock with y'all, if we don't rock with y'all. Y'all are such, and I'm not talking about anybody here. Y'all are angry women. Y'all don't know what y'all want. Y'all want to decenter us, and then you celebrate us, and you hate us, and then you want us to break up. And it's just like, at some point, you have to look yourself in the mirror and say, damn, is it me? Because the winners is getting picked. I mean, seriously, like people with good disposition, people that have a good spirit, that whatever, we rock with them. Y'all don't even realize that the majority of what we care about don't even got nothing to do with how you look. Looks is a factor, but more importantly, can we be around you without you being an angry woman? Even if it's not angry towards us, are you an angry person in general? And that is so off-putting. It is. And I just don't think y'all like yourselves. You can't love yourself because everything, look, no matter what nobody say, I adore myself, which limits what anybody could say about me, because if I love me, who could be against me? And I just don't think y'all like yourself. I think that y'all
really, we know you adore
who y'all
yourself.
are in your lot in life. And to answer Jazz's comment that she made earlier, I think that you want to be a white woman. It would serve you so beautifully if you could reverse the fortunes of what you complain about on a regular basis. And if you could be the thing that you hate the most, you would love it. And that's the reason why.
This is the type of shit I would talk about, right?
Child, please.
Right. I can imagine a black woman telling black men, you want to be a white man, right? You don't love being a black man, and then niggas just sit on the panel and I say a motherfucking thing.
Nothing.
100 watts.
Well, I was on the panel.
Do you want to be a white man?
Do you want to be a white man, 100 watts?
I don't.
You ever woke up one day want to be Brad Pitt?
I do have a question for what you're asking.
Sure.
What would it take for what he said to be true? What would it require for what he said to be true? What kind of evidence would you need for what he said to be true?
For what he said about these women self-hating themselves to the point where they would want to be white women?
Yes, I'm asking. a statement like what he
you
made,
frozen,
what would be
100 watts.
required? I'm sorry?
No, I can see 100 watts. I can see him. I hear you. So I don't believe he has the evidence, and I don't believe that unless there's a person that comes directly forward and say, I want to be a white person. For example, my brother Chaotic Truth, he directly says, I'm transracial. I'm a black man that identifies as a white man. It is what it is. That's how he feel, right? But unless it comes out the horse's mouth, no, every single one of the women shook their heads no. I don't believe that because he believed that they hate themselves, that they actually hate themselves.
I got you. And the only reason I'm asking, because there are certain narratives that are out there that I have heard this panel go against. And I'm wondering if I wanted to bring evidence to say that there is a certain narrative that actually may be true that y'all may have denied, what evidence would be required? Would I have to go to the internet and get videos to show it? What would I have to do to show that some of the narratives that black men are saying about black women are actually true?
It'd be very hard, right? For me, right? So let's say, and that depends on what you're trying to prove. Let's say if you're trying to prove that all black women are twerking in ghetto because of the Lululemon video, you would have to substantiate that all black women do that everywhere, which you never could, right? There's certain things that are so big, so finite. You couldn't present enough evidence to even substantiate it. That's like black women trying to produce evidence to say that all black fathers are deadbeats. They could never produce that. The only thing that they can say is that 70% of black children are raised in black households that are ran by single mothers, right? But they never in a million years could substantiate that all of us don't love our children, don't take care of our children. That's where Prince Sella went wrong by trying to say that black men are incapable of love when we know that that's not true, right?
Is it also true for what? So on the panel, and I agree. I totally agree with you that it is not true that, again, I go back to my premise. It's not a monolith. Black women are not a monolith. But is it also not true that what Jess said, not Jazz, Jess said in another portion of the video, that white women are predatory?
Yeah, I remember that part. We haven't got to that part yet, but I did see that part when it was happening, and I did see that you had pushback on it. I did.
Oh yeah. Now, do you are you going to hold Anton
She was wrong
to this? Okay, cool. If you genuinely believe that, then
what she said was
I rock with
absolutely
you.
wrong.
Okay, cool. Then I rock with you. Then that's all I'm trying to say. I think what the issue that
I don't like RM when stuff is like, not across the board for everybody because it confused shit. You know what I'm saying?
Okay,
if
then we're on the same page.
Supervisor and I let one person smoke weed in the plant, and I let another nigga not do it, that's gonna cause conflict for everybody involved. I just try to avoid that.
Right. So now you said that you rock with. Now you said that you agreed with 100% of what Jazz said and her sentiment.
rock with Jazz,
Does
yes.
she now? Does she ever say anything remotely close to putting people, particularly white people, in a monolith?
Yes, she does.
Then how can you rock with 100% of the things that she says?
Because it's her anecdotal experience, and one thing I don't see her doing is using it to basically shame all white people. She would say that all
She's saying
white
that
people
she says all
participate.
white people do specific things. I've heard her on
Yeah.
numerous panels saying that. So
And those things she would be true. Like all white women and white men participate in the patriarch. I heard her say that, and that's true.
What do you mean participate?
In the patriarch?
Mm-hmm.
I'll give you a good example. Black people
said
don't
all-
have a lot of wealth.
You said all. Right?
Yeah, I'm giving you a good example of all. Black people don't have all black people don't have generational wealth. But for the most part, white people do. And it's because
do all of them?
For the most part, all of them, yes.
All of them have generational wealth?
For the most part, yes.
Where?
Everywhere.
Are you familiar with West Virginia?
Yes.
And that's the poorest area in the country.
Are they
Do you
still
know
passing down land?
No, they don't own
So
no land.
nobody own no land. No white man own no land in Virginia.
They don't.
They who?
I'm talking about individual white families.
So who owned the land in Virginia?
Who owns the land in Virginia?
Yes,
It
sir.
depends on
Yeah.
what land you're talking about. But so there's some black people that own land there. There's Asians that own land there. There's white
Predominantly,
people that own land there. So
What color
uh,
is West Virginia?
predominantly,
White or what?
what race
Predominantly
of
black.
men owns
predominantly
most of the
white
commercial real estate in West Virginia
Okay, then.
and
in
Virginia?
West Virginia, predominantly white. Yeah.
Predominantly. So that's what I'm saying.
But is it
If the
all?
commercial real
Is it
estate
all? Is it
owned,
all?
bro,
Is it
if
all?
if it's predominantly owned by them, that means they control it. It's theirs.
When you say they, are you talking? So let me ask you this question. This boggles my mind. So if all white people are are to be inherited with this land, then why are there any poor white people?
I beg your pardon?
Huh?
Why are there any poor white people if they're inherently entitled to the land that these same white people own?
Because we have different classes, and
Okay,
different
so
classes of people inherit different levels of land, different levels
understood.
of assets.
Are there
So you
any
might
black
have
people
one
that
person,
share the
inherit
class?
a farm. Hold on one second,
Mhm.
RM. You might have one person inherit a farm, right? Then you might have somebody like Barron Trump inherit a corporation. I drive through Wisconsin all day long. I drive through Chicago all day long. You might have some people inherit vehicles, money, assets. Then you have others, right, inherit other things like, again, corporations, lands, titles, deeds, right? These
Mhm.
things are passed down from one generation to the next. We see it in Wisconsin, Illinois all the time. Farms that produce millions of dollars, right? They pass that down specifically to their families. As a matter of fact, they don't even want to hire people in an admin that's not their family. We
Is
see
that
that
exclusive to
all
white
the
people?
time.
Is that
Yes,
exclusive to white people?
yes.
It's exclusive to white people. So white people are the only ones that
No,
can
no, no,
hand
no, no.
down
They're not
land.
exclusive to white people. I
Okay, then
never
what's
said
your
it was
point?
white people.
That's what you said. You said all white people.
All white people
white people.
participate in the patriarch. That's a fact. At a certain class, that's a fact.
In patriarchy? Do you know? When you
Yes.
what's your definition of patriarchy?
A part of patriarchal has a lot of different webs. A part of it is actually providing. A part of it's actually ownership, which we have been
Patriarchy has to
discussing.
do with men running the show.
And did I not say that men
How
own
many
the-
men
Oh, hold on,
own
RM. 1 second. One second. Let's not overtalk each other.
Okay. I'm like, God, please.
Did we not just say that white men own most of the commercial real estate in Virginia? Yes or no?
They do.
So what the fuck are we talking about?
According to what you're saying, they do. What
Okay,
I'm
then.
saying.
So is that not fucking patriarchy?
Yeah. Wait a second. Wait.
Okay, then.
No. That has to do with ownership. That has to do with land ownership. Patriarchy is whether or not a man in a specific situation is running the show. So, for instance, in a white household that there is no man, is that a patriarchal setup in their home, or is it a matriarchal setup in their home?
In their home specifically, no,
Yes.
but they still benefit from patriarchy because when they call the police, a man is going to come. When they call a plumber, more likely a man is going to come. The person
Is
who
that
built their
because
roads
men are
more
more
likely was a man. They
is
still
that because of
benefit
who's
from the
choosing?
patriarchy no matter if there's a specific
But-
man in their household or not. I've been doing this for too long. I already
If they go
out-talked
to a
Anton.
hospital, and they get helped by a female nurse, is that a patriarchy? Or is that
Yes,
a
because the
matriarchy compared to what you're
the woman
saying?
is provided that opportunity. Unlike times where women couldn't work, the woman is provided that opportunity
So
because
that would
the
be
man,
a form of
right?
matriarchy.
Because the patriarchy allows it. No matter what you say, right? This is a patriarchal society. So if you say, "Oh yeah, he got helped on by a woman," well, guess what? She only is doing that because we have a military of men protecting her.
So what
Right?
does the
We have
patriarchy have to
armed
do with
services,
race?
mostly men protecting her. Right?
What does the
So again,
patriarchy have to do with
patriarchy.
race? What does the patriarchy have to do with race?
I never brought up race.
You said white people. You said white people benefit from the
They
patriarchy.
benefit from the patriarchy. That's a fact.
And do black people benefit from the patriarchy at all?
Pardon me?
Do any black people or any Asians or any Hispanics benefit from the patriarchy?
Not to the extent that white people do. Do you see white people being deported in the way that you see
Do you
Hispanics?
see African Americans getting
Hold
deported?
on, answer the question before we answer another
Yes,
question.
you see
Answer the
Africans
question.
being deported.
African Americans getting deported?
Do you see
Yes.
white
Now they
people
found the bill
being?
about it.
Hey,
Yes.
I got this. Do you see white people being deported at the same level as Hispanics? It's a yes or no.
No, because no.
Well,
The answer is
I
no.
will explain that. I
No.
don't. I will
No,
further
the
my
answer- the
statement.
answer is
Right?
no.
And that's
Yeah, the answer
because
is no.
they are the patriarchy. They don't need to be deported because they own all of the land. They are, I guarantee, if you look at most of the ICE agents, they are white men.
What does that have to do with so why are they being deported?
You tell me.
Why are they being deported?
You tell me.
Is that okay? The reason why specific Hispanics are being deported are the ones that apparently, I can't substantiate this, but apparently are here illegally. That's why they're being deported, and you're more
But
likely
there's a
to
lot
get
of white men here illegally.
And they
What are you
and
talking
I
about?
okay, so the fact that there are white men here illegally does not, just because I think they should be get
Why are they not
deported
being
as well.
deported?
Are they?
But why
Are
are they not? But why are they not?
Well, are they not?
No, they're not.
How do you know?
Hold on,
this?
before we get into immigration, I did get Sack Passe. His shit been fucking up all day. I did want to get him in on the conversation. Sack Passe, you good now? I think it still might be fucked up.
You know what's odd about
we saw your face.
you know what's really
Hold on,
really odd?
hold on, RM. 1 second,
Oh, okay.
because
Oh, sorry about that. Sorry
I don't want to just continue this conversation. We had a topic. I want to stick to that, and I want to
Okay.
go back to the video of Jazz. Sack Passe, I see your face. You good?
By the way, I'm having a good time doing this. I hope that I hope we're not. This isn't argumentative.
Oh no. You can come back
Okay.
anytime. We like
No,
to
you
go
good.
like
I like
good.
this.
You
I like
good.
this kind of stuff. I really do.
Yeah.
Good,
I
you
really
good.
do. I
wanna make
respect
sure
all you
Sack
guys,
Passe-
and yeah.
So you might good, Sack Passe? You good?
Okay.
Can you hear me or no?
I hear, bro. All right, let's go. Let's go to the video, and then we're going to Sack Passe first.
Why you complain so much is because you can't be the thing that you can be.
No, I don't.
That's why you're so hateful.
I'm hateful because I mean, I'm not hateful. That's number
You
one.
said it right the first time.
But if I'm hateful, or if I have a disdain for white women or white people as a collective, because I know there are several white people that are just people that happen to be white, right? There are white people and then there are people that happen to be white. I'm talking about the white people. I'm talking about the people that uphold systemic racism. I'm talking about the white people that call in little black babies N-words. I'm talking about the white people who go out their way to make black people's lives hard, right? So you say things like, oh, I think all these black women hate me. Anton, I've never heard you say anything good about black women, ever. So why would they like you? Why would they DM your wife and say, girl, you got a good man, girl?
Why are y'all
When
DMing
you
my
get up
wife
here-
at all? Why are y'all DMing my wife?
For the same reasons that you judge Dwayne Wade wife, for the same reasons that you judge Russell Wilson wife, for the same reasons that you judge anybody else wife. Why do men feel like they can render judgment against somebody else's wife, but other people can't render judgment against your wife? That's the hypocrisy that all of this shit is rooted in.
Do you think that they should be DMing his wife?
I think that if he's going to position himself to talk about other people's wives, then you have to accept that same energy, like you said.
No,
with me and Jeff.
I'm asking, do you think that they should? Whether or not do you think that they should?
I think that if he's going to invite that energy, he had to keep that same smoke the same way I had to with Jess. It's the
That's not
same
the
exact
question.
thing.
Do you think that they should?
That's the only answer I have.
See, because my answer is no, they shouldn't. Just like he shouldn't if he's doing that. He should not DM anybody's wife if he's doing that. Therefore,
Should he do content about people's wives?
Should he do content about people's wives? It depends on the context. It depends on if it's entertainment. It depends on if it's
what
entertainment.
context? What context would it be okay to talk about another man's wife in the form of content?
To talk about another form about someone's wife.
Yeah,
I'll
in the
give you an
form of
example.
content. You said it depends on the context.
Sure, I'll give an
What
example.
context?
I'll give an example. I'll give an example. President Obama told a large subset of African American men, or he suggested rather, that if they don't vote a specific way, there's something wrong with them. They're either they hate themselves or they're not really for the community.
What does that do with the wife part?
I'm
Get to the
gonna
wife.
explain. I'm gonna explain. So his wife, First Lady Michelle, spoke out about that, and she added to that context, contextually. She said, and by the way, black women, you don't have to listen to your man, which I sort of agree with. I mean, you can vote for it if you want to, but it created division within certain households And I know this because I read polls on it. I've seen it in action. I got into arguments with
But
my
let's talk
girl.
about Michelle Obama. You
So-
believe that it's okay for somebody to do content and talk about Barack's wife?
I believe that in the context of debating what she said, absolutely. Because it's
Okay,
civil,
so
it's
we have no problem
discourse
here.
that we need. I have no problem with contextually people questioning her motives, what she was talking about. Now, I don't condone attacking her character, attacking the way that she looks for entertainment value, whether it's comedic or not. In the same vein, and what's interesting is that what you're doing.
Hold on, RM. I did say
Sure.
I want to go to Sac Passe.
Sure, sorry. Go ahead. My bad.
Do you feel like Anton is emboldened to talk about other people's wives, but don't want people to talk about his wife? How you feel about that?
So can you hear me?
Yep.
Can you hear me? Okay. I think it's appropriate if the wife is putting herself out to be critiqued, and I think that's the difference. I think there's been a lot of intellectual disingenuousness in this conversation, because he's talking in the context of the video. He said DMing his wife. So the only way to compare apples to apples is if he was DMing other people's wives.
Exactly.
So when it's up for conversation, if it like RM said, if she's out in public and making comments about certain things, contextually, yes, it is okay to talk about it.
I respect your candor on that. Anybody else? 100 watts?
I mean, I agree with I basically agree with the sentiment. Whenever you put yourself out publicly, whenever you put yourself on a public platform, you're going to publicly be criticized. That's just how the way the world works. Whether you like it or not, that's how the way the world works. Now, if I decide to put out content and people start doxing me, and now you're going through my social media and you're going through all of that to find my wife, that's something different. So if you're doing work to go find my wife so you can talk shit about her on the internet, is different than her putting a video out talking shit. I think there is a difference there.
Okay, let's keep going. I agree.
Appropriate, but I'm saying, are you really surprised? You don't really have anything nice to say about. Well, wait, you really don't have anything nice to say about Black people.
But can I jump in about that real quick?
Yeah, as soon as I'm done.
Okay.
So from there, you got to understand, like, you kind of play in the part in the hate that you earn, G. You do. You don't really say anything nice. I've never heard you say anything nice or uplifting about Black women. It's always speaking about a degenerate type of Black woman, a Black woman that ain't this, a Black woman
Then
ain't
why
that.
just
Baby mama this, baby mama that. So you earn the hate.
No. Listen.
Listen,
It's
no,
a
okay, let me
difference. It's a difference between angry Black women and the women that rock with me. Everybody know. Listen, if you don't know, my Patreon, the people that truly rock with me.
You talking about these internet people, man?
No, I'm not. I'm talking about people that meet up with me in real life, because we actually connect with each other. We know each other.
But y'all have to meet up because they internet people. So she was right what she said. They are internet people, but you meet up with them. But again, no point to breaking down dumbass talking points.
We feed into each other. We fund each other's businesses. I don't have to say anything because most of the women know that I've given them the seed money to even start their businesses that allow for them to feed their families. You know this. I don't have to talk about nothing. And
okay, but
no. Hold on. Because you said some stuff that's not true. You said some stuff that's not true. I'm sorry. Give me a second.
Anton, you interrupted her, and this is another hypocrisy. Please allow me to speak, but when you're speaking, I interrupt. It shows emotion in Black males, and it shows that these men, they claim that they're different from women, they leaders, and they born different, stronger, whatever, but they do the same shit. To me, you like a bitch right now. But you know what? Let's keep going.
Give me a second.
But you
the reason that I need you to give me a second is
Exactly. You cut her off first. See, if she was able to fully contextualize her point, if she was talking to a real man like me, I would never interrupt her. I would allow her to fully contextualize her point so the audience get a chance to hear what she got to say. But you're not like me. You type of nigga that interrupt somebody because you don't want to be exposed for your hypocrisy. Forget the standards.
Is that conducive?
Hold on one second. One second.
Conducive, though?
One second. Same exact thing he just did, right? And this is how I know, like, growing up in Detroit, like being around certain gangsters, right? One person speak, the next person speak. When that's broken, that's damn near like a sign of war, damn near. You know what I'm saying? Because it's almost like I'm not trying to hear what this person's trying to say for whatever reason or the next, right? And we don't do that. And on top of that, we call women hyenas and all the rest of that. But when we do that, it's okay. That's goofy shit. Let's keep going real quick.
Because I've been very quiet and I've been patient and I've been observing.
You haven't been quiet if you interrupted her, but again, goofy shit.
A lot of what you've been saying and whatever.
Yeah, but I was talking. You cut me off at.
But you can't just say stuff that's not true.
You niggas say stuff that's not true all the time and haven't substantiated shit in the first 2 hours and 19 minutes that we've been watching this video. No proof, no nothing. Just lip service. But now that gives you a right to cut somebody else off. Again, hypocrisy. Because if she said that, you haven't proved shit, so I get to cut you off. They still call her a black woman and she got a bad attitude. And this is the type of shit I be talking about. When they be talking about black women got bad attitudes when you niggas exhibiting the same motherfucking behaviors as them.
Majority of the people that rock with me are women, specifically black women. And the interesting thing about it is that every single day, every morning that I do a live stream, the first thing I do is I call them out, I tell them how much I love them, I show them love. Jerry be there, there'll be multiple people there on a daily basis. I show them love, I make sure that they get all of their flowers and all of their accolades. I don't feel like I need to prove it because they know it, and that's the only thing that matters. So all I'm saying is
it's anecdotal. That's like, again, there's been plenty of men who have did and said awful things to women while still being good to their women. Just because you're good to your woman doesn't negate the fact that you shit on the rest of the women, and that's why they feel the way they feel.
My results in my real life speak for it, and I really do live it. But I'm curious as to what you do for black people, specifically black women. What have you?
I'll be going to the personal attacks because we didn't want her to finish her original statement, which is you don't actually speak good about black women on a topic. That's actually what she was talking about. Now we got to figure out what do who and who do. And again, he said he stopped her because he was hearing her spew lies and she had no proof. But he's going to make it seem like he's doing these things for the black community. Trust me, I already broke that down with Anton. He knows exactly who I am. Trust me. Right? This history is long, RM. You won't know about this yet. But we were exposed, Anton, for being a fucking liar. We're exposed, so that's why I don't like hypocrisy. For one, it make black men look weak. Because if you want this black woman to tell you what you do for the black community, first substantiate it yourself. As men, we're supposed to lead. Right? We're not leading by example by just running our fucking mouths. That's the facts. You want to substantiate what you do in Detroit? Show us. Don't talk to me.
You done for black women?
Well, for one, I form a sisterhood with black women. I make sure that I advocate for them when I'm in my managerial roles in a lot of these businesses that I work in. I don't really need to go about saying what I do for people. That's not how you show solidarity, because you seem to think that just because you can cut a check and give a check to somebody, give a check to somebody does not mean that you don't.
Oh, that's a huge thing. Absolutely it is.
We get you got money, but
once again, unable to let somebody make a point because you're triggered by the facts and they're piercing you like blades through your fucking armor.
But you ain't got no love.
I got money. It's how I disperse it. It's how I share it. I can be selfish. I can hire who I want. I don't need anything.
You're doing no difference. You giving somebody the money to come on your YouTube channel. It's no different than nigga going to the strip club and throwing $10,000, but you would make it a difference. Niggas goofy.
Anybody, the way that my systems are set up. No. Nope.
You can't, Jazz, because you're dealing with emotional men. You need to come here and fuck with real niggas, right? Somewhere where if you were speaking, we would let you listen. We don't cut off Nay. We don't cut off Black Dahlia. We don't cut off TMKC, right? We have emotional discernment and emotional intelligence enough to know that I won't want my mother and some man she talking to cut her off. I smack him for that. You know what I'm saying? Show some respect, not one to the elders, but one to a lady, my nigga. What's wrong with you?
Because you've been cutting people off too.
Yeah, but you just asked me to respond, and now I'm responding that.
Not because she did it, we can do it. Once again, men not leading with what we should do as men, but going off what women do and comparing ourselves. Goofy nigga shit.
I have an operation that I don't need anybody, and it will run the same way.
We're not talking about that. We get it. You got money. You got
it's not about money.
You can cut a check.
You're the person.
How is it not about money, but you said cutting a check is a big deal. You didn't say, I'm mentoring children.
I give my time.
I'm going out and planting
all
trees.
the time, though.
I'm here on Saturdays, every Saturday.
Who said that?
I need his faces.
Was that Sac Passe? Was that you?
Yeah.
You said he said that all the time?
He talks all well. He hasn't mentioned it recently, but he talks all the time about, or used to talk all the time about how he mentors people.
Where
How
you
he
from,
constantly helps
Sack
people. Chicago.
I'm in Chicago now. I'm in Lake County specifically. But let me say this: I was born and raised in Detroit, Michigan.
Mhm.
This man doesn't do anything in Detroit, Michigan. But I'll ask you: can you substantiate that right now of what he do? Yes or no?
Are you talking? Yes, I can. I watched him specifically give away an equivalent of $25,000 to people for free.
I saw that video. It was $5,000. He
25.
counted
I
himself.
watched it.
I saw it. It was titled $5,000. I saw that video. I know you talking about the cash
How
he
long?
was handing out.
No, it was people in his Patreon. He gave away an equivalent of $25,000 last year, and then the year before that it was 20,000. Gave away.
Is that helping his community, or is that helping people who already pay into his Patreon?
It's helping community. Period.
No,
Regardless.
it's people that's paying into his Patreon. All you doing is refunding them. That's basically
Hold on. Nate. Let me help him.
Not even.
Did he get
Well,
that?
here's the
Hold
thing
on.
though, because
Sack Passe, did
Patreon,
he give that to random people outside his Patreon? Or was that exclusive to Patreon members only?
he gives money both. He gives
I'm talking
away
about the specific
money
situation
to
that you
homeless
just
people.
described.
That was to the Patreon, but he gives away money every day to homeless people.
So, in order for a single mother to get access to that 25,000, she would need to buy a membership. Yes or no?
Not necessarily. No,
How would she know it was going down there?
she could just pay attention to his Patreon. I mean, not the Patreon, the YouTube videos. He gives away money all the time. All the
Well, you said
time.
he
He's
gave it away in
on
the
video of it.
Patreon.
Yes.
So if I
that
go
was
to
one specific
anti-Patreon
example.
right
Yeah.
now, there's a free version where I can see him giving away money.
You can't watch the videos. That's behind the paywall, of course. Now he has videos on YouTube on his channel of him giving away money to people constantly.
Are you a Patreon
and-
subscriber?
Yeah,
Can you
that's
pull
how
it
I
up
know.
for us right now?
I can't show the Patreon.
Can I add to that real quick?
Yeah.
Sure. I don't think helping a community is limited to handing out checks. I think that the fact that he does that it's better than not. But the information that he gives in terms of investing, how to do it, why to do it, examples of other investors that have done it. You don't need access to the Patreon to learn what he's saying, because I've heard him say it. I've heard him talk about cues in investing, information that's about to be released. For instance, I don't know if any of you know this, but well, let me ask this question. Do any of you know what was announced last week in terms of the effects of buying a home? Did any of you notice?
Are you talking about the Section 8? Are you talking about the they supposed to be giving $5,000 to?
No, I'm talking about something as basic as knowing what the interest rate is right now. Do any of you know what the interest rate is right now without looking it up?
Hold on, before we go into that real quick, before we go into the interest rates on that stuff, it's two things I don't want to veer too far away from the video and what Jazz had to say, right? But
yeah, I got you.
I actually am a Patreon member too, Sack Passe, right? Because it's just fun to watch everything. So let me show you something.
Ever. A kick, one thing that I never, ever do, ever, is finance anything. Yo, this is where he capping, y'all, and I'm going to hold him accountable. Pay attention to what just happened.
Anton Daniels says he doesn't finance anything, but these documents tell a different story. In 2019, he was ordered to pay $15,000 to Discover Card, $8,000 to American Express, and $3,900 to Ford Motor Credit Company.
I'll give you an
And yep. So again, $15,000 to American Express, Discover Bank. So you're giving it financial advice, right? Saying, I never ever use credit. I never ever finance. Never. Then we find out you finance. Should we listen to a financial coach that does the exact opposite of what they tell their audience? Anybody here can answer.
Sounds like a credit card payment, not a financial statement.
Yeah, that's a credit card payment.
Is credit financing? When you
Well,
when
I
you
mean,
use
it
your
depends.
credit when you use your credit card, are you not financing?
financing.
I mean, it's a form of finance, but there's also other reasons why people would actually
It's financing, baby.
That's
yeah, I mean,
finance.
it's a form
It's
of financing,
financing. Period. Point blank.
but
The bank
I mean,
pays for it. You have to pay the bank back.
but
That's
is there
that's
something
financing.
is there
It's
something
like when you
wrong with
really
financing?
yes.
Or are you
No,
just upset that he
Let
said
me
that?
play it
No.
again
It's
because you
financing.
seem to miss the point of the video, and maybe I gotta keep playing it over and over and over to drill a point in.
Yeah, it's financing.
Versace. They kick. One thing that I never, ever do, ever, is finance anything. Yo. This is where he capping, y'all, and I'm gonna hold him accountable. Pay attention to what just happened.
Anton Daniels says he doesn't finance anything, but these documents tell a different story. In 2019, he was ordered to pay $15,000 to Discover Card, $8,000 to American Express, and $3,900 to Ford Motor Credit.
So it wasn't just credit cards, Rockstop. He was financing a vehicle, right? And don't believe me, Sec Passe. Believe him. Don't worry about it. We got footage of him talking about it. I don't finance cars, but I owed the company money after I scraped the car I was financing and had to take it back. Got it.
Company.
I'll give you an example, right? I got sued by Ford Motor Company for not paying off whatever additional work that they had to do when I turned in a lease on my Mustang, right?
A lease.
Right, and now he leased cars.
Isn't a lease when you finance a vehicle?
Finance a car.
Yeah, you still find yeah.
Hmm.
don't
So you
turn
do
the
finance.
car.
So
So
buy
just,
cars.
just so everybody's clear, what is the point? The point is this. If you're telling your audience, I'm not financing, never ever finance, I'm a financial coach, listen to me, which is crazy because you can find accredited financial coaches on here like Pocket Watching with JT, who actually runs an accounting firm with his wife. But instead, they listen to a student who never had any education, is a self-admitted C student, who would tell you something like, don't finance, but it's literally admitted in the clip that he had to get sued by a company because he didn't pay $3,800. I thought you was a millionaire. So
but don't you
couldn't pay $3,800 back to the point where it led to court? Child, this is the goofy shit that we be talking about.
But couldn't somebody, with all due respect,
Intellectually
couldn't
disingenuous.
somebody say, oh, I'm sorry, go ahead, sir.
I'll go after you. Go ahead.
So I mean, again, I'm a little older than you, so I don't really use the terms goofy and stuff like that. So let's just say
That's
hypothetically
Detroit,
speaking,
Chicago lingo.
let's just say hypothetically speaking, you're correct, right? I'll just give you. Let's say it's goofy for somebody to say one thing but then do another, right? Let's just say that's goofy, right?
It's called hypocrisy. Yeah.
Hypocrisy, right. Couldn't someone have an argument towards the Daily Rundown who is actually a member of this man's Patreon where he gets money from these people, and he's a part of that? I mean, like, do you not see the hypocrisy there? Like,
no, because I don't tell my audience not to subscribe to him. I tell my audience that I watch certain people so I can get clips like this, so that when people like you guys come up, I can have clips that completely, in my opinion, obliterate the topic, not by me talking about it, by these
you're a
people
supporter of his
specifically
Patreon.
talking about it. And unlike what you did with your friend earlier, we have actual statements that back up exactly what I said.
well, I mean, regardless of, I'm not denying that. If this is true, if he's telling you one thing and doing the other, I don't rock with that. But what I'm saying is the larger point is that regardless
You
of
have to
whether
explain that hypocrisy to me. What did I say?
I don't need to. The hypocrisy is that you support.
Hold on. You're saying that one could substantiate that I'm being hypocritical for subscribing to anti-Patreon. I would like for you personally to substantiate that.
Well, because in order to be a Patreon member, you have to pay him.
Mm-hmm.
You're giving him money.
Okay, so what am I being hypocritical about?
You're explaining why people shouldn't.
No, I did not.
So
you're saying that it's hypocritical. to listen to a
wait a second.
financial
So you,
coach.
I'm sorry. Go ahead.
I said it was just hypocritical to listen to a financial coach who would say do one thing and do another. That's what I said. That's my only stand right now.
Why are you supporting somebody that's goofy?
Because as I just told you, I go in and get documents like this to prepare for arguments like the one we're having now.
So you pay him a monthly or whatever the subscription is
Like anybody,
expose
any
him.
any type of
Correct.
any type of journalist, any type of, like, they go into enemy territory to get information, just like a spy would. The
This
same
is
But
how
thing.
are
people
spies
It
get.
are
all
spies
applies.
paying
Like
the money?
I'm like,
RM. This is how, instead of us making up shit about Anton, just talking without having anything to back our, we want to actually have people understand. We're not just saying shit. We
But do
can
you think he
prove this.
do you think he cares? Do you think that the people that are
We
on
don't give a
Patreon
fuck
care?
if he cares.
we don't give a fuck if he cares.
Well, then what do you? What's the?
Like,
Hold
No,
on,
no, I hear
RM.
what you're saying.
it's the
RM.
point.
Do you care that he care?
No, I don't. I don't care
So
if
why
he
would it
cares.
matter
So
to
why are
me
you
that he
defending?
give a fuck?
Why would it? Because you're making content
The
off
same
of.
way he made
The
content on
baby, the
everybody
same
else,
way
my
he make
baby.
content
That's
about
what.
black women, the
Welcome to
black baby mamas
YouTube.
that he don't
Right,
even
I
don't
understand.
even have a black baby mama. The
Welcome to
same way he sit
YouTube,
up and talk about
RM.
the black culture is trash, but participate in
Welcome to
black culture by
YouTube.
plastering black women up in front of everybody's face.
Right,
That's
but he's married
participating
to a
in
black
black
woman.
culture. Just like he's
I
sitting
don't give
there
a fuck what he
participating and
married
flirting
to.
with other women instead of being flirtatious with his own wife. That's what you're talking about?
No, what I'm talking about is
No.
I'm
We
His
make
make content on Hey, with that damn boy.
everything we want
He's
to.
doing the
What does
same
that
exact
matter?
thing. He's
right.
participating in the black culture.
And
You
is he
can't
wrong?
sit here and talk about a culture that you participate in.
Is he wrong
And so
to
does
do
he.
that?
Yes.
Okay, if he's wrong to do that, then if you match his
He
energy,
is
then
wrong
you
to
by
talk about single
default.
baby mamas when he don't have a single baby mama. He's a married man to the wife
So in
of
order
his
for him
child.
to
He
talk
does
about
not
single baby mamas, he
experience
has to have one.
anything about baby mothers.
Right.
He
So
don't know
okay.
nothing about it.
Right. Okay. So I could
Let me ask
say
you.
the
Hold on.
same.
Let me ask, because
I'm sorry, go
Sac
ahead.
Passe asked. Sac Passe. Let me ask you this: can a woman tell you what it means to be a masculine man? Yes or no?
Not
Without any
necessarily. But
context.
can she have, bro? How you gonna ask me a question and on this
You're right.
in this
You know what? You're
conversation where
right,
we
Sac Passe. I
context is
apologize.
statement?
You got it. I apologize.
Can a woman have an opinion? Absolutely. Is it something that I actually have to apply to myself based on what she's telling me, or any man has to apply to himself based on what she's telling them? No. Do I have to go to jail to tell people to not go there? And it's probably not a place that you want to go. No, I don't need to smoke weed or smoke cigarettes and get lung cancer to tell people to not smoke. Come on, man. Like,
I don't
and
disagree with your
You don't
logic.
sit and go
But I
can
never
that
talked
that-
about
that-
opinions. I said specifically, can a woman tell you?
tell you, not an opinion of something. That's all I'm like, come on, man. Like,
He can tell you that.
Well, let me ask you a
She could
better
be wrong.
question. Let me ask you a better question,
She can
Sac
say
Passe.
whatever she wants.
Have you ever
Yeah,
heard
exactly.
men
She
like
can be
Kevin
wrong.
Samuels, right? The OGs, the big dogs of the manospheres, tell women, you can't tell me what it's like to be a man because you're not one. Have you ever heard that before?
Yeah.
I can see my time.
all
Good,
I gotta
because it's
say
not
is
a good
how
point
men.
on
I'm
either
gonna say
end.
this, and I'm gonna end it. How can men tell women how to act when you're not a woman? How can you tell me how to act? How can you talk about an attitude that you don't even have an attitude? You don't have that attitude. Not one man can sit here or a woman can define a black woman attitude.
What do you mean?
It's the statue in New York.
What does that even mean?
One. How can you tell women how to act? How can you tell pimp women what they want?
How can we tell women what they want?
tell men.
Like no, we don't tell men what they want.
Yes, you do.
Yes, you do. You guys tell men, you guys tell African American men who date white women that they don't know what's wrong. They don't know what they want. You guys smoke.
Women, black women don't tell women that. Men
They
that.
tell me that when I've dated
That's
non-black
you, but
women.
they don't tell a plethora of men that.
And this is okay. So the question that I asked earlier, this is an example. There are black women that speak this in a way to black men who are with other races. These things happen. And I asked the question earlier, what do you need? What kind of evidence do you need in order for that statement to be true? Do we need to go on YouTube and pull up videos of women that are on YouTube for hours on panels that are having these conversations? Is that what you need? Do I need to pull up 20 shorts on TikTok? Like, what evidence do you need in order for what is being said to be true?
Substantiate. He's
Honey,
saying to
honey, why?
substantiate.
You want me? I thought about that since you said it. So I would say this: if there are people, specifically women in your real life, that can substantiate this, then I have no problem with that, right? If they can come and say, you know what, this is true, that is true.
When someone is telling you that they've had the experience where it has been said to them, is that not enough evidence?
Evidence for what? For me to believe them?
For their point.
Substantiate to substantiate that black women do have a problem seeing black men out with other races of women.
Certain black women, certain.
I think that there's definitely enough evidence on YouTube and other places to substantiate a great point. Yes.
Okay, so then what? So then what's the argument here then? If we can if I can anecdotally substantiate that, if I can substantiate it through a podcast, if I can substantiate it through what my mother went through, then what's the argument here?
Well, do you have any videos on YouTube about? Hold on, because the first thing that you tried to substantiate was what your friend was going through. So
Yes.
I asked you in the conversation that Honey Watts brought up, do you have any videos on YouTube that we can watch about your friend's situation?
About not my friend's situation.
So
No,
that's one of the
because
things that you
that's
can
not
substantiate.
advertised.
Correct.
Well, what 100 Watts
God.
is asking is a great question. I mean, in order for you to have an issue with what I said, right, and that's a broad term, the premise, to have an issue with the premise, you would have to automatically not believe what I say and say, well, hey, I'm not going to believe anything you say until you show me the facts.
But you don't have a problem with that. Like you don't.
I don't have a, I'm sorry, go ahead, Nate. I apologize.
Most black women don't care if you date white women.
Are you most black women?
No.
Then how you can't speak for them then? You're contradicting yourself.
You can't speak for all black women, all men, but you do. So at most black women, and I'm gonna say it one more time, I'm a black woman, Gently feels the same way. We don't mind who you date. It's the fact that you keep comparing us and making them above us.
When you say
That's what we have a problem with. We don't
but
care
who's
about
doing
who
that?
you date.
But who's doing that? Who?
Men, black men.
Well, hold on. I don't.
Like,
I
men.
definitely
majority
appreciate
or the
back and forth,
minority?
right? But I still want to continue with the point of the video. 'Cause I don't want people watching thinking that I don't give a fuck about who black
Who
men,
date
white men
who?
date.
Can I say
It's
personally
the mere
feel
fact
that.
that you sit up trying
I only
to
want to
believe
focus
beneath
on the
her.
conversation that
But the
Jazz.
conversation was about white
Hold
women.
on, I just want to focus on what Jazz was saying out of her mouth herself.
But you don't have love for black people. You don't have love for them.
Does that make
Super
you
anti-black.
insecure
You get up here and you say the
finally
most
are talking
egregious
to a
thing.
black man that just so happened to be a deca-millionaire? You the one
Oh
that
my
keep
God, you
bringing
say
up my
something
every
about
time that
money.
we talk.
You
You
can't-
bring
you-
up my money.
this is why I
Why
get
you
so
bring up my
frustrated.
money every time that we talk? I
Because
asked
you're
you-
bringing up money.
I asked you.
You
what
bring
do
up money.
You do for black people, and
You
you
bring
brought
up
up
money.
my money.
You bring up money. I
I
said
didn't bring
I
up money.
advocate for black women.
I
I
didn't
said
bring
I'm
up
in
money.
solidarity with them. I say that I protect them and I advocate for them whenever that I can. I have love for them. That's number one. And I have love for my community. You can cut a check, that's great, but you have
That's
no
love.
love.
You
No
got
love
fake-
at all.
that's
When you
fake
get up
love
here and
for
you say things like
You got
fuck
fake love.
black babies and fuck black single mothers,
got fake love.
you don't move out of you don't operate out of love towards black people. And
You don't operate out of love.
Honey Watts,
Say a few things.
has black women ever did anything that make you upset at them?
Yes.
Because you were upset, has that, or have you ever been at any point in your life said, fuck those black babies?
Never. No.
I can see my time. Let's continue.
Can I say a few things?
It's just a fact, but we're not going to get into that. We're not going to get into it.
For anything that you could ever say, that I said.
And just because
it's
you
a difference
have-
between me holding people accountable because
You don't
I want
hold
them to do
nobody
better.
accountable. You just
It's a
degrade
difference
them.
between me holding
You don't
people
hold anybody
accountable because I want them to do
You
better.
just degrade
But you know that you know what
This question is posed for anybody, but I'll start with Sack Passe. Can you correlate accountability back to saying fuck those black babies? And I'll wait.
As far as me saying it,
Anybody.
I don't understand the question.
Anton said that he was holding women accountable, and Jazz said that you said, Anton, fuck those black babies. So I'm asking you, because we want to make sure that Anton is not being done wrong here. Can you point a line? Can you correlate accountability in any fashion back to fuck those black babies?
Baby deletion.
Correct. Or well, he didn't say baby delicious. He
Well,
specifically
that's
said
what-
fuck those black babies.
Well, that's what that means, right? If you're willing to do that, then that means that's the ultimate example of F those black babies.
So that's not what the conversation was about.
So are you saying that he's holding women accountable by deleting their children?
The way I took it in that conversation, I took it as forget them. Those are a particular group of people that we don't care for. They have to be in their own lane, and we're gonna leave them there.
Black boys and black girls, right?
But at the behest of the woman, though. I'm not certain.
Is
I don't
Anton a
condone-
woman, RM?
No, I'm talking about
what Anton said. What Anton, who is a black man, said, "Fuck those black boys." I don't want to talk about what some other woman did right now. I want to talk about how can a black man correlate accountability back to fuck those black kids without mentioning a woman.
Well, because the context of what he was saying had to do with women in the context. Now, if he came out
So you're
and said,
saying that you would neglect your kids because you don't like your baby mama? That's what you're saying?
No, I'm not saying that at all.
But that's what that meant.
No,
But that's what that meant.
no, because if that was the case, he would have rejected his child.
But the
mere
fact
fact
that he
Nate.
made
Hold on, Nate. What exactly was he saying?
Well, I mean, that's what I've been trying to ask you guys, like, because I truly, if I knew the
I'm
full
asking you now to correlate accountability back to black children and fuck them black kids, and it sounds like what you're trying to say is because of the actions of black women, we should say fuck the black children. Do you stand by that statement?
No, because that's not what I think that he was saying. From what I've seen him say, right? I don't know him personally. I don't know the full context of what he was saying. What I'm interpreting, what he was clipped from, was saying that this is more of an indictment on the black women with the children that they have and how those black women
being clipped. RM, is that a problem with people being clipped?
I think it can be a problem if it's clipped without context.
Okay. Does Anton use clips? Hold on, Nate. Does Anton use clips in proper context?
I'm not certain because I don't really pay attention to his clips. I pay attention to the full context.
The clip that he showed you guys of the white woman sitting in the car, was that a full clip or was that a clip?
That was a clip.
I can see my time. Let's go back to the video.
No, wait. You can see what? You can see what?
I can see my time.
You've been disingenuous, bro.
Yeah, exactly. That's kind of a disingenuous because I never said that I agreed with that.
Somebody say something?
I didn't necessarily agree. So when you say you concede your time as if you made a point, what I said was I don't pay attention to the clips, and what I'm trying to tell you is that I don't pay attention to clips and make a judgment off of something where I don't understand the context. The context in the clip that was shown on the podcast on the panel that I was on was explained later, and the question was, does she have a point? Based
and that's
off
what we're doing right now. We're explaining in the same way that he explained.
Right. So
what I'm saying out of context, we're doing the same exact thing that he did.
I don't understand the context. No, it's not correct because I don't.
We got to keep going. Hold on. We got to keep going. I don't get so much time.
Okay. You talk the most evil two black women that don't agree.
When did I ever call
tolerant of another view? You're not trying to hear another perspective. You don't listen to another black woman and then say, you know what? Let's see where we can come together and we connect. Even though I may disagree with you, or even though you got a different perspective, you call them witches. You call them all kind of disrespectful shit. You can go all night. You're more disrespectful.
They started with me. Are you serious?
Disrespectful to black women.
You had your hands on tolerant at me first.
Wait, can I say something though? Let me say something.
It's so stupid. It's so stupid because I sat here, I came in peace. I started saying my piece, and here comes so-and-so cutting me off, calling me a victim, not letting me finish my word. Then we got another so-and-so calling me a bird brain, calling me everything else. And then when I respond, it's a fucking problem. Stop being disingenuous. No, stop.
You can't even communicate as a woman.
They're cutting me off.
You communicate like a woman, Anton, by not letting a woman speak. And this is truthfully the stuff that black men let other black men get away with, and then think that for some reason we're supposed to be respected in our masculinity. Shit goofy.
Anything disrespectful to you tonight?
Oh my God.
I have not said anything disrespectful
But
to you.
you also didn't check nobody else when they was being disrespectful. That's the problem. Again, if you want to have a motherfucking standard, that shit got to be across the board. I can't do 80 in the freeway and get pulled over, but see 5 women doing 100 and don't nothing fucking happen. No, we ain't gonna have a society like that. We'd rather burn this bitch down. That's what the women are doing right now. You niggas are having standards that your motherfucking self not holding. If you really believe when one person is speaking, the other person should shut the fuck up because that's what masculine people do. And that's what the fuck you should do in every single time. It shouldn't be a situation where, the women are doing it, so now I get to do it too. In my city, that's how bitches move.
I'm confused.
You can't even stay in frame.
Okay,
let me angry person.
Ava, you're
angry in real life.
Okay.
Let me say something. Ava, your mic not working, so you might want to even come back. Let me say this, right?
Can you pause it real quick?
I don't agree.
One
Well,
second.
you're right after the shit you said. You're right in part. You didn't start with some of the shit you started with tonight on this panel. but you're definitely wrong when it comes to Anton not appreciating.
Hold on. One.
Oh God, here comes the dick sucker. Come save the man.
Let me guess. She's a pick me. Let me guess.
I wasn't even
she's
gonna
a-
play this no more, but because Next Phase is just
we
not
go.
here, I feel like I got permission. So again, Q, you're in no place to tell us what the fuck we can or do, especially because you're a fucking woman. Let's get that out the way first. You in no place to tell us what we can or cannot fucking think. Two, you're a fucking immigrant. You're not even from this fucking country. So let's play your interactions with married niggas, because it's crazy that you get on this motherfucking Beyonce's internet and talk about how black women are supposed to be docile, et cetera, but you was on motherfucking Beyonce's internet flirting with a whole married fucking man who claimed to be a motherfucking Christian, right? And this is why the motherfucking YNs don't respect you old niggas now, because you niggas have no motherfucking consistency, right? And they see right through you niggas, right? That's why they gun you niggas down every motherfucking day. Let's watch it.
Regroup. We're going
You're
to
not gonna holler
regroup.
at no what? What you not gonna holler at?
I'm done. We're not going. I'm going to regroup in a month, and then we're gonna see how it plays out.
Yeah. I'm gonna keep Q. I'm gonna keep you around so we can definitely get this. We're gonna try to test this out and see how this works. So I'm gonna keep you around.
So I have a question. If a woman would holler at both of y'all, would y'all feel some type of way if she made the same approach?
Ooh, that accent slip in.
Would y'all feel less of a man? Would y'all feel less of a man or not, anything of that?
I'm just kind of caught off guard a little bit. I can't really honestly say that I've really.
I just want you to
went deep.
keep talking.
What? Hold on, man. I couldn't hear that shit. It was moving too fast for me. Cause this is how Christian married men talk to other women. Oh, but it's okay if his wife agreed with it, which nobody on this panel got a fucking video or read it or audio of her saying that shit. It's always
We don't have her audio of her
presumed.
disagreeing with it either.
Let's keep going real quick.
And I can't really honestly say that I've really.
I just want you
went
to
deep.
keep talking. Sounds so great.
What?
Sounds.
I've really.
I just want you to
went deep.
keep talking.
Yeah.
Sounds so great.
Again, let's talk shit about black women who flirt with married men, do all this other shit that we don't like, that we consider immoral, right? And we on the right side. He's a married man, Christian man, been his wife for 25, 45,000 fucking years. But meanwhile, you allowing a bitch on your panel exhibit the same behavior that you fucking cry about every motherfucking day. Goofy niggas. Who here has a motherfucking argument against that?
You're not. See, it's like when you try to argue something, you only look at it from through one lens and only accept that one lens, as if there isn't another way to look at the situation. The fact is, they've been married for 20 years. He does this on a regular basis. Like, you're right, we don't have any video of her accepting or saying that she's okay with it, but we also don't have any video of her disagreeing with it. And they've been married for 20 years. So if she had a problem with it, then I'm sorry, that was my third point. She's not on the internet at all. The only time she's on the internet is when he happens to show her, which he stopped.
Sack Passe, do you feel like Shannon Sharp was finessed for money in the situation that he's in?
It's definitely a finesse.
Do you believe that only single women finesse men for money?
No.
Do you believe that only single women stay in situations that might not make them happy only for money, that's only inherent to single women only?
See, this is what you do. I'll answer
Hold
your
on.
question.
Is it in the realm of possibility, like for y'all, that she's agreeing to all of this? Is it also within the realm of possibility, right, that we don't know none of this shit? We don't know.
Yeah,
we don't know
I
nothing, bro.
I can also add to that. Keeping your same energy. Do you think that there's certain women that finesse men in family court?
Marriage.
In family court?
Mm-hmm.
And when you say finesse, you mean
Oh, so, okay. No, wait. Same energy. You were able to. He was able to answer Well, you don't have the same motherfucking question, right? That's not how Christian men
No,
engage.
to answer your question, then, if you want me to, no. I'm not a
So you don't
Christian.
think that a man can be finessed in family court?
No, I don't believe that women have influence over judge to that point. No.
Okay.
No. I
So
don't.
explain the fact that there are a lot of men raising children that they don't know are theirs, are not theirs.
Did they get a
Why
paternity test within the first
why
week
do
of the child being
So
born?
you
Like
telling
I
me
say,
those men should go to paternity
advocate
tests to
against
see if that child
like
belongs
I
to you?
say, did they
You
why would
establish
they advocate
paternity
against
within the
it?
first week of the child being born?
Why would they advocate against the paternity test?
It's
Who
yes.
does?
So you can't complain
Advocate
about
against
taking a look at
paternity
a
test
child
because
that
as soon as the
specifically
man
might not
brings up
be
a
mine.
paternity
When we
test,
have
he
technology,
says, "Oh, you
where you
don't
can go and
trust me?
pay
Oh,
a
you
few
don't
$100,
gotta mess with other
right?
people?"
Hold on,
You can
y'all
go
both of
pay
y'all
a
talking
few
at the same time. Who
$100
talks first?
to go get paternity established, so that won't be a problem. That's a problem that's fixable.
Okay, but what about in a situation where a man is with the woman he's supposed to be marrying, they have a child, and because he trusts this woman and because they're supposed to be building a life together, like, and he decides not to get a paternity test? Like, are we now saying it's his fault because he didn't get the paternity test and later on found out it's not his kid? Are we saying it's his
Yes,
fault now?
yes, I would say
Yeah.
yes,
Yes.
Are
yes.
you kidding me?
Yeah.
Yes,
It's
it's
his
his
So
fault.
no, no, no,
Yes.
no, 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 no.
If
So
you
y'all
have
telling
doubts,
me time out. He had no doubts. She got to go through an entire pregnancy, give birth to a child, and they start raising this child together to find out that it's not his and it's his fault.
I
You
think
didn't marry that woman.
I think
Therefore, it doesn't matter if you're in a relationship with her as a married man or you guys are just cohabitating as partners. That means that when this child is born, we automatically know that the child belongs to the woman. It is your job in a cohabitation situation to legitimize that child with the courts. Yes.
yeah, I'll keep it
So
100 with you.
think
And whilst
you
I
don't
understand the sentiment behind it, right? But I tell all my niggas, all of them, bro, this shit is against us, right? And it's against us to the point where we become the weapons of our own destruction. I don't give a fuck if it's your wife, who it is. My nigga,
Mhm.
always establish
what's against
paternity.
us? What's against
Are we
us?
agreeing?
The very system that y'all created is against you.
No, hold on,
Yeah,
I'll
what
answer
that
the
what
question. Men are against themselves. As I just said, they become the weapon
I
of
said,
their
yeah,
own destruction.
that's why I always say men make the rules but get mad when they
and
break
who
them.
enforces who enforces the destruction?
Whichever
Men.
judge that was appointed to the case.
Right. And are those cases ever family court?
All of it's in family
Yes, that's what we're
court. That's
talking
what we're
about.
talking
So
about.
then my point earlier is substantiated. You guys are agreeing
No,
with
it's
the
not.
exact point that I was saying.
No, it's not.
No, it's
that-
not substantiation. That's not substantiation.
You
No.
haven't substantiated anything because, again, if oh my bad, JR, I see you in the back, dog. So my whole point is this, and I'm gonna let JR go on because my bad, I saw you in the back. I was waiting for you to come up. Good looking, bro.
Hey, JR.
So
Hey, what's
my
up,
whole
JR?
thing is this.
What's up, bro?
Again, I established paternity for my daughter within the first week that she was born. And I mean, yeah, it cost niggas a few $100. They ain't shit for niggas who got a job. They ain't nothing for us. We all working men.
What
I don't
about for
wanna
the
hear
ones
that
that
shit.
don't?
At the end of the day, what you mean? If you what you mean for the ones who
Some
don't?
some
That
some of them
ain't got
don't.
shit to do with me. That's
Right.
your motherfucking problem.
The court
Look,
will
if
pay
you,
for
if
it.
you don't got your money
We're
for
talking
your
about the
rent, I'm
situation
supposed
as
to
a
feel
whole.
sorry for you
Exactly.
too.
So
But
If
the
you don't
court
got
will
money,
pay
I don't
for
feel
it.
sorry for you. You a grown ass man.
Man.
Right. So this is what we're saying. So it's an individual problem. It's not a monolith. This is individual things.
Bro,
Right. So you guys
I'm
keep going
not
back
paying
and
for
forth.
no child when I don't know who the fuck I'm raising for 18 motherfucking years without
Some of them
taking my
don't. Some of
goofy
them get
ass to the
finessed,
motherfucking court system and say, hey dog, I
That
just
has
need to
nothing to
start
do with
paternity.
finesse.
Y'all talking
but
about
none of them
trust
get
and shit.
finessed.
That's not
Maybe
being
because I grew up
finessed.
in Detroit, we don't trust no fucking body. Nay part of my back chat.
What
What was
about
the
the
first
people
thing I
that didn't
told
grow up in
y'all?
I don't
Detroit?
trust
Did I tell
nobody.
y'all nay not to trust a motherfucking soul? Not
But what
even
about
me. Did
people
I
Not
say
even
that?
me. No.
It's the first
No.
thing I told
No.
them, honey. Watch, don't
No.
trust a motherfucking soul. Not even me,
But
dog. Trust
Detroit
your
is
motherfucking
not
soul.
the only place in the United States. That's the and if that's how it is there, I
RM, this
respect
is the
that.
problem, right? This is what men like y'all doing, right? It's the woman's fault. It's the woman's fault. I'm not leaving, no disrespect to the woman when I say this. I'm not leaving the fate of what I'm doing financially to no bitch.
No
Period.
woman.
You know, fuck who she
Wait,
is.
No
At
woman.
the end
No
of the day,
woman.
I'm going down to the motherfucking courthouse and
do
we
you
getting
think
that
women are?
motherfucking paternity.
Do you
Straight
think
the
women are
fuck up.
bitches?
I'm not
Do you
leaving
think
What's
with that.
happening in
Hold
the
on, hold on. I
court?
think somebody speak
Especially if
for
we're
me,
not
so I
married.
can't. I
Do
don't
you
know. I
think
don't know if
And I
the
would
audience hear me.
Nay, do you
Right?
think that women are
At the end of
bitches?
the day, I'm going to establish paternity. I'm not leaving my motherfucking
I could be a bitch.
financial
Yeah.
health. I'm not giving a
Nay,
bitch opportunity
I
to
could be a bitch.
give me.
Nay, do
Hold on,
you
is somebody
do you
still
think that?
speaking?
I can be
Oh,
a
my bad.
bitch.
Sorry, I
I'm
didn't
the
hear you.
biggest bitch you will ever see. I
hold on, Nate. Hold on. Let me finish this shit.
Let him speak.
It don't make no motherfucking sense for me to, oh yeah, I'm on child support now, but I ain't doing nothing about this shit. I'm not leaving my motherfucking financial future to no motherfucking bitch. That's just what it is. Period. And instead of
women,
I want all my niggas to come to me and
Especially
say, hey,
down
bro,
there.
she didn't have a chance. Hold on, niggas. She didn't have a chance to rope me into 18 years because I was proactive, not reactive, right? Which is something that Anton fucking talk about. I think you niggas would pick that up, right? Be proactive about the shit instead of reactive. Reactive is complaining about the shit afterwards. Being proactive is saying, yeah, baby, I got to get this done. I got to protect myself, right? I can't get mad when I get her pregnant if I ain't wear a condom and say, well, why she let me? No, nigga. Why you do it knowing you a grown man, son? Fuck out of here.
So it's self-accountability, right?
It's always self-accountability.
Okay.
When we have a man skeeting inside of a woman and then blaming her. When we have a man crying about not being seen his kids, but when I ask him, hey, cuz, did you get an ex parte motion? Oh, I'm paying for a kid that's not mine. Hey, cuz, did you go get this? No, man, I'm working on sentimental shit. That's
so only men should be held accountable?
I think that you should be held accountable if you're moving on sentiments and not on motherfucking logic. Yes.
Should only men be held accountable?
Every human being is held accountable every day.
No. I'm asking.
Not true. That's not true. That's a lie. You gotta stop. That's a lie.
Should only men be held accountable, or should everybody be held accountable?
I just said everybody should be held accountable.
And does it take two people to have a
That's how it
child?
goes in the world.
Does it take two people to have a child, or one person?
It takes two people, sir.
Okay, so why is all the smoke for the men?
A child, it takes one person to have.
How am I not holding the women accountable?
Well, because you keep giving examples.
Paternity fraud.
Or you keep giving examples of
Hold
what
on.
men need to do.
How is she? Hold on. How is she accountable for you taking the paternity test?
Because she might not. She might have slept with somebody else.
How is that?
So how is she accountable
Again,
for
I don't
you
give a fuck
not
if she
taking
slept with
a
1,000
paternity
niggas. How is that her
Listen.
responsibility to make sure you take a motherfucking DNA test? How is her responsibility to make sure you get your ass up in the morning and take your ass down to the courthouse and take care of your business? How is that her motherfucking responsibility?
How
does he, if the baby is in the possession of the woman, how does he go and get a paternity test?
Oh, let me.
She would have to either be with him,
right?
But then hold on, I got one more question. I got another question.
Yes, sir.
What repercussions do women face for paternity fraud?
Oh, I got you on both of them, right? I got you on both of them, and I'll pull up proof for it too. The first one, right? If you don't have access to the child, right, and you go get a court order paternity test, which you can, guess what's gonna happen, right? The court actually go out and go get this woman and say, hey, you've been petitioned to this. We're going to need you to bring this child to this clinic, and we're going to go ahead and test both James Earl Jones and this person right here, this baby right here. If she doesn't, comply with those legal orders, Sac Passe, what do you think happened?
These things never happen, so I don't know.
Hold on.
I've never heard of a woman. I've never heard of a woman facing any type of.
After she gets held in contempt of court, what happens? A warrant is put out for your arrest. Exactly. This is what happens. As a matter of fact, there's a famous rapper. I think his name is Trey A or Trader Truth, something like that. That's how he got his kid back. His daughter was missing because the mom took the daughter. You know how they got him back? Because they put out a legal order against it, and she was hiding. And the people said, "Oh yeah, we have to give you up now. Otherwise, we will be aiding and abetting an illegal search for this child." Which means what? Legal prosecution. And guess what happened? They gave Trader Truth back his kid. Right? So there's always legal proceedings, and Trader Truth, he a millionaire and he a gangster. He could have just shot, he could have went down some gangster shit and got his kid back. But he trusted the motherfucking law, right? And that's all I'm saying. We can go through that really can help us.
All right, was the law on his side?
Sorry, give me one quick RM, please.
My bad, sorry.
Just one quick question.
It took
my
6
question
months.
My question was about paternity fraud. That sounds like kidnapping.
Yeah, you know, I was answering the first question, right? The first question that you was asking me is how can we establish paternity if the child not there? I'm telling you, through legal order, right? Not paternity fraud. Let's see. I'm going to pull it up for you.
I just think it's crazy to say that because a man was in a relationship with the woman, married or not,
right,
and because they had a relationship and he decided to believe his woman that they were building a family, and to later on find out that that child is not his, like to say that it's his fault that is the case, I cannot agree with that.
Why?
Because hear me, because I have been. Just hear me real
Let him
quick, because
finish.
I have been quiet. I'm gonna go back quiet.
Go
I
ahead,
am.
Watts, I know.
I just think that it's crazy to the strength in which is being stood on to say that, nigga, it's your fault. The strength that you standing on that, I don't understand, because I don't see how you say someone gets to go through an entire process knowing that there's a possibility that this could come out differently and not even bring it up to provide the option to say, hey, when this child comes, I think it would be in your best interest to get a DNA test. Like, there has to be some kind of accountability for that. There has to be someone to say what you did is wrong. And there also has to be accountability if we break up and now I'm paying child support, because now most states require you pay back child support from when the child was born. So
I
if
gotta
me and
kind
you
of
been
agree
together
with
for
the
5
daily
years,
rundown. I
Hold on,
gotta kind of agree with a little bit.
let me answer Sekpase's second question. And Sekpase, I put this up, and first of all, 100 Watts, let me address what you said too before I just skip everywhere. I agree. She should do that, right? But unfortunately, I've been in situations, again, grew up in Detroit, bro. A lot of niggas don't do what they supposed to do. That's why I gotta always watch my motherfucking back, my motherfucking self, responsible for my motherfucking head on my shoulder. You feel me? So even if she don't tell me that, my wife pregnant right now, my nigga. You think I'm not getting the paternity test, cuz? And she's sitting right here, cuz. I don't give a fuck what nobody say, cuz. I do what I need to do. You wanna know why I say I got little kids and little girls that depend on me, my nigga. I can't misstep once for nobody. I misstep, they eat. Let me see. You know what I'm saying? They don't eat no more. I misstep, they don't get motherfucking psychiatrics and all this shit that all this shit that we gotta pay for, bro. I can't afford that. You feel me? So I can't afford for some woman to catch me up on some shit that ain't got nothing to do with me. I gotta protect myself. And if she got a problem with that, we're gonna have to have a problem then. And you know how I handle problems, 100 Watts. It is what it is. You feel me? So if a woman came to me telling me something, oh, you can't get a paternity test, first I'm gonna go to the law. But if she take it outside the law, then we can go ahead and get rowdy. Call your brothers, call your whoever. Because I'm not doing shit until I know what I know. Period. What's the problem in that?
It is what it is. I want to like.
a new
I
conversation.
would have no.
My bad, JR.
No point of being upset about it. But once again, if you want to sit up and talk about paternity or these women, are these women who do that, yeah, it's wrong of those women. But at the same time, you have to protect yourself. Why are you sitting here going around skeeting in women if you don't want to? Because no, it's not because they let them. Because you chose to.
But didn't she do the same thing?
Is that JR speaking?
No. Because you.
She didn't choose to sleep with him.
Oh, that's my bad.
Sleeping with someone doesn't always come exalted with a baby. Once again, you chose to skeet in her. Whether she told you to take the condom off, whether she told you you can stay in, whether she told you have the choice. And if you have the choice to skeet in her, you have the choice to go get paternity for her, for that baby.
Doesn't she have the choice to not sleep with him?
Then who you gonna
You
sleep
are
with?
going too far, mate. Listen, 100 watts. And is here what? Spaces, yeah? Listen, they're telling you exactly what it is, right? You have to be a piece of shit. Simple. You want to be so benevolent to these women, yeah? You have to be a piece of shit. That's what Nate is saying. Be a piece of shit because they're going to be a piece of shit. That's it. Why are you fighting the fight, bro?
No.
Why are you fighting the fight? Be a piece of shit. As a man, if you are benevolent, you are going to get played. And what the main guy, right? What he's saying is, as a guy,
Is this
you can,
talk about be a piece of shit?
Hold on, let's speak. Go ahead, JR. Go ahead.
Yeah. As I think the host is saying that, hey, as men, we can sit and point fingers, X, Y, Z, etc., right? Cool. We can point fingers all we want. But he's saying there's things that men can do, and there's women that are backing it up and saying, hey, if you don't go and get a DNA test, yeah, it's on you, my dog. It's on you. So guess what? Be a piece of shit. Give me that DNA test. It don't matter what she gotta say. So in other words, don't listen to what women gotta say. You care about your own feelings.
Wait, you said don't care about what women have to say?
Y'all don't care about women who have to say anyway.
Wait, no, I don't know whether you think that men don't is the advice to not care.
I actually like what JR had to say. JR, are you speaking patois, my brother? Jamaican?
Did they care? Nah, I'm from England, bro. From England.
England, he's
Okay.
English. You can tell.
Wagwan,
Hold on a second.
Wagwan.
Wait. Can I get some more clarification? Because I'm not
So
understanding. what the
JR,
point-
REM had a question for you.
Inside out.
REM, can you pose your question to
Yeah.
JR now? He's off mute. He was muted before.
Oh, okay, my bad. Okay, so
I think he's like
did you say that we shouldn't care about what women think?
Yes. Does she
And
care that
Nay,
she put
do you think
another
that
nigga's
we
baby
should
on you?
not do that? Okay, and Nay, do you think that we should not care? Whether we do
No,
or
no,
not,
no.
do you
I
think that
didn't
we
say
shouldn't?
that. No. I said y'all don't listen to women in the first place.
But
Yeah,
no.
you should care,
Okay,
but y'all don't.
so you don't agree with JR?
No.
Okay, why don't you agree with JR?
What I'm saying, when it comes down to that perspective, I'm talking about unmarried couples. Now, if you're talking about
Mhm.
married couples, if you want to go get paternity, yeah, I would be okay with that. If that makes that settles your mind, it'll make you feel better, then go ahead. You do what you got to do as a man, because I'm gonna do what I got to do as a woman. If you want to divorce, I'm going to do so. We're individual people. Because at the end of the day, I know the baby is mine.
Okay.
And that's what I'm saying. 100
I'm
watts
like,
is
so
being so
if that makes you
benevolent.
sleep better at night, that you want to sit and doubt what you do with your seed and what you call quote unquote saw the seed, go do that.
Okay, so in other
So,
words,
yeah.
what we should do, so Nay, so what we should technically do, right? Technically, to limit this sort of chaos, we should marry before we carry. We should uphold specific standards to make sure that we're picking the right person. Whether you're a male or female, you should pick the right person, right?
That suits you.
That suits you, right? So marry before you carry. Probably have some sort of foundational moral stance like Christianity or something like that, right?
You don't have to put religion in it. Just
Okay,
have,
but
have
necessary,
the
but
same-
definitely have some sort of
the same
moral
morality.
Right, exactly. Something like, so you disagree with not listening to women, right? So you got the morals, you got the marry before you carry, making the right choices, right? Let me draw this back into why I jumped on here and what this seems to be about is with the exception of a man flirting, perceived to be flirting.
No, he wasn't perceived. He was.
Okay, well, he's pursuing whatever the case may be.
Words.
Specifically about Anton, right? So he's been married for 22 years.
Mm-hmm.
We don't have any proof outside of speculation that he's cheated.
No, I don't think nobody's ever said he's cheated.
Okay. He seems to have a strong moral foundation when it comes to how he operates. And he's with a black woman.
Mm-hmm.
So what exactly is the beef with him?
I'm like,
let me
it's
answer
not
this
necess-
specifically first, real quick.
Okay,
You
I'm about
don't
to say.
believe that Anton has a strong moral judgment. To me, that's subjective. You may believe that, but we don't believe that.
But I don't believe
Neither
that.
does
But okay.
people like Jazz and other women and people that we saw over time that I have been watching, which is almost not this entire space, not just that specific person, but this entire space we've watched for over 10 years. Sak Passe know this. He a part of Bomb Squad. And also, speaking of that, Sak Passe, please get in touch with Bomb and give her, you know what I'm saying, make sure that she okay. You know what I'm saying? And if you can, come back in the chat or in the comments and give a nigga an update on her health. Cool? But as far as bro having a strong sense of morality and song, no, we don't believe none of that shit. You know what I'm saying? Everything else, yeah, he been married for a long time. That's cool. He been married for a while. Don't
He
really
gives
mean
good
shit.
information. He's definitely given information where I've benefited off of some of the free information, again, with stocks, with how to pursue looking at contracts, how to pursue looking at different avenues to purchase land, because I'm in a position to do that. So I can understand the nuances, right? If he says something in jest, like you think he's flirting, but him challenging Jazz seems to be the
We don't think that those things are done in jest, also, right? In
Okay,
jest
well,
means-
whether they're done in jest or not, right? Let's just say they're
Yeah,
not.
You can't say fuck black babies in jest.
But can you? But again, are you explaining the full context? I'm not saying that you're lying, because again, I don't know the full context. But are you confidently able to explain the full context? Because again, what I was saying before we went into the video is, from my perspective, what he was what he was insinuating was that the women that are in these situations that put a specific strain on the black man, is that black man entitled to say, man, fuck you and those kids? Because he may have been talking about, they might not even be his kids, right? So was he talking about a black man and his kids specifically? Because if the way that you're explaining it is he's saying fuck black women and fuck black kids, oh, then I'm all with you. If that's his sentiment, right? If he legitimately says, oh, I don't fuck with black kids, then that makes sense. But it's obvious he fucks with black kids because he has a black child that he's very proud of. So context matters. So I think that it's unfair, especially when he's not here to defend himself. Like you said, my friend, you can't really substantiate what I'm saying.
At the end of the day, we can't substantiate the fact that because somebody care about their own kids, that they care about other people's kids. That's like me saying that, oh yeah, the slave master fed his fucking kids, and that means he cared about all fucking kids.
Well, slave master doesn't care about about slaves.
At the end of the day, bro, it's a mute point to make that because somebody care about their own fucking family, that this means that they care about all the black children. When bro said what he said, this is some goofy shit going on right now.
Did he say? But
hold on, dog. Hold on. But at the end of the day, I can go to the video he was talking to. He was talking to B. Taylor and Lucky Marie, and they was talking about really why it's okay to be a stepdad. And he was saying that these women want fucking men to be stepfathers, to protect them, but don't want to submit to them. So fuck them. We need to get rid of them and their children and start over with a new group of people. What the fuck is so hard about that to understand?
Well, I don't
Just
understand
that
because
he's saying like erase them off the census. Like I'm not understanding what your real question is.
Put them in the dirt.
It's like I gotta
Disappear.
play
Why
this. I just play it again, bro.
he wants them. You saying he wants them
with the bath water. So if I throw
you guys don't know what that means. Okay, you got to look at what that means.
We know what it means.
They want to take it literally.
I'm a
when it's
literal
not
person.
literally.
Yeah,
Right?
I'm not doing fucking Southern cliches.
Yeah, I'm not.
If
that's
I
what it
throw
is, though.
your child into a bath
That's what it's
water,
rooted
your people
from.
die. If I say get rid of this group and start over with another one, we're in a sense talking about genocide. Right. If I apply the same rhetoric and say, I want to get rid of,
y'all are reaching.
I want to get rid of all Jews and replace them with another group. It's the same shit. But hold on,
You know
I
what we
get
should
it.
do?
Y'all anti-fans.
No. That's not. I don't know him personally. I'm a fan of what he.
We just said you're anti-fan.
No. You didn't let me finish what I was going to say. What I'm going to say is I'm a fan.
Character. You defend him as if you know him personally.
No, I'm saying the complete opposite. I don't know him personally.
And you agree with his rhetoric, which is fine. You're entitled to that, but don't come up here and try to sugarcoat it and play it around the bush. No, be honest.
What rhetoric? What rhetoric do I believe?
All I gotta say is this.
Hold on a second, Nate. What rhetoric do I believe?
No.
All the shit that Anton has been fucking saying, you haven't disagreed with one fucking thing.
Wait.
Give me an example.
Wait, hold on. Because
Go
you
back and
keep
watch this
asking.
shit.
Wait, let me finish. You keep asking about context about a statement of fuck those women and fuck those kids too. If those are your biological kids, just because you got a problem with their mother doesn't mean you say fuck them too.
We complain about
So
child
you
court.
trying to get a
We
context
complain
behind
about
that
child
for-
court for
no,
fucking hours, but it's okay for
That's
Anton
what
to say.
explains
Fuck,
to
hold
black
on, Nate. Hold on,
women.
Nate. Hold on, Nate.
No,
We complain about child court for fucking hours, but it's okay for niggas to say fuck those kids because of whatever fucking context you choose to attach to it, right?
Do you guys think that context matters?
Hold on, right or wrong?
No, wrong.
So what the fuck are we doing? Do you give a fuck about your mans and his kids and the so quote unquote fucking child epidemic for the courts, or do you not?
I care about my best friend's
So why are
kids.
you okay with somebody saying fuck those kids then?
Because
it wasn't talking about anybody in particular.
Exactly.
It was a general statement.
No, it does
It
matter.
does matter. Context.
It don't matter. It basically most of the time y'all niggas are saying fuck those kids because you complaining about fucking child support, about taking care of those kids. Most of y'all are saying fuck those kids.
No, but what
No, that's what it is. You keep talking about child support like child support is the only way to support a fucking child.
But Lay,
That's not what we're saying.
Talk about your video. I'm gonna say this.
No.
If we can say
No,
fuck
bro,
those
no,
kids
bro.
with context, then we can say fuck people like your friend and any nigga who went through the child support system because we got context, right? Context. It don't matter if it's right or wrong. What the fuck we doing? As long as we got context to back that shit up, right?
Yeah, but if your context, if what you're saying in context makes a good case to say fuck him and his kids, then I can't disagree with that. If I said to you, so hold on, let me finish real quick. Let me finish real quick.
Man's suicide. You good with that?
Let me finish real quick. So if I said to you, yeah, you know, he beat her, he put hands on, and I'm talking about my best friend. If he put hands on his wife, if he wasn't paying child support, if every time they came over, he wasn't feeding them, if I told you that he was just the worst man on earth, and I gave you that context, and if you agreed with that, then you would be correct within the context, and I would have to accept that. But if you don't know the context and you're just attacking what somebody's saying and you don't really know what they're talking about,
that's what I'm talking about. We don't know the context.
But you don't know the context.
You don't.
We do know the context. Hold on, Nate. Hold on. How can you substantiate that we don't know the motherfucking context?
The context of my friend's situation, or what Anton?
No, the context of the
You
clip
don't
that we
even know
played.
it.
Okay, so Nate, that's what I'm trying to tell you, is that because you're not explaining the context, I'm not
There is
agreeing.
no context of that.
So then
You
how
don't
can
know
you
the
make
full
judgment if
context
there's
of why he was awarded, why they have split 50-50, but he's still crying about, even though he live in a 4-bedroom house, why he can't sit up and have his kids in full custody of him.
But he's not.
In a better, you don't know.
Clearly,
no, but my argument,
You
but my
don't even know context. You
my
only explaining that he is hurt and he is sad, but he has a 4-bedroom house.
Did I tell you why? But did I tell you? I told you why he was. I didn't. I told you exactly.
Dude. He ain't that depressed if he ain't went back to the courts to get him.
And do you
Even
know that?
when they were younger?
Hold on a
He
second.
ain't that depressed.
But do
He
you
ain't that
know him?
depressed. But
Do you know him?
No, bro. Low key, we don't give a
That's
fuck.
great.
You know what I'm saying?
Okay,
Like,
so hold on a second. Time out.
Because he don't have
Time out. So what you just said is the key word, the key phrase is you said that you don't give a fuck.
Just like you sit there and try to correlate courts.
You don't.
So you don't give a. So what does that say about somebody who doesn't give a fuck?
You don't have
about your man specifically.
Okay, so what did I say with it? Okay, so what did I say?
Your friend, but you don't know the full totality of
I
the
do
situation.
know it because I talk
You
to him
don't.
every single day.
You're not in the situation to know the totality of it.
Okay,
You're going
that's a good
based
point.
off what he
I know more
tells
than
you and what somebody else tells you.
Bro,
Do
hold
I know
on,
more?
hold
court
on.
of law,
The show
that's
not about
hearsay.
his friend, bro. I
It's
don't give a fuck
hearsay.
about his mans. We
But
give
see
a
what
fuck
I,
about
but,
Jasmine.
but wait a second. Wait, when you say that you don't give a fuck about,
It's hearsay.
right? But do I know? Do I know more about it?
Hearsay.
Do I know more about it than you?
It's hearsay.
Do I
don't
know more about it than you?
You don't know.
We don't know if you know a motherfucking thing because we
Okay.
haven't proved
It's
shit.
hearsay.
Whether
I need
you-
to hear his mouth, not yours.
We don't know what the fuck you know.
Would you like me to get him on?
That
I
would
would
be
like
great.
you to pull
That's
up
what
court
we asked.
evidence. If you
Would
want to
that help?
if you want to speak so confidently, pull up the court documents.
Okay.
That's public.
Look, this is about context.
No.
Bro, hold on,
That's
hold
what
on,
pace-
Nate.
that's
Nate,
what- I'm sorry,
Nate,
that's
hold on,
Please.
dog, hold on. Nobody interrupt me, dog. How the fuck is you talking about context, my nigga?
Yes.
If I'm telling you to put up the motherfucking paperwork, that's gonna give me all the context I need, my nigga. Do you not? Hold on. Before you say any motherfucking thing else, do you disagree with that?
Yeah, I disagree.
So you disagree that me, hold on. You disagree that me reading the exact paperwork from the exact fucking court document, right, is not going to give me the context that I would need versus you calling your mans? Let me ask you something. Would you just listen to Cassie about Diddy, or would you actually read the fucking documents of the actual witnesses that testify under oath? Which one would be more important to you?
If you're talking about what happened to her,
The two I gave. Listen
you
to
gonna
Cassie.
cut me off, or are you gonna let me?
Because I don't want you to say one of the answers that I didn't give. You either going to listen to her, or you want to see the receipts from the court case under oath. Which one is more important to you?
So it depends on what I'm judging. If I'm telling you that what happened to her is wrong, if I say, "Oh, that
So
shit
the
didn't
judge
happen,"
don't look at evidence.
I mean, is anybody gonna let me finish, or what?
So the judge don't look at evidence.
So what I'm telling you is that if I'm saying no, that shit didn't happen, right? If I say, "Oh no, he didn't beat her up," and you guys show me that he did, that's a totally different argument for what I've been saying.
No, it's not.
You gonna keep cutting me off? What I'm saying is that I saw what it did to him. I didn't say whether she was right, whether she was wrong, whether he was right, whether he was wrong, whether it should have been 50-50, 60-40, none of that. I simply said I saw what happened to him. You guys are so respectfully seem to be so tied to one ideology. Let me finish. Hold on a second. Let me just finish. Let me just finish. And I promise I will be respectful.
It didn't do much.
What I'm saying,
it didn't do much.
RM,
let me just
this is gently
give me the
speaking right
grace.
now. RM, let me talk. Really, that's not what you said. Earlier, what you said is you use that the courts are biased or they are
not what I
against
said.
males, and you brought up your friend's situation to substantiate that point. That's
That's
what
not what I
happened.
said. That's not what I said. And you being loud about
can
it
go
doesn't
back and
change the fact.
rewind it.
So
we
you
have
can
to
go
rewind
back.
it?
Talking about the courts. We was
Yes,
talking
and
about
I
the
would like for
femicide
you to
rate,
do that.
and you didn't even know what the femicide. You said you've never heard of femicide.
I would like for you to do that because what I said was that I think that it needs to be
Don't
reviewed.
lie on this hill, bro. Like
I
there's no
said
reason.
it.
Just
I
concede,
said
bro.
I know you're
Like,
emotional about it. I get
there's
it. But
really
what
no
I'm telling
reason
you
about, like,
is I
You're
encourage
emotional about a situation that has nothing to fucking do with you. What are you talking about?
because I encourage you to go back to listen to what I
You're
said.
emotional about a situation that didn't even happen to you.
Right.
Back to the clip.
I've seen it in person. I've seen it on his streams, in Millionaire Morning Show. Send people money. Right. There's different types of Black people. Right. So just because Anton talks about Black women, if it doesn't apply, it doesn't apply. Not all Black people are the same. But
okay, I'm not saying
no, but we can't say that Anton does not like the Black community. He has a Black wife, a Black daughter. He supports Black businesses. I'm in the Patreon. He gives back to the Black community. Christmas, he was giving away money.
You can't tell people what the fuck to say. We don't give a fuck about how you feel or any of the motherfucking examples you bring up. If that's what the fuck we see and that's what the fuck we want to call out, that's what the fuck we gonna do. Unless y'all gonna come over here and shut niggas' mouths up, stop complaining about it and just live with the shit. That's what we gonna do. Jazz gonna continue to call the nigga out and we gonna continue to react to it. If you ain't got a motherfucking problem with it, I'm here in Chicago. Come settle the score. Or just deal with it, my nigga. Straight up.
Money to Black people, right?
Okay.
And let's also think of that.
He got money. He gives it. We know that.
No.
That's not what I'm talking about. Though.
No.
That's not what I'm talking about.
But that's a way to support Black people, right?
No, you can't sit here and say I support Black people because I write it.
Let me finish, right? So there's a lot of people say they pro-Black.
Fuck all that. I want to hear what Jazz got to say. You want to hear what
Other
Jazz got
podcasters
to
are pro-Black this, HBCU this.
Okay, so what I'm saying is this. That's great. You can cut a check. We know that. You're gonna let us know every time. But as far as you using your platform to actually help the community, you have a very large platform and you use it to tear the community down. You don't get up here and speak positively. You don't get up here and give props for the success. Every time we talk about Black success, y'all you have something to combat it with, right? Like I heard you even talking about the Sinners movie or just anything that has anything to do with Black progress. It irritates.
What did I say about the Sinners
It
movie?
irritates you. All I'm
What did I
saying
say
is,
about it?
Anton, you can sit here and act like
No, what did I say about
pro-Black.
it? What did I say
You can
about
sit here
it?
and act like that you're pro-Black.
What did I
because
say about the Sinners movie?
What I'm saying is this. What I'm saying is this. There's always a harsh critique against Black people, even when they're doing
I
something
celebrated
good.
it.
Even when they're doing something good.
I
There's always
celebrated
a
the
way to
Sinners
sit them
movie.
down. I'm not
So
about to
me
play
and Slimmy and Molly had a conversation about it. Slimmy
Oh
helped
my
me to
God.
look at it from a different lens. He said,
Yeah, Jazz. You always gonna be frustrated when you're dealing with niggas that can't even shut the fuck up and let you. See, usually this is how I know when they be like, "Oh, we really good at debating." No, you're not. Because in debate, you couldn't fucking speak when somebody else speak. They take away points for that, right? You gotta have a certain level of fucking discipline, which clearly the manosphere fucking doesn't have. And ever since Kevin Samuels took that fucking dirt nap, you niggas has been trying to regurgitate his fucking talking points unsuccessfully. And I say it every fucking day as somebody who spoke to Kevin, as somebody who sat on panels with Kevin, right? And Anton, and Tommy, and Angry Man, and any other nigga in this space you can name. You niggas is doing Kevin a disservice. A complete disservice, dog. Spewing the nigga rhetoric without even talking about the shit that he was really talking about. You niggas is goofy. You know who talked about establishing paternity? Kevin. You know who talked about protecting himself? Kevin. You know who said that men shouldn't be worried about what women think about and they should always make sure that they good first? Kevin. The only thing you niggas want to do is control these hoes. Pathetic.
Anton, look at the cinematography and all of this. And then I said, you know what, Slimmy?
That is
You trying to hear that shit, dog?
The Super Bowl, right? Even when it came to the Super Bowl, it was a good moment for Black people, for Blackness, and you had nothing good to say about it, and then wanted to say that, oh, you know, that's the time for us to be entertained. If you were really pro-Black, you would understand the reason why he chose that moment to do what he did, right? Because we're all so used to being entertained, and that's all these white people want us to be, right? Just entertaining them, right? A lot of the times you assimilate a lot with their rhetoric and with their mindset. So just because you can cut a check, it's a racist company right now cutting checks for Black people every day. That doesn't mean that they appreciate and value Black people. I don't think that you do. Just because you have some Black women that fuck with you.
That's a super valid point.
Can I
There's
ask you a question?
racist companies that's definitely cutting checks for niggas.
Can
That's
you
a
rewind
super
it?
valid point. And we can't say that that's not true, because I got Black people coming to me and say, don't shop at Amazon, don't shop at motherfucking Target, don't shop at all these places, right? Because of DEI, because we feel like they racist. So let's keep going, man. No need to have a conversation about that one. Good fucking point, A.
They probably also have egregious things to say about Black women and Black people and Black people as a collective. You sit here and you try to deny racism every day. You make it seem like that when we bring up these irrefutable facts about systemic racism, that we're all just playing the victim. But you don't ever have the smoke for the people that actually put it in place and designed it like this. This has been literally, and you say you know law and the government, then how don't you know about COINTELPRO? How don't you know about all these things that
He's a fucking C student. Y'all let this nigga convince y'all that he's smart?
He said it.
It's almost like when we show y'all the proof, some people just choose to. Queen Sheba been I'm in Illinois. I've been trying to link up with you for so long, Chicago Rilla, but I invite you to the panel now because I know the one thing I can say about Rilla in our conversations online and offline is that he has always defended Black women and he has always stood 10 toes down. And maybe he won't say against the manosphere, but he don't believe in the rhetoric that they was pushing. So again, welcome, Chicago Rilla. We do
Hey,
appreciate
Chicago
your presence.
Rilla.
Yo, can you
Now,
hear me or no?
in his question, he says, what can white people do that
Yeah, we
Black
can hear you.
people can't? Capitalize on 400 years head start their predecessors created for them. Some of you honestly believe in this mediocrity. So he's right.
Meritocracy.
Meritocracy.
Oh, sorry, meritocracy. I'm
that's
smoking weed,
meritocracy.
guys. Thank you. Many niggas who said that. But Chicago Rilla is right. He's saying that white people get to capitalize on a 400-year head start. Do anybody here disagree with what Chicago Rilla said?
Yeah.
So what is your disagreement about Chicago Rilla's statement?
There's nothing that a white person, an Asian person, a Hispanic person, a Mexican can do that I can't do. Nothing. Absolutely nothing.
So that makes Chicago Rilla's statement about capitalizing on a 400-year head start invalid?
That's a non sequitur.
Okay, so
There's nothing that they can do that I
so
can't do.
White people have to fight in order to vote.
Do they have to? I don't have to fight to vote.
Not anymore. But did we have to fight in order to be considered a human being?
Yes.
Okay, so that's part of what Chicago Rilla is.
Can I vote?
We have to fight? No. Did we have to
I
fight
can't?
in order to get our vote?
Of course.
Okay, then. So
But you guys aren't
we had
answering the
such
question.
things so we had such things as the civil rights movement,
Mm-hmm.
Jim Crow, and now we have systemic racism or CRT or whatever you want to call it.
Okay.
So
we're gonna
that head start that you're talking about.
Okay, so what can I do? So again, what can't I do that a white person, an Asian person can do?
Hold on, before we go get to that again, we're gonna go back to the video. Cause I still want to hear
no one wants to
the
answer.
debate, right?
You think is
And
the answer?
if Chicago really want to come up, he welcome to come up to debate that point.
Saying all you do when I try to bring these things up, I get called a victim. That's not showing me love. You're saying that I'm not the one that doesn't listen to people's perspectives. Every time I bring up the perspective of what really is going on today as far as white people and Black people in this country, you cutting me off. You calling me a victim. You're not open to hearing none of that. But you are open to hearing and spewing a lot of white supremacist rhetoric. So you're not even saying you're not even standing on who you are. And just because you cut a check, that means nothing, babe.
But it's not about you. You're waiting for reparations, so it means something. For people waiting for reparations, getting cut a check means something. So I don't know why you're asking.
Reparations is not about
so interesting about it, though? But you waiting on the check to get cut.
It's about
Jazz, you gotta let him reply. Let him reply.
The person that's always talking about getting cut off, somehow you keep on ending back up on the platform. Because if that was the case, then I wouldn't even have you back. First of all. Secondly, you get more talk time.
When you write a check, Anton, people gonna come. It's like you talk about tricks and sense all day, and how they use money and all the rest of this shit to get women, but still you don't understand the nature of women. It's like you niggas was raised without y'all motherfucking fathers. Anton, I know how sensitive the topic of your father is, so despite me having that information, I'm not gonna talk about that right now, right? Rest in peace to Thaddeus. That's what I will say, right? But what's wrong with you niggas, right? You think if you handing a woman a check, yeah, she gonna come back, yeah, and deal with your goofy ass shit, same way women go to work and deal with shit that they don't like to fucking deal with and they get paid and go back home and take care of their family, just like men do every fucking day. Somehow you niggas is surprised when you cutting a check for a woman. Oh, she managed to come back. Of course she did, my nigga. You paying her. What the fuck you think tricks do? Stupid.
So should he not give money? I'm confused.
Pardon me?
I'm confused because it's not, to me, maybe it's just me, but I think actions speak louder than words. So I would rather somebody can say whatever they want out in public, but if they're actually helping me and actually giving money to whatever it is, the cause that I'm doing, that matters more to me.
Yeah,
I
but
don't know. It
maybe
seems
you
like
put that in the contract that once I start paying you, you can't disagree and have a stance against me at all. Maybe you should put that in the contract and make that clear.
There is no
Because if
contract.
you paying me, you just paying me. I work for Amazon right now. If Jeff Bezos do some fuck shit, am I supposed to say, oh no, because I'm gonna check from these niggas, I have to not acknowledge that shit. That's the same shit that the niggas did that R. Kelly was paying, that Harvey Weinstein was paying, right? They was like, oh, this shit ain't got nothing to do with me because I'm getting paid. Goofy shit.
Why would you bite the hand that feeds you?
Again, that's like asking, why would the bodyguard snitch on R. Kelly when they was being paid?
I got a better question. Why does Jazz keep going on there then?
Because she can.
Because she can. Yeah.
No, I know she can, and I welcome that. I think that I actually enjoy her perspective. But if she is suffering so much, whether it's mentally, whether she feels as if her points aren't valid, or she's dealing with a sucker or something like that, why does she keep volunteering her precious time to do that?
Because she loves it and she wants to be there.
No, I mean, I'm not even going to, and I'm not going to substantiate that because we don't know. I'm just
paid.
Right.
Okay, so she's accepting the money.
Is she getting paid?
What does that say about her character where she's willing to accept money from somebody who you guys are claiming is a horrible person, morals are all messed up, cheats on his wife, but yet she's accepting money from that individual?
I got you, RM. That makes her American.
Period.
That's
makes her
that's what
American.
everybody in America does, my nigga.
That makes her
That makes
no
her
different
American.
than
I don't do that. I don't accept a paycheck from somebody who I think blatantly disrespects me. Personally.
Welcome to America, RM.
No, that's not welcome to America. But I'm in America. I'm an American, and
It happens every day, RM.
but it doesn't happen to me,
America.
right? So
Welcome to
we're
America.
not a monolith.
Black people are boycotting Amazon and motherfucking. I mean, that's what I told you. Why
But
the
do
fuck
they
would I
need to shop
boycott
there?
Amazon and motherfucking Walmart for these niggas? When guess who was the number one employer
Wait,
of black people in America?
Say that again. I'm sorry.
Motherfucking Walmart.
I'm sorry. I didn't hear that part. Can you repeat that?
What
Mark?
I said, my nigga, was again, it's disingenuous what you saying. Well, why would she accept a check?
Yeah,
Black
why would
people are right now. Oh, my bad, JR. I see you, my nigga. Black people are right now saying, don't go shop at Walmart. We got a DEI boycott. Hold on, my nigga. Let me finish the thought. Don't be like Anton and them. Right? Why would but again, as I told them, why the fuck are we boycotting Walmart when the biggest employer of black people in the United States of America is Walmart, my nigga?
Because the people that are boycotting Walmart are people with the same sentiments that you're talking about. I don't think they should boycott Walmart. I go to Walmart so they can actually pay the people that work there. So the people that are boycotting
Just
Walmart,
because the
the
person
same-
employs you doesn't mean they like you.
but
I'm like,
but you don't have the
they're
choice. But
giving
you have the
a
choice
job.
to not see. This is the
They're
problem.
giving you a
they-
job.
but
I'm like,
you don't have to
know
shop at
what
Walmart.
The intricacies of what they say behind closed doors. You don't
Right,
know
but
what
you
your
don't have
boss
to-
is
if-
saying about you. You don't know what the CEOs are saying about you. That's what DEI was for. A lot of people don't believe they should be able to hire a person who's crippled. I shouldn't be forced to hire a person that's crippled. I shouldn't be forced to hire a woman. I shouldn't be forced to hire a black person. I shouldn't be forced to hire an Asian person. I shouldn't be forced. That's what
Right.
DEI. That's what how DEI. That's how men. That's how people who hire people view DEI as.
Right. So
Okay,
exactly.
so
So why?
once again,
Excuse me, how we
so
get on
those
DEI?
those people hire you because of DEI because DEI is diverse, correct?
Well, whether they hire you for DEI is beside the point. You mentioned something that we don't know
Okay,
if
they
the
don't wanna
CEOs.
hire
Bro,
you
when we
because
spend more
you're
time away
black.
from the
They
video,
don't
we take
wanna
away from
hire
the kind of
you
points
because
that she
you're
made.
crippled. They don't
At the end of the
wanna
day, she going back because she paid. I don't know who's speaking, but we about to keep moving forward. She going back because she paid. Simple as that.
getting
She ain't
paid.
pulling. It is what
You know
it is.
what?
He's paying
Me
her.
here. It ain't because you like me like that.
Well, hold on.
You get hella money when my name
Guys,
gets thrown in these super
hold
chats.
on, guys. Anton doesn't pick the panels.
Oh, I understand that, but he just said that he can determine who's on it.
Yeah, if he didn't, he's basically saying, Jazz, if he didn't like you, if he didn't like black people,
He don't
wouldn't-
gotta like me when he get in a check off my name every time a check is name
You
is in
think
that
this,
super chat.
this man has other channels? You think
Of
he's
course,
super
he's,
president?
what I'm
He
saying
thinks
is this.
he's winning?
Of course, I'm going to stay on the platform when
Okay.
this type of discourse happens.
Yeah,
the
but
rate, the shit goes up. He goes
Jazz,
against me, I goes against them.
You're not understanding it. These little super chats ain't nothing compared to what he's making on other channels.
I'm not saying that, but
no.
No, you're gaslighting, bitch. Shut up. Tired of it. Go straight to Jazz. Goofy ass shit.
That's the thing I think you don't realize.
Why black people are owed a lot in this country, and we didn't destroy our communities alone. We're set back right now based on the things that they destroyed from us back then. We would have been so much further ahead economically if they weren't constantly tearing down things that we built.
Jazz,
things
what
that we
are
built.
you
And my
looking
thing is
at?
this: we know this to be true. And
Jazz,
instead of
I
saying,
have a
why
question.
was they tearing everything down?
Jazz,
We
let me
want
ask
to
you a
talk about
question.
black people and why we upset
Okay,
about it.
Jazz, I get
Can
it.
you shut the fuck up, Q? You can't get something if you run your motherfucking mouth. It's like, imagine me being in college, babe, right? Giving the motherfucking presentation, right? Not in the classroom, but in the motherfucking hall. And somebody keep running their motherfucking mouth. You get put out. It shows you're a fucking goofy. You have no motherfucking home training. I expect that from a fucking immigrant tether like Q.
Damn.
Fuck.
Let me ask you a question. So what about the Black people that are successful?
What about them?
Okay, so what did they do to get to where they're at? Were they in the past regarding slavery? How did they become successful? I'm confused. Like, why are we
baby, you gotta stop this.
It's crazy, Q, because when OnlyFans models make millions of dollars, they still hoes, they not successful, they going to hell or the rest of that goofy shit. But when a nigga talk about Black women online, he's successful, eat a dick.
Because just because an individual can make it out the hood, an individual can do things to get to a certain level of success, does not mean that the community effort is the same way. And the thing is, instead of having smoke for the people that actually destroyed our efforts on being successful, we would have been so much further ahead.
So, Jazz,
had they just left us alone. We would have had legacy. We would have had.
This is what people can't actually debate. Instead of them saying, you know what, Jess, let's break down what you're actually talking about. Let's ask more fucking questions to take away from the fucking point that you're making. It's basic level of niggas who can't actually debate. I've never seen a debate out of all the fucking debates I have watched and participated in where somebody asks multiple fucking questions, right? Instead of just breaking down a point that somebody made. I mean, bro, the disingenuousness is part of the reason why we actually hold ourselves back more than
you gotta ask the questions
She
in order
just
to
talking.
understand.
I couldn't hear y'all niggas. What y'all say?
I was saying that you got to ask questions to understand, to fully understand the point. If it's not a cohesive point,
have you ever watched a debate, RM?
I was in this one.
No,
literally.
No,
I was in this
RM.
one.
Have you actually been in an actual debate?
Yes, multiple debates on multiple different topics.
Where? So let me make sure I understand. Like when you go to a university, when you have a debate, right? When you watch a presidential debate, right?
Yeah.
There's somebody moderating, and there's two people. Have you been in a debate like that?
Yes, I've been in multiple.
Were you
of them,
allowed to
actually.
ask questions while somebody else was speaking?
In those formats? No, but this isn't. This is
see
not
my
a traditional. But this isn't a traditional debate in that context. This is a panel of people talking about their experience.
Don't complain when women interrupt, right?
I'm not complaining at all.
But you haven't said anything about when Jazz interrupts.
Hold on. I'm asking him a question. Can women interrupt and y'all niggas not complain? Is it
Yes.
across the board because it's not traditional? Yes or
Yeah.
no?
Can you
got it, then. Go
ask
ahead,
that?
Zach.
Can you ask that question again? I'm sorry.
Can women interrupt in these conversations? While you
Can
speaking?
women? Can they?
Can.
Yes,
and
they
should they?
can.
Because it's non-traditional, like you
Should
just
they?
explained.
I think
Both.
that in these
Yeah.
formats, I think that in these formats they can. They definitely can. Especially if they're passionate about it. I was
Good.
cut off plenty of times. I mean, and you're skipping that part. She was cutting me off. I don't know if you have that part, but she was cutting me off when I was trying to make my point. And I think that she's entitled to do that, right? You got to be consistent. If Anton does it, he has to be okay with her doing it, but vice versa. See, you seem to have this affinity to point out what's happening to Jazz, but don't realize that she has done that as well. And
No, you're right, bro.
it seems
I
like you
hold
guys
men
have been
more
talking about this
accountable
for
than
9
women
hours.
do. You're right.
But see, that's what I'm
Right,
saying.
you're not
is like,
holding them accountable at all.
I'm not holding the women accountable at all.
No,
You haven't,
Jazz in
because
particular.
even in this conversation, Nay has interrupted RM multiple times, and you haven't said anything to her yet.
No, I'm like, yeah, I know.
I've said something to both of them, and my wife said, "Hold
Said
on,
something
Nay,"
to me.
multiple times.
Yes, he said something to me. Or he
But
said,
you-
both of
then
y'all
most-
hush while I'm talking. And what did I do? Shut up. I mean, what are you talking about?
When he interrupted, okay, well, we'll see, because we can go back and go back even the past 10 minutes when you were talking, when RM was talking, you interrupted him multiple times, and I haven't heard Rundown stop you from interrupting him unless you, Rundown, were talking. You didn't stop her from interrupting RM. You stopped her from interrupting you. So I
No, that's
don't
not
see
true.
you holding.
I
anybody-
was literally telling. For me, I was telling her to stop. I was, and I was doing it earlier when Taz was up here too, letting everybody get their thoughts out. So that isn't true. I did say Nay. Like I even said Nay. We're gonna move on. Like yeah.
But we'll make adjustments, Sec Passe, because I like you. I see you always on some real nigga shit. And you should know I pay attention to everybody and everything, especially in this space. But nevertheless, with that being said, we'll just use the timer then. Everybody gets 60 seconds to make their point. Does that sound fair, Sec Passe?
Sure, me. I agree with that.
And we'll also have a reinforcement to make sure, but Nay's like a co-host. So, but we'll do this. Nobody can interrupt. If you interrupt, you'll be dropped for 5 minutes.
Then
Is
my,
that fair?
Can I say something quickly?
my apologies. So I'm not going to interrupt you.
And I'll do the same. I appreciate that.
No problem. Yeah, we don't want to. We don't got no problem with y'all. You know what I'm saying, we're just talking and shit. Let's keep going.
Guys, okay, so let's talk about the past. Let's talk about now. What about the black people?
Oh my God, the past is literally recreating itself as we speak.
No. Black people are holding themselves back right now in 2025. More black on black crime. Black violence.
No. Oh my God.
Let me ask this question. Right. So Jazz is very passionate about this. Very passionate. So you did the research as to what the problem
because
is.
it's like the.
Am I muted?
The problem is and has always and will always will be. My bad. I didn't hear. My bad. Okay, my bad. Sorry.
So for the past 40 years, we've been reminded of what the problem is. Right. My parents' generation, the generation above me, my generation, and your generation. So we know what the problem is, right? And we keep talking about it. What's the solution? You're very good at knowing what the problem is and seeing it. So what can we do collectively?
What can we do?
Collectively, yes. At this
What
point,
can we do?
We hear you. We hear the problem. What is the solution?
What we can do is be just as mad as when you hear black people talking about
So wait a
racism.
second, so-
Be so mad at racism
what
that
is
you don't
being
say
mad? But being mad is a negative emotion. So being
So
mad
is
doesn't-
racism. We
it
can't.
definitely is. It definitely
We cannot sit here.
But why are we going
Here's
to
what we can't
duplicate?
do. We
why are
can't
gonna
keep denying.
duplicate
Let her finish, Jazz. Let him finish.
I
Why
thought
are we
he
gonna-
asked me a question.
But why are we going to duplicate?
Can you let me finish answering you
hatred?
before you
Well,
start
I mean,
picking apart my
with all due
response?
respect, I watch this panel a lot, and I come on here, and I'm really trying to understand. But
I'm trying to
gotta
get you
hear
to understand, and you keep cutting me off, bro. You either gonna let me answer the question or not. So like I'm saying, you saying what can we do? We have to be just as upset because y'all are very upset whenever black people bring this shit up, but y'all never have any smoke for the real problem, right? So what we can do as a collective is get on one accord, is get on one accord, is support one another, is advocate for each other, make sure that our dollar is being flipped within our community so many times before it goes out, have more.
Sorry, Jazz, but I want to break something down. So this seems to be a problem. JB Official says, so the solution is to be mad. What the fuck? RM, do you like results? The results matter?
Yes.
What about you, Sac Passe? The
sir.
results matter?
Absolutely.
Good. Now that we have this foundation. Slavery. My wife, you a school teacher. Do you think that the time where they founded this country, our great founding fathers, that they ever show anger?
Absolutely.
Do you think that they went through enslaving black people, putting them on chains, having to fight camps of black men, losing some of their own, and they was happy the whole fucking time?
No.
Okay, so the next question, but they built one of the most, and some would say, the best country in the fucking world, in the history of fucking nations. They built that with anger, right? And I'm just going to say it, and rape and pillage and murder, right? Even doing it after our good old Abraham Lincoln signed the, what's it called again, baby? Declaration. Thank you. There you go.
Emancipation
Right.
Proclamation. Yeah.
Emancipation Proclamation. There we go. Good job, black man. Right. So they have the results, right? They own this bitch, right?
Yeah.
They made the stock market. They control commerce. They, for the most part, right? Because let me not be facetious for RM's sake. There are black men like Anton and other black men, Jay-Z, you can name a few, right? That owns, but this is we would say a subsection of our population in totality. Right. So at the end of the day, saying that somebody can't weaponize anger, you would be wrong. As a matter of fact, I think anger is what led our people to getting free. Tired of fucking going through what they was going through. And actually fighting while we sit here and debate on panels. Right? And I guarantee you they wasn't fucking happy neither. You're gonna have to be angry if you want to get something done, JB. Right? But I get it. You, respectfully, my brother RM, y'all don't have anything to be angry about because y'all feel like in this country y'all can do whatever y'all want, same as anybody else. And I respect y'all candor. But understand that ideology isn't implied upon every American, and there always will be revolts. Because there's gonna be people who feel like they're not getting what they deserve. Right now, that's the immigrants. 10 years later, it'll be somebody else. That's just the way this shit works. It's a wheel. Keep going and going and fucking going. And they started it. Those niggas who was angry at the queen and wanted to come here and build their own fucking land. And then when the queen burned down the White House, they rebuilt that bitch again and refortified their motherfucking borders so it could never happen again. I'm pretty sure that made them angry too. So JB, when you tell me that emotion like being mad isn't the solution, I have to disagree, sir. Because my founding fathers and their results compel me to. Let's continue.
Trust and love with one another and focus on our own, because history has shown when we're left to our own devices as Black people, we thrive. And that's why it was a threat. That is why we kept getting bombed out, flooded out, kept getting our communities and our businesses destroyed. And this is why we are so pushed back. Now, as a collective, that's what I'm talking about. I'm not talking about
Hey, but how can you say that it's dumb shit for her to say that when Black people have their own community that they thrive? I'm from Michigan. The biggest Muslim population in the United States of America is in Dearborn, Michigan, south of where I grew up at. Part of the reason why they thrive is, and I took my wife to that community, there's no McDonald's, all that goofy shit. It's all Islamic food, Islamic clothes. It's what they do out there. You know what I'm saying? And on top of that, Nate from Detroit too. She could speak to this. They don't let niggas come out there. You can't come out there fucking on 8 women. You can't come out there setting up a trap house on 8 block. It's like them niggas in cohesiveness. You feel me? So to make it seem like those principles that these communities are practicing, if Black people didn't practice the same, we wouldn't have a power. That's ridiculous. It's utterly ridiculous. But let's continue.
Individual Black people being successful. And if you are a successful
Thank you,
Black
Michael.
person, you should be going back into the community.
Right. So should
It's ignorance for me, just like a white woman. So like I was saying.
Shout out to Rilla. Thank you, Rilla. Rilla lived in Michigan for a while, even though he's native to South Chicago, I think, Rilla, South Side. But
is he still on? Is Rilla still on?
Yeah, he's down there in the chat right now. He just left that comment. He said, shout out to the Chaldeans. If for those who don't know, the Chaldeans are Middle Eastern people in Michigan, from my understanding, who do not participate in the Islamic faith. So they do have a lot of different of the other different traditions of unity, et cetera, but they don't practice that specific religion. And like Rilla said, they hold a lot of shit down. As far as, remember I told Anton a long time ago, when we were talking about the Black community sell the most drugs? I said, no, bro. I said it was Chaldeans. On my mama. Ain't no niggas getting no drugs in Michigan without the Chaldeans knowing first. That's just what it is. And if you feel that way, test them niggas. Go ahead and bring a load through they shit and see if you get past that motherfucker. And come back and tell me about it.
Is that something to be proud of?
It is, because what it means is they fortified their community to the point where nobody can bring drugs in, right? Nobody can come in and
you mean that way? Okay.
Michigan has a very specifically Detroit has a very big big thing right now, RM, with sex trafficking, specifically Black women. It's been a big problem. You can Google it. So, but it's not a problem in they hood. And it's because the same thing. And Rilla, you from Chicago, Rilla. This shit happened all the time, right? When all that shit happened with COVID, Black people start fucking up their own communities. What happened, babe, in Little Italy, in Mexico town? Fucking Mexicans on top of the fucking roof, barring the fucking windows, shooting and doing any fucking thing they can to defend their own. And you know what I said? I applaud them. You should be wiping out anybody that's going against your tribe. You should defend your tribe at all costs. Those are those family businesses, right? Families that literally rely on those financial means. They can't afford to build new businesses. They can't afford to fix shit because niggas want to protest. No, you have the right, in my opinion, to gun them the fuck down. And that's exactly what the fuck happened in Chicago. Now, niggas know next time, hey bro, let me not run up on the Mexicans. Them niggas get down with shit. Especially here in Chicago, because it's a sanctuary state in Illinois where they let in Mexicans 25,000 damn near per week. It's impossible to go up against them niggas.
Can I ask Chicago real quick? Chicago Rilla.
Of course.
Can
go ahead.
he put in the chat or something to answer the question that I asked earlier? What can a white person, Asian, whatever, do and now in 2025 that we can't? I'm not asking anybody on the panel. I want to ask him because apparently you diverted to him. So and I mean specifically, I don't mean anything in the past. I'm talking about right now. What is something that we cannot do that other communities can do?
Rilla, can you answer that question in the chat, please, Rilla? But he left this comment about what I was saying. He said anybody from that area going to Walgreens or CVS in those communities got mud stumped out at that time. Got mud stumped at that time. Listen, bro. Listen, I'm already hearing stories about it. You know what I'm saying? That's why I don't go into those parts of Chicago, because I already know what it is. I'm at the pot with them little niggas. It is what it is. And they have every right, after being pillaged and having their community pillaged, to say we got to, every person in America has a right to defend their own. That's just what it is. I can't get mad at them about that, Rilla. So you're right. Niggas will get stumped on. But guess why, Rilla? Because they put themselves in that motherfucking situation. You ain't have to go down to a little Italy thinking you about to pull niggas' cars and take their shit, and thinking that you supposed to, you expecting no resistance. Rilla, remember I told you when we first met, we don't get to make the rules, my baby. We don't. The rules already set. We get to play by them or die, right? And that's what happened to them niggas. They died.
Sounds to me like black people have a blueprint that they can follow, that we can follow, but it's for some reason it's still not happening.
I agree to
wonder
that. The OGs laid it out for us. They already built Black Wall Street. They already did all that shit right off the hills of being slaves. We got more technology than them. Can't do it, right?
Why can't we?
I don't think, bro, real talk, RM, I think because niggas can't work together. I think because we focus more on our differences than our commonalities. Real talk. You feel me? I work with white men who fuck with Trump, and I work with white men who want Trump fucking impeached now. But guess what? Niggas still work together. They know they still got to protect their neighborhood, which mostly is where I work at in Wisconsin, right? And Milwaukee specifically.
Yeah,
and
my family's from Milwaukee.
So, and on top of that, one of the reasons why, and babe, remember I told them Amazon, I said, I don't drive vans that don't have the Amazon logo. No, want to know why? Because when you pull up to these niggas' house at 8 o'clock at night, they got dogs and guns out. They're not playing about their community in the slightest fucking. My wife saw it. I was on FaceTime the other day. Remember I put up to that crib?
Yeah.
He had 8 fucking dogs.
Yeah.
And he was strapped. The only reason why it was cool, he was like, oh, you Amazon, you cool. But that's how we supposed to be. It's no reason for our women being sex trafficked. There's no reason, right? Right, Sac Passe? Did you hear about that shit that happened in Atlanta back in the 80s, bro? When 27 or something like white people, my bad, black people end up dying. And they talking about something, we don't know who did it. Come on, cuz. These niggas, brothers and sisters and babies, bro. Straight up. Niggas lucky it wasn't one of mine. Because either you niggas with me or you against me. We're going to have to find out what happened to these kids. Straight the fuck up. There's no reason why certain shit happened in our communities. And before I press play, I would say this, right? RM, I don't like when niggas do certain shit in our community. For example, like sell drugs, kill niggas. But one of the things I tell Rilla about is if we want to press these niggas, man, the police ain't doing shit. Ain't nobody doing shit. Bro, we got guns. Let's go press these niggas. Let's go block by block on these niggas. And nobody willing to step, bro. So in their neighborhoods, certain shit not gonna pop off. In Northbrook, Illinois, and certain parts where white people, you know what I'm saying, exactly, shit not going down. That shit only go down specifically in black neighborhoods. And I believe, like I told Angry Man ass a long time ago, you OG niggas, y'all not holding these young niggas accountable. And if they don't want to listen, then you got to enforce rules to incentivize other people. And you got to make example out of niggas. That's just what it is, bro.
Do you think that it would be possible for someone in your position, because you seem like you have a good grip on this particular, because I'm not from where you're from. I grew up in the Bay Area. And do you think that it would be conducive?
My bad. Really answer your question, big brody.
Oh, okay. Yes, all men are created equal.
Right there for you.
Yes, all men are created equal. The black delegation can do everything white people can't do today. So, and what's interesting is I agree with that. Now he's saying in theory, right? So the in theory part is the part that I'm not really understanding, because That's not in theory. We can. It's really dependent on how much money we have, the knowledge that we have, the opportunities that we have that we may or may not be taking advantage of. But I think that there's a large contingency of people that unfairly will attack Jazz. And I see it. There's certain things I said to her. They don't know her personally. Even though some of the stuff that she says does come across as if she's just saying things out of emotion and not really thinking about what she's saying. So some things, I don't really agree with somebody attacking her personally if they don't know her. However, one of the reasons why I jumped on the podcast was literally, or the panel, was to ask that question specifically, because there seems to be this sentiment with people who sort of voice their opinion in the manner that she does, that we can't move forward. And but what's the saddest part about it is not that she's necessarily, or that mindset is indoctrinated in a victim mentality, but it's even worse when there is shame that is bestowed upon people like myself, or even an Anton, or I'm assuming my man in the middle here, Posses. Yeah, where we're shamed to say I'm not a victim, and there's more shame when we say, "Listen, you're not a victim either." And I'm using in air quotes Jazz. I'm not saying her personally.
RM?
Yeah.
So I have to pretext it with the statement. So you probably already know that what's the country? Germany made a significant reparations payment to Holocaust survivors and the Jewish communities, basically since the end of World War II. This is almost at $90 billion. These payments include direct financial compensation, one-time payments, support to families, in needs, et cetera, such as healthcare, social services, et cetera, et cetera. My question to you is, based on what the Jewish community suffered through, which was similar to what Black people suffered through, which is indentured servitude, do you believe that Holocaust survivors in the Jewish community should not have received those reparation payments?
I'm not certain, because it depends on how they were paid out. I agree with the sentiment. If we're owed, if a specific contingency of people were owed something, right? Like literally, like I think it's the 40 acres and a mule. Then I would agree with that. But I would need to know exactly how they were being paid, how it was being distributed, who qualifies for it, because it's not just simply just handing somebody a check, right? So
do you agree though? That's the point. Now we're not talking about how it's going to be distributed. We're not caring about that. Do you agree that they should receive reparation payments? That's it. Yes or no?
Let me make it very clear.
I would only agree with that I would only agree with it. And again, this is what I'm talking about context. I know people like to.
You agree,
right,
but
so
with
it depends.
stipulations, instead of just saying, you know what, great genocide was done to these people, and yeah, we should give the money. You don't. Everything has to be stipulated with you. Okay.
Yeah, not necessarily. I don't know. Because it's like that's similar to saying that a family that had their child killed by a specific gang in LA, right? I live in Los Angeles. That a family that was killed by a specific gang in LA should
are not going through the community and wiping
that's not what that's not
people out.
You gotta let me finish my point. You gotta let me finish my point.
You're trying to compare an isolated situation to what 6 million people got literally wiped off the face of the earth.
11 million.
11 million people got wiped off the face of the earth.
That number that you think of,
it is genocide.
That number you think of is they because they have this inside the Holocaust Museum, it was 6 million Jews who were wiped out, and it was 5 million non-Jews who were wiped out. So total, between 1941 and 1945, they deleted 11 million people.
And what about the children that was taken, given to German families, names changed, lineage lost?
Okay.
But honestly, I'm gonna say this: it doesn't compare to the lives that were lost from Africans. Period. That was a horrible event. That was a horrible event. But we have lost twice as many.
Exactly.
If not more.
If not more.
if not more. And
Okay.
most of the stuff that these
Yeah, Nate, that was 4 years
reparations are,
compared to 400
Right,
years.
most of the
400
stuff that
years. Jim
most of the
Crow.
everything,
12 million.
things that are used by white people, including microphones, central air, elevators and stuff, were invented by black people, right?
Right.
But
Okay.
do we get the credit for it?
We should. Those.
Okay, then.
So what I'm saying is
Exactly.
that's
So
why.
why
But
should
that's
we not want reparations for the hard blood, sweat, and tears and lives lost from what we created?
who gets it.
We
Who
should
receives?
all
So
get
so
it.
hold on a
We
second.
all should get it.
So who?
If
So
we're
who
here
determines?
based in America, we all should get it. I'm not
So
talking about people who are coming into America now, who were born in America. Period.
So how much should they get, and where does it come from?
I'm like, honestly, it don't matter.
They should
They
get the
didn't.
same
It does
amount
matter. I mean,
I'm like, we
it
don't
does.
have a specified number on how much the Little Hat community got.
So what
We
I'm
don't know
asking
how
though,
much
and I
They- you can do the math. Somebody did the number. I would have to
Okay.
find it. Somebody
Okay.
actually
So
did
that's
the
what I'm
number
saying, right?
and
So
wages for it. They did. It's
okay.
out
So
there.
to right. So to
But we
automatically
can
assume.
find that out.
Yeah. So to automatically assume that my position is that we shouldn't is to not listen to what I'm saying. What I'm saying is number one, who gets it? How do we?
American descendants of slavery. That's
Okay.
who gets it.
Who
How
are
do
Black
we?
based
people,
here in
So
America.
how do we
who were brought
prove?
over here 400 years ago,
Okay.
and you can
How do
trace
we
it
prove
back.
that
Our
lineage?
roots can be traced back through
How?
DNA,
How?
through
Uh-huh.
ancestry, through genetic finding. It can be traced back. Those are the people who gets it. I don't
Okay.
understand. Did we say who gets that money when it went over to Ukraine? It was very clear that Ukrainian people got it. But when it comes to black people, oh, we don't know who gets it. Get out of here.
Well,
This
we
is why I
don't.
don't
I
like
mean,
speaking to black men
but
or people
what I'm
I'm
saying
not sure
is,
it's a black man, because you
wait, I'm sorry, say
guys
that again.
come over here with this foul rhetoric and literally ignore history, literally ignore facts. And this is
I
why
mean,
I
How am I
don't
ignoring?
trust
the
no
reparations
black
we
man
would
talking to
have,
me about anything. It's
How am I
literally
the
ignoring
showing
reparations
facts
that
when
we
I'm all I'm
get,
asking is how do we? All I'm asking is how do we trace back?
we can't even agree. You can't even agree with us that we should get reparations. How the hell you gonna talk to me about how we're gonna disperse it? How we're gonna
Because
trace
how do
it?
we
You
know
can't
who's
even
supposed
agree
to
on
get
the
it?
first part. Yes, we should receive reparations, bro.
Nay, close the show out for us. We gotta go to Sam's Club before they close.
oh shit.
Oh, and RM and Sec Passe, please, feel free to come back. And also, I'm gonna let you guys back
And
up and say
I
this.
appreciate it.
We
I
are
really
watching
do.
Sorry,
Sinners
my
later
bad.
on. We are watching Sinners later on over on Rumble. I'll go put that link in the chat now if you guys want it. But for those who haven't seen it yet, we will be watching it over on Rumble later on. So feel free to come over and join. Go ahead, Dan. You got it.
Okay. So we can trace back lineage. Period. Point blank. Yes, we can. When it comes down to we had a system where we had the 40 acres and a mule thing.
Mhm.
That was our quote unquote reparations. Who stripped that away from us? A white American president named who? Lyndon Johnson, correct? So that was somewhat of a reparation, correct? So black people do deserve, whether it's land, whether it's money, whether it's anything that black people blood, sweat, and tears went into, we deserve credit for.
Hey, Nay, I'm gonna
So
keep
how
the
do you
show going.
determine?
I'm gonna let you go ahead and do the host and stuff, Nay.
I'm gonna close it out because they gotta leave. So
Oh, you gotta
once
leave
again,
too?
make
Oh, damn, it's over then.
my bad, y'all.
Before we go.
Oh, go ahead. Then I'll close out.
So leasing and financing are not the same thing. You can Google it. I just did. And one of the main reasons, not one of the main reasons, but a reason why men unalive themselves is because of custody battles. Also Google it. You have to type in the question correctly. The question I typed in is, do men commit suicide from custody battles? The first answer that comes up is yes, and multiple different sources say yes.
That's not
okay.
Only thing I gotta say is that women don't control the system. Women haven't built the system. Women don't enforce the laws of the system. So if males are upset with the system, then y'all need to band together and go talk to the other men who actually control the system.
We built the system as men. That's a fact.
Right. So how's this on
Yeah.
women? Like, how are you upset that women are using a system that men said that we can use and built? Absolutely not.
Yeah, men built the systems.
Does it need to be Does it need to be fortified?
Y'all told me that y'all built this system, so I'm agreeing.
Does it need to be fortified? You think that it needs to be fortified?
All right, guys, we gotta go. We'll see y'all
So,
later.
well, we gotta go. So, let's say
Okay.
once again, thank you for coming to another episode of the Daily Rundown. Please like, share, subscribe to the channel. Hit that notification bell so you can get the latest on news, politics, and celebrity gossip, and much, much more. Until then, y'all guys have a good night.